Welcome, dear friends, to this perfect time of the year for calming stories. As the night gently wraps around us, remember that relaxation is the key to sweet dreams. Let these stories transport you to magical and peaceful places, soothing your mind and heart. We wish you a restful sleep and a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Story 1. In the quaint village, morning mist clung to the rolling hills like a delicate veil, and the sweet scent of dew-kissed earth filled the air. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flowers spilling from window boxes. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, the village came alive with the gentle hum of activity. Birds chirped melodiously, their songs weaving through the air, while the distant chime of a blacksmith's hammer echoed through the streets, marking the start of another day. Among these dwellings lived Willow, a young girl with eyes the color of stormy seas and hair like spun gold. Her presence was as gentle as a summer breeze, yet beneath her quiet demeanor lay a fierce determination and an insatiable curiosity. Her days were filled with exploration, often venturing beyond the village's borders to the wildflower meadows and serene brooks, where she collected stories like others collected trinkets. Willow's gift of weaving dreams into reality was known only to a few trusted souls. Her grandmother, the previous keeper of the Dreamcatcher, had recognized Willow's potential early on. She had often whispered tales of their ancestors who had used the Dreamcatcher to heal, to inspire, and to bring peace to their community. Willow's bond with her grandmother was profound. It was from her that Willow inherited her love of stories and the belief in the power of dreams. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon hung low and full, casting a silvery path across her room, Willow found herself drawn into a dream more vivid than any before. The willow tree loomed large, its branches swaying as if welcoming her into its embrace. The hollow trunk was illuminated by a soft, pulsing light, and as she stepped through the doorway, she felt a tingling sensation, like the gentle caress of 1,000 whispers. The forest path was alive with the scent of pine and rich, loamy earth. Leaves rustled gently, creating a melody that harmonized with the distant call of an owl. As Willow ventured deeper, she noticed the intricate details of this dream world, the vibrant hues of flowers that seemed to shift with every glance, and the air that shimmered with an iridescent glow, as though the very atmosphere was infused with magic. In the clearing, the crystalline tree stood as a beacon of light and wisdom. The fox, with its red fur glistening like burnished copper, regarded her with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Its melodic voice was like a balm, soothing the fears she harbored about her gift. "This realm is a mirror of your soul," it said, "and the dreams you weave are threads that connect you to the hearts of others." As Willow explored the realm of dreams, her interactions with its denizens revealed new facets of her personality. The mischievous sprite, a creature of laughter and light, mirrored Willow's playful side, urging her to embrace joy and spontaneity. The wise oak, its bark rough yet comforting, spoke to her of patience and resilience, qualities she realized were as vital as her creativity. One day, as Willow sat beneath the crystalline tree, she felt the weight of her dual existence. The joy of the dream realm was tempered by the knowledge that she was its temporary guest. Her heart ached with the desire to share this extraordinary world with those she loved. Yet she feared that the villagers might not understand, that they might dismiss her tales as mere fantasy. Observing her turmoil, the fox returned, its presence as reassuring as a gentle breeze. "Every heart holds dreams," it said, "and your gift is the key to unlocking them. Fear not the skepticism of others, for your dreams have the power to inspire and transform." With renewed resolve, Willow returned to her village, the Dreamcatcher pulsating with a soft, ethereal glow. Her first step was to create a gathering place beneath the village's ancient oak, where she could share her stories with others. As she wove tales of the realm of dreams, her words painted vivid pictures that captivated the villagers, drawing them into the magic she had experienced. The villagers, once skeptical, found themselves enchanted by Willow's visions. They began to see the world through her eyes, finding beauty in the everyday and strength in their shared dreams. Friendships deepened, and the community thrived as they embraced the magic within their own hearts. As the village transformed, Willow found herself facing a new challenge. The Dreamcatcher, which had been a symbol of hope and inspiration, began to glow with an unfamiliar intensity. It was as if the dreams she had woven had taken on a life of their own, reaching out to the hearts of those beyond the village. Strangers from distant lands arrived, drawn by the tales of a girl who could make dreams a reality. Among these travelers was a scholar named Elias, whose eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. He had heard whispers of Willow's gift and was determined to understand the source of its power. Elias spent days in the village, listening to Willow's stories and observing the Dreamcatcher's glow. His presence brought both excitement and apprehension, as Willow grappled with the prospect of her gift being scrutinized by the outside world. Elias, with his gentle demeanor and insatiable thirst for knowledge, soon became a confidant to Willow. He shared stories of his own travels, tales of distant lands and forgotten realms, which ignited Willow's imagination and strengthened her resolve to share her gift with the world. Together, they discovered that the Dreamcatcher's magic was not just an individual gift, but a collective force, amplified by the dreams and hopes of those it touched. One evening, under a sky painted with the hues of dusk, Elias proposed they venture to the neighboring towns to share the Dreamcatcher's magic beyond the village's borders. Willow hesitated, her heart torn between the safety of the familiar and the allure of the unknown. Yet deep down, she knew that dreams were meant to be shared, that the world beyond held stories and dreams yet to be discovered. Their journey began at dawn, with the village bidding them farewell. The road was long and winding, each step echoing the rhythm of their beating hearts. As they traversed fields of golden wheat and crossed rivers that sang with the voices of hidden creatures, Willow felt the world expanding around her, each new horizon a canvas for her dreams. Their arrival in the first town was met with curiosity and skepticism. Yet, as Willow shared her tales beneath the town's great sycamore, her words wove a tapestry of wonder that captured the hearts of those who listened. The Dreamcatcher's glow, visible even in the bright light of day, became a beacon of hope and inspiration. But as they visited more towns, a shadow began to loom over their journey. One evening, in a village nestled by the sea, they encountered a group of skeptics led by a man named Gareth, whose distrust was as deep as the ocean itself. Gareth challenged Willow's stories, dismissing them as illusions and tricks of light. The confrontation stirred something within Willow, an internal struggle that had simmered beneath the surface. She realized that not everyone would be touched by her dreams, and the weight of doubt pressed heavily upon her. Yet the support of Elias and the memories of the fox's reassuring words anchored her. Determined to prove the power of dreams, Willow invited Gareth to experience the dream realm himself. As the moon bathed the village in silver, she guided him into the Dreamcatcher's glow. Gareth, once hardened by skepticism, found himself in awe of the dream realm's beauty, his heart softening as he witnessed the magic through Willow's eyes. Transformed by the experience, Gareth's perspective shifted, and he became an advocate for Willow's gift, spreading tales of its wonder wherever he traveled. This turning point not only strengthened Willow's resolve, but also deepened her understanding of the transformative power of belief. Willow's journey had transformed not only her, but her entire village. Her gift became a bridge, connecting the dream realm with reality, and her Dreamcatcher a symbol of hope and inspiration. In times of darkness, its intricate weave reminded everyone that within each of them lay the power to dream, to imagine, and to shape their own destinies through the bonds of friendship, love, and perseverance. As the years passed, the story of Willow, Elias, and the Dreamcatcher became legend, a testament to the magic that resides in all who dare to dream. And whenever Willow gazed upon its delicate web, she was reminded of the wondrous realm she had touched, and her heart swelled with gratitude for the extraordinary gift she had been given, the ability to make dreams a reality, not just for herself, but for all who were willing to believe. Weeks after their return, the village gathered under the ancient oak for a celebration honoring Willow's adventures. The air was filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the sound of laughter. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a gold hue over the village, Willow stood to speak. I once feared my dreams would be lost on others, she began, her voice steady and clear. But I've learned that dreams are meant to be shared, to inspire and connect us all. Each of you holds a piece of this magic, and together we can weave a tapestry of dreams that spans beyond our wildest imaginations. The villagers erupted in applause, their faces alight with hope and wonder. Even Gareth, now a staunch believer, stood with a smile, nodding in agreement. Later, as the celebration continued, Elias approached Willow, his eyes reflecting the flickering light of lanterns. You've touched more hearts than you know, Willow. Your gift has become a beacon, a reminder of the beauty that exists within each of us. Willow smiled, feeling the warmth of his words wrap around her like a comforting embrace. Thank you, Elias, for believing in me and for helping me see the world beyond our village. As the night wore on, the villagers shared their own dreams, each story adding to the collective tapestry of their community. The Dreamcatcher, hanging proudly in the oak's branches, glowed softly, a testament to the power of dreams and the bonds they forged. And as Willow gazed at the stars, she felt a profound peace, knowing her journey was only just beginning, and that the magic of dreams would forever be a part of her and those she held dear. Story 2. Once upon a time, in a vibrant village nestled beneath towering, whispering willows, lived a group of quirky creatures known as the Jollywisks. The Jollywisks were as colorful as a painter's palette, each one adorned in hues ranging from the deepest violet to the brightest canary yellow. Their twinkling eyes glimmered like the morning dew, and their laughter bubbled up like the merriest of brooks, echoing through the village lanes as if the very air were infused with joy. Among them was a particularly endearing character named Fizzle, whose most notable feature was his perpetually sparkling tail. It was said that Fizzle's tail shimmered so brilliantly it could light up the entire village on the darkest of nights. Fizzle was known for his boundless curiosity and a heart as big as the moon, always ready to explore the wonders around him and help anyone in need. One fine day, as the gentle sunbeams danced through the leafy canopy above, the Jollywisks gathered in the village square for their annual festival of whimsy. This was a day filled with music that jingled like wind chimes, dances that twirled like autumn leaves, and most importantly, the grand display of the whimsical fountain. The whimsical fountain was the pride and joy of the village. With water that cascaded in a riot of colors and shapes, it was a source of endless delight. Every year, the fountain would produce a magical spray that would grant each Jollywisk a special wish. However, this year, much to their dismay, the fountain had mysteriously run dry. The Jollywisks gathered around, their bright faces clouded with concern. "Oh dear, what shall we do?" murmured Wobble, a rotund Jollywisk with a penchant for balancing things on his head. "Without the fountain, the festival won't be nearly as whimsical." Fizzle, with his sparkling tail swishing thoughtfully, stepped forward. "Perhaps it's a magical problem," he suggested, his voice as warm as a patch of sunlight. "We must think creatively to find a solution." The Jollywisks nodded, their eyes wide with hope. They decided to embark on a quest to discover why the fountain had stopped flowing. Fizzle, accompanied by his best friends Tumble, a Jollywisk with ears so large they flapped in the breeze, and Glimmer, whose fur glowed softly in the moonlight, set off toward the Enchanted Woods. The Enchanted Woods were a place of wonder and mystery. The trees whispered secrets to those who cared to listen, their leaves rustling with tales of ages past. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming fairy lilies, and the ground was carpeted with a soft moss that seemed to hum with life. As the trio ventured deeper, they came across a peculiar sight. A group of giggling pixies, tangled in a web of glistening, sticky threads. "Help us, kind Jollywisks," chimed the pixies in unison, their wings fluttering like delicate petals. "We were trying to gather stardust, but our threads got all mixed up." Fizzle, with a twinkle in his eye, approached the pixies. "We would be happy to help," he said, "but perhaps you could assist us in return. We need to find out why our whimsical fountain has run dry." The pixies, grateful for the offer of help, agreed. Together, Fizzle, Tumble, and Glimmer gently untangled the pixies, who in turn sprinkled a dusting of stardust on the Jollywisks, enhancing their natural glow. With a chorus of thanks, the pixies led them to a hidden glen where the great willow resided. The great willow was a wise and ancient tree, its branches swaying like the gentle arms of a grandmother. Its roots stretched deep into the earth, and it was said to hold the knowledge of all the forest. The Jollywisks approached the great willow with reverence. "Great willow," Fizzle called out, "we seek your wisdom. Our whimsical fountain is dry, and we do not know why." The great willow's bark creaked as it spoke, its voice a rustle of leaves in the breeze. "Ah, dear Jollywisks, the answer lies with the river of dreams. It has become blocked by a most peculiar creature, a snufflewump, who has taken up residence there." "A snufflewump?" echoed Tumble, his ears twitching with curiosity. "What sort of creature is that?" The great willow chuckled softly. "A snufflewump is a creature of great imagination, but it can be quite stubborn. It has likely clogged the river with its daydreams." With this newfound knowledge, Fizzle, Tumble, and Glimmer set off toward the River of Dreams, guided by the gentle light of the stardust. When they arrived, they found the snufflewump nestled in a mound of fluffy clouds, its snores creating ripples across the water. The snufflewump was a whimsical sight, with a body like a plush pillow and eyes that twinkled like stars. Its daydreams, colorful and grand, floated around it in a kaleidoscope of visions. Fizzle approached the snufflewump with a friendly smile. "Hello, dear snufflewump," he said gently. "We need your help to clear the river so our whimsical fountain can flow once more." The snufflewump awoke with a soft yawn, its eyes blinking sleepily. "Oh, I didn't realize my dreams had caused such a fuss," it murmured, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I'd be happy to help, but I can't seem to stop dreaming." Glimmer, with her radiant glow, had an idea. "What if we gather your dreams into a dreamcatcher? That way they won't block the river, and you can keep dreaming to your heart's content." The snufflewump's eyes sparkled with delight. "Oh, that sounds wonderful," it agreed. With great care, the Jollywisks fashioned a magnificent dreamcatcher from the snufflewump's own dreams. As they wove the threads together, the dreams settled into the web, creating a tapestry of colors and stories. Once the dreamcatcher was complete, the river began to flow freely once more, its waters shimmering under the sun. The snufflewump giggled with joy, and the Jollywisks cheered, their hearts light with happiness. As they journeyed back to the village, the Jollywisks found themselves reflecting on their adventure. Each step seemed to echo with the lessons they had learned, the importance of understanding and harmony resonating within their souls. The enchanted woods seemed to hum a gentle melody, as if acknowledging their newfound wisdom. Back in the village, the whimsical fountain roared to life in a spectacular display of colors and shapes, delighting all who beheld it. The festival resumed with even more joy and laughter than before, and the Jollywisks danced under the twinkling stars, their hearts filled with dreams and friendship. As the night deepened and the village settled into a peaceful slumber, Fizzle's tail glowed softly, casting a gentle light that wrapped around the village like a warm, comforting blanket. With the moon smiling down, the Jollywisks drifted into happy dreams, knowing that together they could overcome any challenge, no matter how whimsical it may be. In the quiet moments before sleep took him, Fizzle pondered the day's events. He realized that his curiosity wasn't just about discovering new places or things. It was about understanding the heart of his community and the magic that bound them all together. With this newfound insight, he drifted into a deep, contented sleep, his tail shimmering softly in the night, a beacon of hope and unity for the village of the Jollywisks. Story 3. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled in a valley where the cobblestone paths meandered like gentle streams, and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine, there lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to pause, inviting its inhabitants to savor the simplicity of life. Lila, with her spirit as bright as the morning sun and a heart full of curiosity, often found herself enchanted by the village's timeless charm. Her hazel eyes sparkled with the kind of wonder that made her seem ageless, yet her mind often wandered beyond the familiar, yearning for the unknown. The village was a tapestry of sounds and sights, a place where children's laughter mingled with the soft clucking of hens, and the distant toll of the church bell marked the passing hours with comforting regularity. Lila loved the old stone bridge that arched over a babbling brook, where she often lingered, tossing pebbles and watching the ripples spread like whispered secrets. But despite the village's charm, Lila felt a pull towards the mysteries that lay beyond its borders. Each dusk, as the sun dipped lower, she would sit by the bridge, her thoughts drifting to the untold stories waiting to be discovered. One serene evening, as the golden hues of sunset spilled over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, Lila felt an irresistible urge to explore. She found herself drawn to the edge of the whispering woods. These woods were known for their ancient trees, whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and for the magical glow that shimmered among its branches as dusk descended. Their reputation was one of mystery and wonder, a place spoken of in hushed tones, both revered and respected by the villagers. As Lila stepped into the woods, her footsteps light upon the mossy ground that felt like a soft, velvety carpet beneath her feet. She was enveloped by a world that seemed both familiar and foreign. The air was cooler here, carrying the earthy aroma of pine and the faint, sweet scent of honeysuckle. As she ventured deeper, the sounds of the village faded away, replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant, melodic song of a nightingale. Her heart raced not with fear, but with anticipation, a sensation as thrilling as it was unfamiliar. As she walked, Lila recalled her grandmother's tales about the whispering woods, stories told by the fireside in hushed, reverent tones. The villagers believed that the woods were alive with ancient spirits, protectors of nature, who watched over Willowbrook. Her grandmother, with her silver hair and eyes that seemed to hold the wisdom of ages, would speak of the woods with a mixture of awe and respect. She often said, "The woods are a mirror, reflecting what lies within the heart of those who enter." Lila's heart skipped a beat when she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling like the arms of a wise old guardian. Nestled among its roots was a small, shimmering pond, its surface mirror-like and still, reflecting the stars above as if connecting the earth to the heavens. As she knelt by the water's edge, Lila noticed tiny, luminescent creatures flitting above the pond. They were no larger than her thumb, with gossamer wings that twinkled like stars. The air was filled with their soft, musical hum, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very heartbeat of the forest. It was as if the woods themselves were alive, breathing in sync with her own gentle breaths. "Hello," Lila whispered, her voice barely a breath on the breeze. To her delight, the creatures paused in their dance, and one, slightly larger than the others, hovered closer. It had eyes as bright as sapphires and a smile that made its whole being glow a little brighter. "My name is Oren," the creature said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Welcome to the Glimmering Grove, a place where dreams are born and whispered secrets take flight." Lila, enchanted and unafraid, smiled warmly. "It's beautiful here," she said, glancing around at the ethereal surroundings. "I never knew such a place existed." Oren fluttered closer, the gentle breeze from its wings tickling Lila's nose. "Few do," it replied, "but those who find it are often those who most need a reminder of the wonders that lie beyond the familiar." Emboldened by Oren's words, Lila decided to explore further. Together, they wandered through fields of silver-kissed wildflowers that swayed dreamily in the moonlight. The air was filled with the soft tinkling of bells, though none were to be seen, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse with a gentle, comforting energy, as if the earth itself was guiding her path. As they walked, Lila shared stories of her village, of the kind baker Mr. Thistle, who always saved her a fresh bun, and the elderly Mrs. Pine, who told tales of distant lands and forgotten times. Oren listened intently, its eyes sparkling with interest and delight. It was in these moments that Lila realized how much she cherished her village, its simple joys, and the stories that wove through its fabric. They reached a gentle brook that sang as it flowed, its waters shimmering with an otherworldly light. Here, Lila encountered another wonder, a family of moon rabbits, their fur a luminescent white, playing along the banks. The rabbits greeted her with curious eyes, and one, a little braver than the rest, hopped over to nuzzle her hand. The touch was tender and filled her with a warmth that seemed to whisper of unconditional acceptance. In this magical place, Lila felt a sense of peace and belonging she had never known. Yet, as the night deepened, she knew she must return to Willowbrook. Orin, sensing her thoughts, hovered beside her. "Will you come back?" Orin asked, its voice a gentle whisper in the night. "Of course," Lila replied, her heart full of warmth. "This is a place I will carry with me, no matter where I go." As Lila made her way back to the village, the path lit by the soft glow of the moon, she felt a newfound courage blossoming within her. The Whispering Woods, with its hidden wonders and gentle mysteries, had taught her that the world was far larger and more beautiful than she had ever imagined. It was a realization that settled into her being, a quiet assurance that she was part of something much greater. Upon her return, the village was cloaked in the serene hush of night, the familiar cobblestones cool beneath her feet. She noticed the glow of lanterns flickering in the windows, casting a warm, inviting light that guided her home. Every shadow seemed less daunting, every corner of Willowbrook more vibrant, as if the night's enchantment had seeped into the village itself. Climbing into bed, her mind still dancing with images of shimmering ponds and twinkling creatures, Lila knew that tomorrow held more adventures, both in the world beyond her doorstep and within the depths of her imagination. Her dreams that night were vivid and alive, painting scenes of vast landscapes and endless possibilities. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the village awake, Lila awoke with a renewed sense of purpose. She decided to visit her grandmother, eager to share her extraordinary experience. The path to her grandmother's house was lined with dew-kissed flowers, their colors vibrant in the early light. Birds chirped merrily, and the village bustled to life, with neighbors exchanging greetings and news of the day. Her grandmother was sitting in her usual spot, knitting by the window, her eyes lighting up as Lila entered. "Good morning, my dear," she said, her voice warm as a summer breeze. "You seem to have a glow about you today." Lila, unable to contain her excitement, recounted her adventure in the Whispering Woods, describing the glimmering grove Orin and the moon rabbits. Her grandmother listened with rapt attention, nodding at each detail, her smile widening. "You've encountered the magic of the woods, Lila," her grandmother said softly, her eyes misty with nostalgia. "Not everyone is granted such an experience. The woods choose who they reveal their secrets to. You must cherish this memory and let it guide you." Lila nodded, understanding the weight of her grandmother's words. She realized that her adventure was not just about discovering a magical place, but also about discovering herself. The courage and curiosity she found within would be her compass, guiding her through life's mysteries and challenges. With a heart full of gratitude, Lila embraced her grandmother, feeling the warmth of family and the promise of new beginnings. As she left, the village seemed even more alive and vibrant, every corner holding a story waiting to unfold. In the days that followed, Lila continued to explore the world around her, both familiar and new. She shared her stories with her friends, inspiring them to seek their own adventures and to look beyond the ordinary. Willowbrook, with its cobblestone paths and blooming jasmine, became a starting point for countless journeys, each one unique and filled with wonder. One sunny afternoon, while resting beneath the shade of the old willow tree by the brook, Lila found herself joined by her friends, who were eager to hear more about her adventures. She regaled them with tales of the Whispering Woods, her words weaving a tapestry of magic and mystery that captivated their imaginations. Inspired by her stories, they decided to embark on their own explorations, each setting off in different directions, their hearts filled with the promise of discovery. As Lila watched her friends disappear into the distance, she felt a profound sense of fulfillment. It was as if her journey had opened a door not just for herself, but for the entire village. She realized that the true magic of the Whispering Woods lay not only in its wonders, but in the way it had ignited a thirst for exploration and discovery in all who heard her tale. In the weeks that followed, the spirit of adventure spread through Willowbrook like wildfire. The villagers, once content with the familiar rhythm of their lives, began to venture beyond their usual paths. Some discovered hidden glens and secret gardens, while others unearthed stories of the village's past, long forgotten but now brought to light. One evening, as the village gathered in the square for a festival celebrating the arrival of autumn, Lila stood at the heart of it all. watching as her friends and neighbors shared their stories and adventures. The air was filled with laughter and music, and the scent of roasted chestnuts mingled with the crisp, cool air. The stars above seemed to twinkle a little brighter, as if joining in the celebration. Lila's heart swelled with pride and gratitude. She realized that her journey into the Whispering Woods had been just the beginning, a catalyst for change and growth, not only for herself, but for the entire village. As the festival continued late into the night, she knew that the spirit of the woods, with its whispers of magic and wonder, would live on in Willowbrook, inspiring generations to come. And so the village thrived, its stories echoing through the ages, weaving a legacy of wonder and adventure. Lila's journey had truly become a tale for the ages, a reminder that the world is vast and full of magic for those who dare to explore beyond the familiar, and that sometimes the greatest treasures lie within the hearts of those who seek them. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the stars painted stories across the sky, there was a quaint little village called Stillwater Hollow. The village was known for its warm, inviting cottages, tucked under the arms of ancient oaks, and its cobblestone paths that glistened under the soft glow of lanterns. The air was always tinged with the scent of pine and the distant echo of a babbling brook, creating an ambiance of serene tranquility. In this charming village lived a young girl named Calla. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like morning dew, Calla was known for her gentle heart and curious mind. She was a girl of dreams and questions, always seeking the hidden truths behind the ordinary. She loved nothing more than exploring the woods around her home, especially in the company of her loyal friend, a wise old fox named Bramble. Bramble, with his grizzled fur and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries, was her constant companion and confidant. One evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Calla noticed something peculiar. As she and Bramble strolled through the village, she observed that every chimney emitted puffs of smoke that danced and twirled in peculiar patterns, unlike the usual steady streams. It was as if the smoke had a mind of its own, forming shapes of animals and flowers that dissolved into the twilight. The air was filled with the sweet, earthy scent of burning wood mingled with something floral, almost enchanting. Intrigued, Calla decided to investigate. "Bramble," she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "Something magical is afoot. We must discover what's causing this enchantment." The fox, with his russet fur and intelligent eyes, nodded in agreement. Bramble had seen many wonders in his years, and he knew that mysteries often held the most delightful surprises. He had a soft spot for the peculiar and the magical, and this strange occurrence piqued his interest as much as Calla's. The next morning, Calla and Bramble set out to explore. They began by visiting the village's wise elder, Granny Wren, who lived in a cottage that seemed to grow out of the very earth. Her home was filled with the aroma of herbs and the gentle music of wind chimes, their tinkling notes dancing through the air like an elusive melody. Granny Wren welcomed them with a warm smile. Her eyes, crinkled with age but bright with life, seemed to hold the secrets of the world. "Ah, Calla, dear heart, and Bramble, my clever friend. What brings you to my door today?" Calla explained the strange smoke, her words tumbling out in an eager rush. Granny Wren listened, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "It sounds as though the spirits of the air are at play," she mused. "Perhaps they are trying to tell us something." With Granny Wren's blessing and a pouch of freshly baked lavender biscuits, Calla and Bramble continued their quest. The biscuits filled the air with a calming fragrance, a reminder of the warmth and safety of home. They wandered through the village, stopping to speak with the baker, who was dusted with flour, the blacksmith, who wielded his hammer with a rhythmic clang, and even the schoolteacher, Mr. Finch, who had a penchant for riddles and a twinkle in his eye. Each offered their own theories, but none could explain the curious smoke. As they pondered their next move, Bramble suggested visiting the Enchanted Glade, a hidden grove deep within the Whispering Woods. "The glade is a place where magic often reveals itself," he said, his voice a soft rumble that resonated with the wisdom of the forest. The journey to the Enchanted Glade was a delightful adventure in itself. They wove through towering ferns that whispered secrets as they brushed past, skipped over babbling brooks that sang beneath the dappled sunlight, and paused to listen to the forest alive with the sweet songs of birds and the gentle hum of bees. The forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves and sun-dappled shadows, creating a mosaic of nature's art. When they finally arrived, the glade was bathed in a serene light, a haven of tranquility that seemed untouched by time. In the center of the glade, they found a curious sight, a circle of stones, each one carved with intricate runes that shimmered in the dappled sunlight. Kala knelt to inspect them, her fingers tracing the ancient symbols. As she did, a soft breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of honeysuckle and the faintest whisper of a giggle. It was an ethereal sound like the tinkling of crystal chimes. Bramble's ears perked up. "Did you hear that, Kala? The giggle of a pixie, if I'm not mistaken." Kala nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement. "Pixies, of course. They must be behind the smoke." With newfound determination, Kala and Bramble returned to the village, the mystery beginning to unravel. That evening, they prepared a simple offering of honey cakes and sweet cream, placing it at the edge of the village where the forest embraced the fields. The aroma wafted through the air, a tantalizing invitation to the magical beings of the woods. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery glow over Stillwater Hollow, they waited. The night was alive with the sounds of crickets and the soft rustle of leaves. Soon, tiny lights began to flicker among the trees, like stars come to dance on earth. The pixies, with their gossamer wings and mischievous smiles, emerged, drawn by the delicious aroma. One particularly bold pixie, with hair as blue as a summer sky, flitted forward. Her wings shimmered with a rainbow of colors, catching the moonlight like tiny prisms. "We meant no harm," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of bells. "We only wish to share our joy with the village." Kala smiled, her heart warmed by the pixie's sincerity. The pixie's presence filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging. "We understand. Your magic brought wonder to our village, but perhaps a little less smoke next time?" The pixie giggled, a sound that filled the night with laughter, ringing with the purity of childlike joy. "Agreed, dear human." From that day forward, the pixies became friends to the villagers, their playful magic adding to the charm of Stillwater Hollow. The smoke returned to its normal state, save for special occasions when the pixies would perform their sky dances, with Kala and Bramble always watching, their hearts full of wonder and friendship. In the weeks that followed, Kala found herself drawn more deeply into the mysteries of the woods. She began spending more time with Granny Wren, learning the art of listening to the whispers of the forest and the stories told by the winds. Granny Wren, recognizing Kala's thirst for knowledge, shared tales of the ancient trees and the spirits that dwelled within them, guiding Kala to understand the delicate balance of magic and nature. With her newfound insights, Kala started noticing the subtle signs of enchantment all around her village. The gentle sway of the trees in response to her presence, the playful twinkle in Bramble's eyes when he caught a scent on the breeze, and the way the brook's song seemed to harmonize with her thoughts. It was as if the entire world around her was alive, reacting to her growing awareness. One quiet afternoon, as Kala sat beneath her favorite oak tree, Bramble curled up beside her, she pondered the connection she felt to the woods and the creatures within it. "Bramble," she murmured, her voice as soft as the whispering leaves, "I feel as if I am part of something much larger, a tapestry of life and magic." Bramble, wise as ever, lifted his head, his eyes meeting hers with a knowing look. "You are, Kala. We all are. The magic of this world is woven into every living thing, and those who pause to listen can hear its song." One evening, as Kala and Bramble wandered through the village, they noticed a group of children gathered around the village square, their eyes wide with awe. In the center stood a traveling magician, his cloak a cascade of midnight blue adorned with twinkling stars. His hands moved with a fluid grace, conjuring illusions of light and shadow that danced upon the cobblestones. Kala watched, captivated by the magician's craft. His name, she learned, was Alaric, and he had traveled from distant lands, seeking stories to weave into his magic. Intrigued by his presence, Kala approached him, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "Your magic is unlike anything I've seen," she remarked, her voice a soft blend of wonder and admiration. Alaric smiled, his eyes twinkling like the stars on his cloak. Magic is everywhere, young one. It is in the stories we share, the dreams we dare to dream, and the connections we make. I see you have a spark within you, a yearning to understand the unseen. Kala felt a warmth spread through her, a recognition of kindred spirits. She spent the evening in Alaric's company, sharing tales of the whispering woods and the pixies' playful magic. In return, Alaric spoke of distant deserts where the sands sang with the wind, and mountains that touched the sky, where ancient dragons slumbered. As the night deepened, Alaric gifted Kala a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This is a keeper of dreams," he explained. "Inside you can place your most cherished wishes and watch them grow." Kala accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart full of inspiration. In the days that followed, she added her dreams to the box, each one a seed of possibility, nurtured by hope and magic. The true test of Kala's newfound understanding came one autumn night when a fierce storm swept through Stillwater Hollow. The wind howled through the trees like a pack of wild wolves, and rain lashed against the windows with an urgent ferocity. Kala, feeling the unease of the woods, ventured out into the storm with Bramble by her side. The village was in disarray. Lanterns flickered wildly and shutters banged against walls. Kala felt the magic of the storm, raw and untamed, and knew she needed to find its source. Together, she and Bramble braved the tempest, their hearts steady amidst the chaos. They made their way to the enchanted glade, where the storm seemed to center, the winds swirling in a wild dance above the circle of stones. Kala knelt at the center of the glade, her mind reaching out to the spirits of the woods, seeking their guidance. Slowly, as if responding to her plea, the storm began to calm, the wind softening to a gentle breeze, carrying with it the scent of wet earth and the promise of new beginnings. In that moment, Kala understood her place within the whispering woods. She saw herself as a guardian of its magic, a bridge between the human world and the ethereal. The storm had tested her resolve, but it also solidified her bond with the forest, a bond that would endure through the changing seasons. As the storm clouds parted and the first stars peeked through the night sky, Kala and Bramble returned to the village. They were welcomed with relief and gratitude, for their bravery had protected Stillwater Hollow from the storm's wrath. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village nestled deeper into the embrace of the whispering woods, its mysteries gently unfolded by those with open hearts and curious minds. With the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft hoot of an owl, the village drifted into a peaceful slumber, content in the magic of another day. Each resident, from the youngest child to the oldest elder, carried a piece of the woodland magic in their hearts, a reminder of the beauty of the unseen world that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Story 5. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling green hills and whispering woods, there stood a small, unassuming shop named Curios and Wonders. The shop, with its weathered wooden sign and ivy-clad walls, was renowned for being a haven where forgotten things found new homes and where one could always expect the unexpected. The village itself was a vibrant tapestry of colors and sounds. The soft murmur of a brook winding through the village harmonized with the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a melody that breathed life into everything it touched. Behind the counter, with a twinkle in her eye and a smile as warm as the summer sun, worked a kind-hearted woman named Maeve. Her knack for uncovering the magic in everyday objects made her shop an eclectic collection of treasures, each with a story waiting to be told. From the moment you stepped inside, the scent of old parchment and polished wood wrapped around you like a comforting embrace, inviting exploration. Maeve's eyes, a deep, inviting green, hinted at her own stories, tales of adventures long past and dreams yet to be realized. Her presence was both reassuring and mysterious, as if she herself were a guardian of the secrets in her shop. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced playfully outside, a young boy named Finn wandered into the shop. With hair as wild as the wind and eyes sparkling with curiosity, Finn was known in the village for his adventurous spirit and boundless imagination. He had come seeking something extraordinary, something to spark a new adventure. Finn's heart often beat in time with the pulse of the earth, his laughter echoing the joyous songs of birds, and his steps always eager to discover the world's hidden corners. As Maeve greeted him with her usual warmth, Finn's eyes were drawn to a peculiar object tucked away on a dusty shelf. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, no larger than his hand. The wood was smooth and dark, and the carvings shimmered with an iridescent glow. Something about the box called to him, as if whispering secrets only he could hear. The carvings seemed to form a story of their own, depicting swirling clouds and soaring birds that danced across the wood as though alive. "What do you think of that, dear Finn?" Maeve asked, noticing where his gaze settled. "That box has been waiting for someone special." Finn picked up the box, feeling its comforting weight in his hands. "What is it, Maeve?" Maeve chuckled softly, her eyes shining with a hint of mystery. "Ah, that's the question, isn't it? Why don't you take it home and see what you discover?" As Finn left the shop with the box cradled carefully in his arms, he noticed the world seemed to hold its breath, waiting in anticipation. The cool autumn breeze carried with it the scent of fallen leaves and distant chimneys, promising comfort and warmth. The path to his home was lined with trees that seemed to lean in, whispering encouragement and secrets known only to the wind. That evening, after supper, Finn sat by the fireplace, the flickering flames casting a gentle glow around the room. He turned the box over in his hands, studying the intricate patterns. There was something soothing about the way the carvings seemed to dance in the firelight. With a deep breath, he gently lifted the lid. To his surprise, the box was empty, save for a single, delicate feather resting inside. It was unlike any feather he had ever seen, its colors shifting from deep indigo to shimmering silver, like the night sky twinkling with stars. As he picked it up, a soft, warm breeze seemed to flow through the room, carrying with it a sense of adventure and wonder. Suddenly, a tiny melodic voice piped up, startling Finn. "Ah! You found it, I see!" Finn looked around, bewildered, until he spotted a tiny, luminescent figure perched on the edge of the fireplace. It was a fairy, no taller than a teacup, with wings that glimmered like moonlight on water. "Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice full of awe. The fairy fluttered closer, her presence as light as a whisper. "I am Luella, guardian of the Feather of Dreams. You've been chosen, dear Finn, for a journey of discovery." Finn's heart raced with excitement and a touch of nervousness. "A journey? Where to?" "Wherever your heart desires," Luella replied, her voice as soft as the flutter of wings. "The feather will guide you, revealing the wonders and secrets of the world. But remember, the greatest magic lies in kindness and understanding." With Luella perched on his shoulder, Finn set off on an adventure that took him through enchanted forests and over misty mountains. Along the way, he met a host of delightful companions. A wise old owl named Oswin, who spoke in riddles and offered sage advice. A playful squirrel named Bramble, who loved to laugh and find joy in the simple things. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, whose calm presence encouraged reflection and peace. Their journey began with a trek through the enchanted forest, where the trees whispered stories of ancient times, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Oswin, with his knowing eyes, guided them through paths that seemed to shift and change, reminding Finn that wisdom often came from listening rather than speaking. One evening, as they made camp beneath a canopy of stars, Oswin shared tales of his youth, of soaring through clouds and witnessing the grandeur of the world from above. His stories were rich with the scent of pine and the distant call of night creatures, and Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with the desire to see such sights for himself. Together they faced challenges that tested their resolve and wisdom. When they came upon a river too wide to cross, it was not strength, but Seraphina's insight that led them to a hidden bridge. The stones beneath their feet seemed to hum with age-old magic, promising safe passage to those who traveled with pure intentions. When they encountered a storm that threatened to end their journey, it was Oswin's clever thinking that found them shelter. The cave they took refuge in was not just a sanctuary from the storm, but a place filled with echoes of past travelers, each leaving behind a piece of their journey. And when they stumbled upon a mountain that seemed insurmountable, it was Bramble's laughter that lifted their spirits and gave them the courage to continue. As they climbed, the world unfolded beneath them, revealing valleys and rivers, that wove a tapestry of beauty and wonder. Throughout their adventure, Finn learned that true magic was not found in the feather alone, but in the bonds of friendship and the lessons learned along the way. He discovered that every challenge held a solution, not through force, but through understanding and collaboration. Their journey took an unexpected turn when they arrived at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the sky in hues of pink and gold as the sun set on the horizon. As they paused to rest, Luella pointed out a small island in the middle of the lake. Legends say that the island holds the mirror of truth, she explained, her voice tinged with reverence. It is said to reveal the deepest desires and fears of those who gaze upon it. Intrigued, Finn and his companions decided to visit the island. As they paddled across the lake on a small wooden raft they fashioned together, the mirror's lure grew stronger. Upon reaching the island, they found the mirror framed by ancient stones, its surface rippling like liquid silver. One by one, they approached the mirror. Finn saw visions of his family, his village, and his friends. He realized that his deepest desire was to protect and cherish them, to ensure that the magic of kindness and adventure never faded from their lives. Oswin saw himself flying higher than ever before, embracing freedom and wisdom. Bramble saw endless fields of acorns and laughter, while Seraphina envisioned a world where every creature lived in harmony. The mirror of truth not only reflected their desires but also revealed their fears. Finn saw a vision of his village without joy, the colors of the world dulled by indifference. Oswin saw himself grounded, his wings clipped by the chains of doubt. Bramble faced a world devoid of laughter, where shadows loomed large, and Seraphina saw a forest silenced, the harmony of nature disrupted by discord. Their reflections filled them with a renewed sense of purpose and connection. It was a moment of profound understanding, where they realized that their journey was not just about discovering the world, but also discovering themselves. As the journey drew to a close, Finn and his companions returned to the village, their hearts full of stories and memories. The Feather of Dreams, now a cherished keepsake, reminded Finn of the wonders he had seen and the friendships he had formed. It was a reminder that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered, but the greatest treasure of all was the kindness shared along the way. That night, as Finn lay in bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight spilling through his window, he felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. Luella, now a dear friend, perched on his bedside table, her presence a comforting reminder of the magic that lay within and all around him. And so, in the warmth of his home, with the soothing sounds of the night whispering through the open window, Finn drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. The village, with its rolling hills and whispering woods, settled into a quiet slumber, cradled by the gentle embrace of the night, where every heart held a touch of magic and every soul found its own wonder. And thus, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit touched by adventure, Finn knew that no matter where life led him, he would always carry with him the wisdom of friendship and the magic of kindness. The following morning, the village awoke to a mist that clung to the hills, softening the world into a painting of muted tones. Finn, invigorated by the memories of his adventure, felt a pull to revisit the shop that had set him on his journey. Curious and Wonders stood as it always had, its ivy-clad walls vibrant against the morning dew. As Finn entered, the familiar scent of old parchment and polished wood enveloped him once more. Maeve was there, tending to a collection of delicate glass baubles that caught the light like prisms. She looked up, her eyes meeting Finn's with a knowing smile. "Ah, Finn," she greeted, her voice as warm as a sunbeam breaking through clouds. "I trust your journey was enlightening?" Finn nodded, words tumbling over each other as he recounted his adventures, the friends he had made, and the lessons learned. Maeve listened intently, her eyes twinkling with delight at the tale. "You've discovered much," Maeve said, her voice soft yet resonant with wisdom. "But remember, the journey is never truly over. Each day brings new paths to explore, and new opportunities to weave magic into the world around you." As Finn turned to leave, something caught his eye. A small, ornate compass resting on a shelf. Its needle spun gently, as if sensing the potential roads yet to be traveled. Maeve followed his gaze and nodded, her expression thoughtful. "Take it," she offered, her tone gentle but firm. "It will guide you when your heart seeks direction." With the compass in hand, Finn felt a surge of gratitude and anticipation. He realized that his journey had only just begun, and the world beyond the whispering woods was vast and full of untold wonders waiting to be discovered. As he stepped back into the village, the mist began to lift, revealing a world bathed in the soft glow of the morning sun. Finn's heart swelled with the promise of new adventures, and he knew that with the compass and the feather of dreams, he was ready to face whatever lay ahead. In that moment, Finn understood that the greatest journeys were not just about the places one visited, but about the transformations that unfolded within. And so, with each step he carried with him the magic of kindness, the wisdom of friendship, and the endless possibilities of the world. Story 6. The Whispering Woods and the Silver Acorn. In a realm where the sun kissed the horizon in a warm embrace every evening, the village of Elderglen nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods. This forest was not like any other. It was a place where secrets danced on the wind, and the trees spoke in hushed tones. The villagers believed that the woods held ancient magic, a belief passed down through generations, wrapped in the soft fabric of bedtime tales. Amidst this charming village lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was a gentle soul with tousled auburn hair and eyes as green as the first leaves of spring. He had a curious heart, one that yearned to uncover the mysteries whispered by the forest's canopy. Despite his mother's gentle warnings to stay clear of the woods, Finn often found himself at its fringes, listening to the rustling leaves that seemed to sing songs only he could hear. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced around him, Finn ventured deeper into the woods than ever before. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and a cool breeze carried the soft laughter of distant streams. As he wandered, a peculiar glint caught his eye, a flash of silver beneath a towering oak. Kneeling down, Finn discovered a small acorn, unlike any he had seen. It shimmered with a silvery sheen, as though it had captured the light of the moon itself. Curiosity piqued, Finn gently picked up the acorn, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. At that moment, the woods around him seemed to hold their breath, waiting. Unbeknownst to Finn, he had found a magical object, a treasure born from the heart of the forest itself. The silver acorn was said to grant the bearer the ability to hear the true language of the trees and understand the wisdom of the natural world. As Finn cradled the acorn in his hand, the air around him began to hum with life. The leaves rustled in a symphony of whispers, and for the first time Finn could understand their words. The trees spoke of time and growth, of the cycles of life and the gentle dance of the seasons. It was a language of beauty and depth, and Finn was entranced. He spent hours in the forest, listening and learning, until the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and amber. Realizing the lateness of the hour, Finn hurried back to the village, his heart alight with wonder and a secret he longed to share. That night, as his mother tucked him into bed, Finn lay awake, the silver acorn clutched tightly in his hand. He could still hear the soft echoes of the forest's wisdom, and he vowed to return the next day. As sleep claimed him, he dreamed of the ancient trees, their branches reaching out like gentle arms, cradling the stars. The days that followed were filled with exploration. Finn returned to the woods each day, learning more from the trees and discovering the interconnectedness of all living things. He met a wise old oak named Thistlewood, who spoke of the forest's history and the delicate balance that maintained its harmony. There was also Willow, a graceful tree by the stream, who taught Finn about the importance of nurturing and patience. Through these friendships, Finn realized that the forest was not a place of danger, but of life and harmony. He learned that the trees, with their ancient wisdom, had much to teach those willing to listen. And as he grew closer to the woods, he found himself changing too. The boy who once sought answers now listened with a heart open to the whispers of the world. One day, as Finn sat beneath the boughs of Thistlewood, he heard a tale that chilled him to his core. The trees spoke of a shadow that threatened their harmony, a creeping darkness that sought to unbalance the natural order. It was said that this darkness, born of greed and ignorance, could only be dispelled by one who understood the true language of the forest. With a heavy heart, Finn realized that he had been chosen for this task. The silver acorn was not merely a gift, but a responsibility. He knew he had to confront the shadow and restore balance to the whispering woods. But how could a mere boy hope to stand against such a force? As Finn pondered this, a gentle breeze carried Willow's voice to him. "Remember, dear Finn," she whispered, "the greatest strength lies not in might, but in wisdom and kindness. You are never alone, for the forest stands with you." Buoyed by her words, Finn set off deeper into the woods, guided by the whispers of his friends. The trees formed a protective canopy over him, their leaves murmuring encouragement. He followed the path until he reached a clearing where the air felt different, heavy and charged with a sense of foreboding. In the center of the clearing stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its form shifting and amorphous. This was the darkness that threatened the forest, and it loomed before Finn, a daunting presence. But Finn did not falter. He stepped forward, the silver acorn glowing warmly in his palm. "Why do you seek to harm this place?" Finn asked, his voice steady. The shadow hissed, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "I am born of the desires that dwell in every heart. Greed, fear, ignorance. I feed on imbalance and thrive in discord." Finn listened carefully, understanding now that the shadow was not an external force, but a reflection of human failings. He knew he had to confront these within himself to bring peace to the forest. "You seek strength in division," Finn said, "but true power lies in understanding and unity. The forest thrives because of the harmony between all living things." As Finn spoke, he felt the warmth of the acorn spread through him, filling him with courage and clarity. The shadow recoiled slightly, its form wavering. "Your darkness cannot withstand the light of understanding," Finn continued. "I choose to see the beauty and wisdom in all things, and I will not let fear or greed take root in my heart." With these words, the silver acorn burst into a radiant light, its glow enveloping Finn and the shadow. The light spread through the clearing, touching every leaf and branch, and the shadow began to dissolve, its essence dissipating like mist in the morning sun. The forest sighed in relief, the harmony restored. Finn stood amidst the trees, feeling a part of something much greater than himself. He had faced the darkness, not with force, but with wisdom and friendship, and in doing so, he had changed the world around him. As the light of the acorn faded, Finn knew his journey had come to an end, yet he also understood it was only the beginning. He had learned the language of the forest, and with it, the ability to listen to the world with a compassionate heart. Finn returned to the village, his spirit forever touched by the magic of the whispering woods. He carried the forest's wisdom with him, sharing its lessons with others, and fostering a deeper connection between the villagers and the natural world. As the years passed, Finn grew into a wise and gentle leader, one who understood the importance of balance and harmony. The village of Elderglen flourished, its people living in harmony with the forest, guided by the gentle whispers of the trees. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment and wonder, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. The silver acorn was never found again, but its legacy lived on in the hearts of those who listened to the whispers of the world, forever changed by the magic of a boy who dared to believe in the power of friendship and wisdom. As the village thrived, the stories of Finn's journey and the magical acorn became legend, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the beauty that lies in harmony and the strength found in unity. And each night, as the stars twinkled above, the forest sang its ancient song, a lullaby of peace and wonder for all who dared to listen. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a forest primeval, where sunlight filtered through emerald canopies and birdsong echoed like nature's symphony, there lived a community of creatures bound by an ancient covenant. This was no ordinary realm, for the denizens of these woods were imbued with a magic as old as the towering oaks and whispering streams that cradled their existence. In the heart of this verdant kingdom stood a majestic willow, its branches swaying in gentle invitation. Beneath its sheltering boughs, a council of elders convened on the first day of each season to impart the wisdom of the ages to the forest's youth. On one such vernal morn, as the first buds unfurled and the air carried the sweet scent of renewal, A young rabbit named Thistle found herself among the wide-eyed listeners. The eldest oak, whose gnarled bark held the memories of 1,000 seasons, cleared her throat and began to speak. Little ones, heed well the lessons our ancestors have etched into the fabric of this forest. Each creature, from the mightiest stag to the most humble mushroom, plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of our realm. As the oak's rich, resonant tones filled the glade, Thistle's imagination soared. She envisioned the industrious ants, tirelessly tilling the soil and aerating the earth with their intricate tunnels. The bees danced from bloom to bloom, their buzzing wings ensuring the proliferation of flora that sustained them all. High above, the hawks kept vigil, culling the weak and maintaining the predator-prey equilibrium. The elder's words wove an intricate tapestry, revealing how each thread, each life form, was inextricably linked to the others in a grand, harmonious symphony. And when the cycles of nature are honored and respected, magic blooms all around us. To illustrate her point, the ancient oak gestured towards the canopy above, where a kaleidoscope of butterflies had begun to materialize. Their gossamer wings shimmered with every iridescent hue, catching the sunbeams like living rainbows. The gathered creatures gasped in wonder as the ethereal beings alighted upon them, whispering secrets of metamorphosis in their delicate, shining forms. As the season turned towards summer's lush abundance, the lessons continued. The wise owl, her great eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages, spoke of the interconnected web that sustained all life. The very air you breathe is a gift from the broad-leafed giants who transform the sun's radiance into vital essence. Her voice was low and thrumming. In return, your exhaled breath feeds the trees and renews the cycle. This is the way of the forest, a perfect balance of giving and receiving, of life and decay. Thistle watched in rapture as a kaleidoscope of moths took flight, their powdery wings bearing the intricate patterns of tree bark and feather down. They wove between the assembled creatures, sowing an appreciation for nature's ingenious mimicry and camouflage. When autumn's blaze set the forest alight in fiery crimsons and burning ambers, it was the turn of the ancient badger to reveal the season's magic. He spoke of the forest's slumbers, and how the coming hibernation was a sacred reverie and renewal. In the stillness of winter's repose, the land regains its strength. His gruff tones carried the weight of innumerable cycles of rest and reawakening. The seedlings bide their time, husbanded by the blanketing snows, gathering energy to burst forth in dazzling profusion come spring's clarion call to life. At his words, the air shimmered with a galaxy of fireflies, their radiant forms winking like immortal stars amidst the fading light. The little flashes of bioluminescence swirled and coalesced, spelling out glittering messages of fortitude, endurance, and the inevitability of rebirth. Season after season, the elders wove their spells of wisdom, and the young creatures looked on in wonder as nature's marvels played out before them. From the iridescent mushrooms that glowed in the moon's celestial rays, to the ephemeral wildflowers that bloomed for but a single day, surrendering their transient beauty to the winds, each revealed a different facet of the eternal mysteries at the heart of the forest. And at the center of it all, young Thistle grew, her spirit expanding with each new revelation until she too became a vessel of the ancient truths. In her golden years, she would gather the forest's offspring beneath the sheltering willow and pass on the sacred tales, just as the elders had done for centuries untold. We are all but temporary vessels in nature's grand design, her melodious voice would ring out, underscored by the eternal symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves. Yet if we honor the ancient covenant and play our parts with grace and humility, we become something far greater than mere flesh and sinew. In that hallowed glade, as motes of sunlight danced amidst the verdant embrace, the young creatures would bear witness to the truest of miracles, the emergence of the sacred forest sprites. Like living dewdrops, these diminutive beings shimmered in the dappled rays, their mere presence a manifestation of the forest's deepest magic, the ultimate blessing bestowed upon those who walked in harmony with nature's rhythms. And Thistle's heart would swell with the boundless joy and wonder, for she had glimpsed the essence of the ancient covenant, the fundamental truth woven through all of existence, that in the grand tapestry of life there are no insignificant threads. For even the most humble and transient existence add richness to the design, if only one has the eyes to see, the ears to hear, and the heart to become one with the music of the eternal forest. Story 8. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling misty mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the Whispering Woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest's song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the whispering woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. Story 9. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. Ah, the whispering compass, she said softly. I wondered when it would find you. Lila's heart skipped a beat. Whispering compass? Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom. Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There a rabbit, with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity, was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, In the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Leela found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. Story 10. The Whispering Woods. In a secluded corner of the world, where the sun painted the sky in hues of gold and the moon wore a veil of silver, there lay a village nestled in the embrace of an ancient forest. This forest, known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods, held secrets that danced on the breeze and stories that were as old as time itself. It was said that the trees could speak, and that those who listened closely enough might hear the wisdom of the ages carried on the wind. In this village there lived a young girl named Anara. She was a curious soul, with eyes the color of the deepest forest green, and hair that tumbled about her shoulders like a cascade of autumn leaves. Anara had a heart that beat in rhythm with the earth, and she found solace in the whisper of the trees and the rustle of leaves beneath her feet. One crisp autumn morning, as the first frost kissed the ground and the air was thick with the scent of pine, Anara set out on a journey. Her destination was the heart of the Whispering Woods, a place she had dreamed of visiting ever since she was a child. Legends spoke of a hidden world within, a realm where time flowed differently, and magic was as common as the morning mist. Anara's journey was not just one of distance, but also of transformation. She carried with her a small satchel, inside which lay a curious object, a compass unlike any other. This compass did not point north, nor did it guide her to any earthly destination. Instead, it was said to lead the bearer to their heart's deepest desire, illuminating the path to their true self. As she stepped beneath the boughs of the ancient trees, Anara felt a tingle of anticipation. The forest enveloped her in its embrace, the air cool and fragrant with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. Shafts of sunlight pierced the canopy, creating pools of light that danced on the forest floor. The whispering of the trees grew louder, a symphony of voices that spoke of adventures past and futures yet to come. For hours, Anara wandered through the woods, her heart guiding her steps as much as the compass in her hand. She marveled at the wonders she encountered, a brook that sang as it tumbled over stones, a fox whose eyes glinted with knowing, and mushrooms that glowed softly in the underbrush like lanterns left by fairies. Each sight filled her with awe and a sense of belonging, as if the forest itself was welcoming her home. As the sun dipped low in the sky and the shadows grew long, Anara came upon a clearing bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. At its center stood an ancient oak, its trunk gnarled and twisted with age, its branches reaching up to tickle the sky. Beneath this tree sat an elderly woman, her hair as white as snow and her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. "Welcome, child," the woman said, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "I have been expecting you." Anara approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Woods," the woman replied, a gentle smile playing upon her lips. "I guard the secrets of the forest and guide those who seek their true path." Anara felt a warmth spread through her chest at the woman's words, the compass in her hand pulsing gently as if in response. "I have come to find the hidden world," she confessed, her voice trembling with a mix of hope and uncertainty. The keeper nodded, her eyes soft with understanding. "The hidden world is not a place, dear one, but a state of being. It is the realm within your heart, the magic that resides in the core of your being. To find it, you must first find yourself." Anara pondered the keeper's words, her gaze drawn to the compass in her hand. Its needle spun lazily, as if searching for something just beyond the horizon. "How do I find myself?" she asked, her voice laced with longing. The keeper reached out and gently placed a hand on Anara's shoulder. "Listen to the whispers of the woods," she advised, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "They will guide you, as they have guided many before you. Trust in their wisdom and in your own heart." With these words, the keeper rose and vanished into the shadows, leaving Anara alone beneath the ancient oak. The forest around her seemed to breathe, the air alive with the murmurs of the trees. Anara closed her eyes and listened, letting the whispers wash over her like a gentle tide. In the quiet of the clearing, Anara heard the stories of those who had come before her, their hopes and dreams woven into the very fabric of the forest. She heard tales of courage and kindness, of friendships forged in adversity, and love that transcended time. And in those stories, she found echoes of her own heart. As the moon rose high above the treetops, casting its silver light upon the world, Anara felt a change within her, a shift, subtle yet profound. The compass in her hand grew warm, its needle settling to point toward the horizon, as if urging her onward. With newfound clarity, Anara rose and set off once more, her steps light and sure. She followed the path illuminated by the compass, the whispers of the woods her constant companion. Along the way, she encountered creatures both great and small, each offering a piece of wisdom or a moment of companionship that enriched her journey. There was the wise old owl, who taught her the value of patience, the playful otters who showed her the joy of living in the moment, and the gentle deer who reminded her of the importance of kindness. Each encounter left an imprint on her heart, shaping her into someone she had not known she could become. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, the forest a tapestry of color and sound that shifted with the passing of time. Anara's heart grew warmer with each step, her spirit lighter. She began to understand that the hidden world she sought was not a distant land, but a transformation within herself, a realization that she carried the magic of the whispering woods within her all along. Finally, as the first light of dawn painted the sky in shades of pink and gold, Anara emerged from the woods, her journey complete. She stood at the edge of the forest, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. The compass in her hand glowed softly, its purpose fulfilled. In that moment, Anara understood the true gift of her journey, the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that the whispers of the woods would always guide her, no matter where her path might lead. She felt a deep sense of peace settle over her, a certainty that she carried within her all the courage, kindness, and wisdom she would ever need. With a final glance back at the forest, Anara turned toward the village, her heart aglow with the promise of new beginnings. She knew that the whispering woods would forever be a part of her, its magic woven into the very fabric of her being. And so, with the sun rising behind her, and the whispering of the woods a gentle echo in her heart, Anara began the next chapter of her life. A story of friendship, transformation, and the enduring magic of the world within and around her. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars sparkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, the village nestled beside the whispering woods lay in peaceful slumber. The tale of Anara and her journey through the ancient forest would be told for generations to come, a story of wonder and discovery that reminded all who heard it of the magic that resided in their own hearts. And in the heart of the forest, the trees whispered their timeless lullaby, a melody of dreams and possibilities that carried on the wind, forever guiding those who dared to listen. Story 11. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling green hills and fields of golden wheat, there was an old cobblestone street lined with charming cottages. Each home had a garden bursting with vibrant flowers, and the scent of lavender wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly tilled soil. It was in this delightful village that a young girl named Maren lived with her grandmother, in a cottage that seemed to hum with stories of old. Maren was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves at first light. She spent her days exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, always eager to uncover hidden secrets. Her favorite place was the attic of her grandmother's cottage, filled with dusty relics and forgotten treasures. It was there, one rainy afternoon, that Maren's fingers brushed against something unusual, a small, ornate box carved from cherry wood, its surface worn smooth by time. As thunder rumbled gently in the distance, Maren opened the box to find a shimmering, translucent stone nestled inside. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, glowing softly like the first blush of dawn. As Maren held the stone in her palm, she felt a warmth spread through her, and a whisper of wind seemed to carry her name through the room. Her heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of something magical. Maren took the stone to her grandmother, whose eyes widened with recognition and delight. "Ah, you have found the Stone of Echoes," she said in a voice as warm as the hearth fire. It is said that this stone holds the whispers of the world, if one knows how to listen. Intrigued by her grandmother's words, Maren set out on a journey, not across distant lands, but within her own heart and mind. She carried the stone with her, eager to unravel its secrets. Her first helper on this journey was her best friend, a kind and clever boy named Finn. Together, they would sit by the babbling brook, listening to the soothing rhythm of water over rocks, the stone nestled between them. One afternoon, as the golden sun dipped low in the sky, Finn noticed something extraordinary. "Maren, do you hear that?" he asked, his voice filled with wonder. Maren closed her eyes, tuning her ears to the gentle murmurs around her. Gradually she began to make out faint voices, whispers of the trees, the brook, and the very earth beneath her feet. The Stone of Echoes was indeed alive with the world's stories. Encouraged by this discovery, Maren and Finn decided to confide in another friend, a wise, elderly woman named Nora, who lived near the edge of the village. Nora was known for her deep understanding of the natural world and her gentle heart. She welcomed them with a smile, her eyes twinkling behind spectacles perched on the tip of her nose. Nora listened attentively as Maren shared her discovery. "Ah, the Stone of Echoes," Nora mused, her voice soft as a lullaby. "It is a rare gift to hear the world speak. But remember, dear ones, every story has its own rhythm. You must learn to listen not just with your ears, but with your heart." With Nora's guidance, Maren and Finn began to spend more time in nature, sitting beneath the whispering trees and wandering through the wildflower meadows. They learned to listen with intent, to understand the unspoken language that surrounded them. The stone seemed to glow brighter with each shared story and newfound understanding. However, their newfound ability soon presented a challenge. The village was planning to cut down a grove of ancient trees to make way for a new road. The villagers saw only progress, but Maren and Finn, through the Stone of Echoes, heard the trees' gentle pleas, their stories of sheltering countless creatures and standing guard against the storms. Determined to save the grove, Maren and Finn gathered the villagers, sharing the whispers they had heard. They spoke of the harmony between the trees and the land, the balance that would be disrupted by their absence. At first, the villagers were skeptical, but as Maren and Finn spoke from the heart, the truth of their words resonated. The village elder, a thoughtful man who valued wisdom over haste, stepped forward. "Perhaps there is another way," he suggested, inspired by the children's conviction. The villagers discussed and debated, finally agreeing to reroute the road around the grove, preserving the ancient trees and maintaining the village's harmony with nature. Maren and Finn's journey had taught them to listen deeply, to seek wisdom in the whispers of the world. They learned that true magic lay not in the stone itself, but in the understanding and compassion it inspired. The village flourished, trees swaying gently in the breeze, a testament to the power of listening and the strength of friendship. As the sun set over the village, casting a warm, golden glow over the cobblestone streets, Maren sat by her grandmother's side. The Stone of Echoes rested in her palm, a cherished reminder of the journey she had taken. Her heart was full, knowing that the world around her was alive with stories, each one waiting to be heard. And so, with the gentle crackle of the fireplace and the soft chirping of crickets outside, Maren drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that she had made a difference, a small but meaningful echo in the grand story of the world. Story 12. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst emerald hills and golden fields of wheat, a gentle wind carried whispers of secrets yet to be discovered. The village was known for its cobblestone paths lined with flowering hedges, where the scent of blooming lavender lingered in the air, and the soft hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons. In this peaceful haven lived a curious young girl named Clara. She was known for her bright eyes that twinkled with the light of 1,000 questions, and a heart as open as the wide blue sky. Clara spent her days exploring the meadows and forests surrounding her home, her constant companion, a fluffy, mischievous cat named Pippin, whose emerald eyes seemed to hold a universe of secrets. One serene morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-kissed petals of the wildflowers, Clara ventured into the woods with Pippin prancing at her heels. There was a certain magic to the forest, with its towering trees and rustling leaves that seemed to whisper ancient stories to those who listened closely. As she wandered deeper into the woods, Clara stumbled upon an old, weathered chest partially hidden beneath a blanket of moss and ivy. The chest was adorned with intricate carvings of stars and swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Pippin meowed curiously, pawing at the chest as if urging Clara to open it. With a gentle tug, Clara lifted the lid, and to her astonishment, she found a delicate, shimmering bracelet nestled within. It was crafted of silver threads woven together to form a series of tiny, interconnected rings, each one containing a different gemstone that glowed with an inner light. Clara slipped the bracelet onto her wrist, feeling a warm, comforting tingle spread through her arm. As she gazed at the bracelet, she realized it was no ordinary piece of jewelry. The gemstones began to pulse softly, each emitting a gentle hum that resonated with her very being. Clara closed her eyes and listened carefully. She could hear the forest more clearly, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of birds, and even the soft murmur of a brook hidden beyond the trees. With the bracelet's magic, Clara felt a newfound sense of connection to the world around her. She could sense the thoughts and feelings of the creatures she encountered, understanding their needs and desires. This new ability filled her with wonder and a gentle determination to use it for good. As the days passed, Clara and Pippin explored the village and the surrounding lands, helping those in need with her newfound gift. She helped a family of sparrows find their lost fledgling, guided a lost fawn back to its mother, and even assisted the village baker in finding the perfect blend of spices for his famous gingerbread cookies. Word of Clara's kindness and the mysterious bracelet spread throughout Willowbrook, and soon she was approached by a group of villagers with a problem that had troubled them for some time. At the edge of the village lay an ancient garden, once a place of beauty and tranquility, now overgrown with tangled vines and brambles. The villagers longed to restore the garden to its former glory, but had been unable to do so. Clara, with Pippin trotting beside her, made her way to the garden. As she approached, she could feel the bracelet's warmth growing stronger, as if sensing the garden's hidden potential. Clara closed her eyes and listened to the garden's whispers, trying to understand what it needed. It was then that she realized the garden was not just a place of plants and flowers, but a living entity yearning for balance and harmony. The overgrown vines were not the problem, but a symptom of the garden's neglect and loneliness. Clara knew that force was not the solution. Instead, it required patience, understanding, and a gentle touch. With the help of the villagers, Clara began to tend to the garden. They carefully pruned the wild vines, allowing sunlight to reach the ground once more. They planted new seeds, nurtured the existing plants, and sang songs of encouragement as they worked. Throughout the process, Clara used the bracelet to communicate with the plants, understanding their needs and guiding the villagers in their efforts. She taught them how to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the earth, encouraging them to form a bond with the garden that would ensure its lasting health. As the days turned into weeks, the garden began to transform. Flowers bloomed in vibrant hues, their petals kissed by the sun and caressed by gentle breezes. The air filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong once again echoed through the garden's pathways. The villagers marveled at the garden's rebirth, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the magic of her bracelet. The garden became a place of gathering and celebration, where people came to relax, share stories, and enjoy the beauty of nature. As for Clara, she learned a valuable lesson from her journey, that true magic lies not in objects or abilities, but in the connections we forge with the world and the kindness we share with others. With every step she took, she carried the garden's lesson of harmony and balance within her heart. And so, as the sun set behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Pippin strolled through the village, their hearts filled with peace and contentment. The bracelet continued to glow softly on Clara's wrist, a reminder of the wonders that awaited those who listened to the whispers of the world. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the village of Willowbrook settled into a peaceful slumber, knowing that with understanding and friendship, even the greatest challenges could be overcome. And somewhere in the distance, beneath the canopy of the ancient forest, the old chest lay waiting, ready to reveal its secrets to those with hearts open to the mysteries of the world. Story 13. In a distant galaxy where stars danced in the velvet expanse like twinkling gemstones, there lay a small planet named Luminara, known for its iridescent skies and fields of glowing flora. It was here that two unlikely companions would forge a bond as brilliant and enduring as the constellations above. On the outskirts of a bustling Luminara city, nestled among the phosphorescent trees, was the quaint dwelling of a young inventor named Nira. Nira was of the Luminaran people, known for their luminescent skin that shimmered in shades of blue and silver, mirroring the hues of their planet's breathtaking auroras. Nira's heart was as bright as her appearance, filled with a curiosity that often led her to tinker with gadgets and gizmos in her cozy workshop, which always smelled faintly of ozone and blooming night flowers. One evening, as the twin moons of Luminara cast their gentle light across the landscape, Nira was experimenting with a new invention, a device designed to amplify the communication signals of her planet. She hoped it might help reach distant worlds, fostering new connections and friendships. Little did she know, her invention would soon bring an unanticipated visitor. Far across the galaxy, on the rocky, wind-swept terrain of Zenthara, lived a creature named Thrax. The Zentharians were quite different from the Luminarans, with their sturdy exoskeletons and eyes that sparkled like obsidian. Thrax was an explorer by nature, always yearning to discover new lands and experience the wonders hidden beyond the stars. However, his latest expedition had taken an unexpected turn, leaving him stranded in the void of space with only his small shuttle and dwindling supplies. As his vessel drifted aimlessly through the starlit sea, Thrax picked up a faint signal, a beacon of hope reaching out into the vastness. Guided by this flicker, he set course with the last of his shuttle's energy reserves, praying to the ancient constellations that he would find refuge. When Thrax's vessel finally landed, albeit with a rough jolt, on the soft, luminescent fields of Luminara, the sight that met his eyes was unlike anything he had ever seen. The air was fragrant with the scent of night flowers, and the landscape glowed with a serene, otherworldly beauty. As he stepped out of his shuttle, his heart, usually shielded by a thick carapace, softened. Nira, alerted by the vibrations of the crash, rushed to the scene. Her eyes widened in surprise and a mix of curiosity and concern as she beheld the alien figure before her. Despite the initial shock, her natural warmth took over, and she approached cautiously, her skin glowing with a gentle, welcoming light. "Hello," Nira said softly, her voice carrying the warmth of her intentions. "Are you hurt? Do you need help?" Thrax, though initially cautious of the bright figure before him, recognized the kindness in Nira's eyes. I think I'm all right. My ship, though, it needs repairs." And so a tentative alliance began. Nira, with her knack for invention, offered to help Thrax repair his shuttle. In return, Thrax shared stories of his travels and the myriad worlds he had seen, weaving tales that painted vivid images in the air between them. At first, communicating was a challenge. Their languages were different, their customs foreign. There were misunderstandings, like when Nira, unfamiliar with Zenthara's dietary habits, offered Thrax a meal that, to him, was as unappetizing as eating rocks. Or when Thrax, in an attempt to express gratitude, performed a Zenthara dance that Nira mistook for a distress signal. Yet, with each misunderstanding came laughter and learning. They began to teach each other, Nira showing Thrax how to interpret the shimmering patterns in the sky, while Thrax taught Nira songs from his home, sung in deep, resonant tones that harmonized beautifully with the nocturnal symphony of Luminara. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. Once, a fierce storm swept across the land, lashing the trees and threatening to tear apart the fragile repairs on Thrax's shuttle. They worked side by side, bracing the ship against the wind, their efforts a testament to their growing camaraderie. In the eye of the storm, as they huddled together under the protective canopy of Nira's workshop, they found solace in each other's presence, their hearts beating in a rhythm of mutual trust and understanding. As the days turned into weeks, Nira and Thrax found themselves inseparable. They explored the glowing fields together, sharing quiet moments beneath the starlit sky, where the universe seemed to hold its breath, watching over their friendship. In these moments, they discovered the simple joys of companionship, the comfort of a shared silence, the warmth of a fleeting glance that spoke volumes. One evening, as they sat by a crackling fire, its flames casting flickering shadows on the grass, Thrax shared a story from his past, a tale of his first voyage into the unknown, the fear and loneliness he had felt. Nira listened with her heart, her luminescent eyes reflecting the firelight. She understood that beneath his sturdy exterior, Thrax carried a gentle soul, one that longed for connection and belonging. Moved by his vulnerability, Nira reached out, her touch as soft as the moonlit breeze. "You are not alone, Thrax. Not anymore." In that moment, beneath the vast canopy of stars, Thrax realized the truth in her words. Their bond had grown beyond the barriers of language and culture, rooted in the rich soil of understanding and acceptance. As the time came for Thrax to leave, his shuttle repaired and ready for the stars, he hesitated. Luminara had become more than a waypoint. It had become a home, thanks to Nira's unwavering kindness. "Nira," Thrax said, his voice filled with gratitude and a touch of sadness. "You've shown me the beauty of this world and the depths of your heart. I will carry this with me, wherever I go." With a gentle smile, Nira responded, "And I will look to the skies, knowing you are out there, exploring the universe. Our friendship will light the way, no matter the distance." And so, with a heart full of warmth and memories, Thrax embarked once more into the galaxy, his shuttle a beacon of hope and friendship. Nira watched him go, her spirit aglow with the knowledge that their paths had crossed for a reason, weaving a tapestry of connection that stretched across the stars. As the shuttle disappeared into the night, a gentle breeze rustled through the glowing fields, whispering tales of friendship and unity to the world. And under the watchful eyes of the cosmos, two souls from different worlds remained forever linked by the light of their shared journey, a testament to the true meaning of friendship. Story 14. The Whispering Grove. In the heart of a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a meandering river, there was a grove known only to the villagers as the Whispering Grove. Its name came from the curious sound of the leaves, which, when the wind swept through, seemed to murmur secrets only the grove knew. The village itself was a serene place, with cobblestone paths and cottages that seemed to sprout like mushrooms from the earth, their roofs covered in moss and vines. It was a place where time moved as gently as a lullaby, and the villagers lived in harmony with the world around them. The protagonist of our tale was a young girl named Anwen, who possessed a sense of wonder that made her eyes sparkle like the morning dew. Anwen lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who was known for her stories that wove magic into the fabric of everyday life. Her grandmother often spoke of the Whispering Grove, hinting at its mysteries and the magic that lay hidden within. Anwen was captivated by these tales and dreamed of discovering what lay beyond the grove's emerald curtain. The journey began one crisp autumn morning, when the air was sweet with the scent of fallen leaves and the sky was a canvas of soft pastels. Anwen set off towards the grove, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of nervousness. She wore a cloak of deep green, the color of the forest itself, and carried a small satchel filled with bread, cheese, and a flask of warm tea. As Anwen stepped into the grove, she was enveloped by a sense of peace, as if she had entered a sanctuary where time ceased to exist. The trees towered above her like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a pattern of light and shadow that danced upon the forest floor. It was a world bathed in shades of green, where every step felt like a gentle caress from the earth. Anwen wandered deeper into the grove, her senses alive to the symphony of nature. She heard the rustle of leaves underfoot and the distant song of a river, its melody weaving through the trees like a silver thread. She felt the cool breeze on her face, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth. And above all, she listened to the whispers, which seemed to grow louder, as if urging her onward. As she walked, Anwen's thoughts drifted to her grandmother's stories, to the tales of friendship and courage that had filled her childhood with wonder. She thought of the magical object her grandmother had often mentioned, a crystal that held the power to reveal hidden truths. It was said to be buried deep within the grove, guarded by the spirits of the forest and waiting to be found by one with a pure heart. Anwen's heart swelled with determination. She would find the crystal and uncover its secrets, not just for herself, but for her grandmother, who had given her the gift of stories and dreams. With each step, she felt herself growing stronger, her fears melting away like morning mist. The deeper Anwen ventured into the grove, the more she felt the presence of something extraordinary. The whispers grew into a chorus, guiding her to a clearing where the trees parted like theater curtains to reveal a hidden world. The clearing was bathed in golden light, and at its center stood a tree unlike any other. Its bark shimmered like silver, and its branches were adorned with leaves that glowed with an ethereal light. Beneath the tree lay a small mound of earth, and Anwen knew instinctively that this was where the crystal was hidden. She knelt down, her fingers brushing the soil, and began to dig. The earth was soft and yielding, and within moments her hand closed around something cool and smooth. Anwen pulled the object from the ground, her heart pounding with excitement. It was a crystal, clear as the purest water, and as she held it up to the light, it caught the sun's rays and cast a rainbow of colors around the clearing. The whispers of the grove grew louder, filling the air with a melody that seemed to resonate with the crystal itself. As Anwen gazed into the depths of the crystal, she saw visions unfold before her eyes. She saw her grandmother as a young woman, standing in the very same grove, her eyes alight with the same wonder that Anwen felt. She saw the village, its people living in harmony, their lives intertwined like the roots of the trees. And she saw herself, standing before the tree, a part of a legacy that stretched back through the ages. The crystal's magic was not just in its ability to reveal hidden truths, but in its power to connect those who held it to the world around them. It was a reminder that they were not alone, that they were part of something greater, a tapestry woven from the threads of time and nature. Anwen felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of belonging that filled her with joy. She understood now that the journey she had undertaken was not just about finding the crystal, but about discovering herself and her place in the world. She had grown in ways she could not have imagined, her heart open to the whispers of the grove and the magic that lay within. As she stood in the clearing, the sun setting behind the trees and painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Anwen felt a presence beside her. She turned and saw a figure emerging from the shadows, a gentle smile on their face. It was her grandmother, her eyes filled with pride and love. "You found it, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "The crystal has chosen you, and you have chosen the path of wisdom and friendship." Anwen smiled, her heart full. "I understand now," she said. "The crystal is not just a treasure, but a gift of connection and understanding." Her grandmother nodded, her gaze warm and knowing. "Yes, and it is a gift that you will carry with you always. The whispers of the grove will guide you, and the magic of the crystal will light your way." Together, they stood in the clearing, the light of the crystal casting a gentle glow around them. The whispers of the grove sang a lullaby, a song of peace and unity that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Anwen and her grandmother made their way back to the village, their hearts light with joy. They walked hand in hand, their footsteps in harmony with the rhythm of the earth. The journey had changed Anwen in ways she could never have foreseen, and she knew that the magic of the grove and the crystal would remain with her always, a beacon of hope and love. And so, as they returned to their cottage, the fire crackling warmly in the hearth, Anwen realized that the true magic lay not in the crystal itself, but in the journey and the bonds of friendship and family that had guided her along the way. It was a story that would be told for generations, a tale of wonder and wisdom that would inspire others to seek the whispers of the grove and the magic of the world around them. In the gentle glow of the firelight, Anwen and her grandmother shared a quiet moment, content in the knowledge that they were part of a story that would never end. The grove would continue to whisper its secrets, and the crystal would shine with the light of 1,000 stars, a symbol of the enduring magic that lay within the heart of the world. And with that comforting thought, Anwen drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonder and magic of the Whispering Grove. Story 15. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In a quaint village nestled between rolling meadows and the sprawling expanse of the Whispering Woods, there lived a gentle soul named Linnea. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and a garden brimming with wildflowers, lay at the edge of the woods, where the village's cobblestone path dissolved into a carpet of moss and ferns. It was a place where the songs of birds harmonized with the rustling leaves, creating an ever-present symphony that serenaded the inhabitants of this peaceful hamlet. Linnea was known in the village for her warm heart and keen intuition. She possessed a unique ability to understand the subtle language of nature. A gentle rustle of leaves, the soft sigh of the wind, or the quiet murmur of the brook that wound its way through the forest. Her grandmother had always told her that she was blessed with the gift of listening, a gift that would guide her through life's many mysteries. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast golden flecks across the woodland floor, Linnea set off on her daily walk through the Whispering Woods. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she came upon a glade she had never seen before, hidden behind a curtain of cascading ivy. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching towards the sky like welcoming arms. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a lantern unlike any Linnea had ever encountered. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light, as if it held the warmth of 1,000 sunsets within its glass casing. Entranced, Linnea approached the lantern. As she reached out to touch it, a gentle voice whispered through the breeze, "The Lantern of Luminara. It chooses those who seek truth and harbor kindness in their hearts." Linnea's heart swelled with a sense of wonder and responsibility. She carefully lifted the lantern, feeling its comforting warmth spread through her fingertips. With the lantern in hand, she made her way back to the village, the light guiding her steps as the day faded into twilight. News of Linnea's discovery soon spread through the village, weaving tales of magic and wonder that danced on the lips of the townsfolk. Some whispered that the lantern could reveal hidden truths, while others spoke of its ability to illuminate the path to one's deepest desires. But Linnea, ever humble, saw it as a companion in her journey through life, a source of light to guide her on paths unknown. As the days turned to weeks, Linnea found herself drawn to the woods more than ever, her lantern a steadfast companion. It was during one of these wanderings that she encountered a young fox with a coat as fiery as the setting sun. The creature was ensnared in a hunter's trap, its eyes wide with fear and pain. Linnea knelt beside the fox, whispering soothing words as she carefully released it from its binds. The fox, grateful and unafraid, lingered by Linnea's side, its eyes reflecting the light of the lantern. From that day forth, the fox became her constant companion, a symbol of the unexpected friendships that can blossom when kindness is offered without expectation. Together, Linnea and the fox explored the depths of the Whispering Woods, uncovering its hidden wonders, a sparkling brook that sang as it danced over stones, a meadow where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and a hidden grove where time seemed to stand still, cradled in nature's gentle embrace. One evening, as the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, Linnea sat by the brook, her lantern casting a warm glow on the water's surface. The fox lay beside her, its soft fur brushing against her side. In the tranquil silence, Linnea spoke aloud her hopes and dreams, her fears and uncertainties, trusting the woods to cradle her words with care. It was then that she heard it, a soft melodic hum rising from the depths of the forest. The sound was both familiar and foreign, a lullaby woven from the threads of the earth itself. Linnea rose, the lantern guiding her steps as she followed the sound deeper into the woods, the fox trotting faithfully by her side. The melody led them to a hidden grove, where the trees formed a natural cathedral, their branches entwined like fingers in an ancient dance. At the center of the grove stood a stone altar, and upon it lay a scroll, its parchment worn and weathered by time. Linnea approached the altar, her heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. As she unrolled the scroll, the lantern's light illuminated the delicate script. The scroll spoke of the Whispering Wood's sacred duty to protect and nurture the balance between the seen and unseen worlds, a task entrusted to those who could truly listen. In that moment, Linnea understood the deeper purpose of her gift. The lantern had chosen her not just as a guide, but as a guardian of the woods and its secrets. Her journey was not just one of discovery, but of stewardship, a journey that required wisdom, compassion, and the courage to listen with an open heart. With newfound clarity, Linnea returned to the village, her heart aglow with the promise of the path ahead. The villagers, sensing a subtle change in her, gathered around to hear her tales of the wood's wonders. Her stories, imbued with the light of the lantern, kindled a spark of curiosity and reverence in their hearts, reminding them of the magic that lay just beyond the village's edge. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Linnea's bond with the Whispering Woods deepened, her lantern a beacon that bridged the world of the seen and unseen. The fox, ever faithful, remained her steadfast companion, a living testament to the enduring power of friendship and trust. Together they watched the village flourish, its people living in harmony with the land that cradled them. And as the sun set each evening, casting its golden glow across the horizon, Linnea would light the lantern, its warm light a reminder of the endless possibilities that awaited those who dared to listen to the whispers of the world around them. And so, nestled in the embrace of the Whispering Woods, Linnea's tale became legend. A story of light and love, of friendship and discovery, a gentle reminder that sometimes the most profound journeys lead us back to where we began. With hearts full of wonder and eyes open to the magic that surrounds us. This tale, dear listener, is not just a story of the past, but a gentle invitation to seek the lanterns in your own life, to listen to the whispers of your heart, and to walk the paths that call you home. For in the quiet moments under the canopy of stars, in the gentle rustle of leaves, and in the flickering light of a lantern, you may find the truth you've been seeking all along. Story 16. The Whispering Woods and the Locket of Light. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and a sparkling river, there was an old tale often whispered among the villagers. It spoke of the Whispering Woods, a mystical forest that bordered their home. The woods were said to be alive with magic, where trees could talk and streams sang lullabies. Yet, it was not the woods alone that captured imaginations. It was the Locket of Light, hidden somewhere within its embrace. On a crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the earthy scent of falling leaves and the sky was a brilliant robin's egg blue, a young girl named Lila sat on the edge of the village, gazing longingly at the forest's emerald canopy. Lila was known for her adventurous spirit and a heart as big as the sun. Her fiery auburn hair danced in the wind as she contemplated the stories her grandmother used to tell her about the Locket of Light, a magical artifact that held the power to illuminate even the darkest of nights and hearts. Lila's grandmother had passed away the previous winter, leaving behind a small wooden chest filled with faded photographs and a peculiar map. This map, Lila discovered, held the key to finding the locket. Her grandmother had never ventured into the woods, but she believed in the magic that lingered there and had passed this belief on to Lila. With her grandmother's map clutched tightly in her hand, Lila decided it was time to seek out the Locket of Light, not just for herself, but to honor the memories of those stories told by the fire on chilly evenings. As Lila stepped into the woods, the world around her transformed. The trees stood tall, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight pierced through the canopy, casting golden patterns on the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt a shiver of excitement and a hint of trepidation. The woods were both familiar and mysterious, inviting yet intimidating. Following the map, Lila ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. Along her path, she met an unexpected companion, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. Pip was no ordinary squirrel. His fur glinted with a silvery sheen, and he had an uncanny knack for understanding Lila's words. The two became fast friends as they journeyed together, Pip scampering along branches and offering guidance with cheerful chirps. "Why do you seek the Locket of Light?" Pip asked one afternoon as they paused beside a babbling brook that glittered like a stream of diamonds. Lila smiled wistfully, her reflection dancing on the water's surface. I want to find it for my grandmother. She believed in its magic, and I want to see if it's true. Pip nodded wisely, his bushy tail flicking thoughtfully. Magic is often found where you least expect it, Lila. The journey itself might hold the answers you seek. Together they continued through the forest, where wonders awaited at every turn. They passed through groves where the trees were adorned with blossoms that shimmered like stardust, and fields where flowers sang in gentle harmonies. Each encounter filled Lila with wonder and a sense of kinship with the world around her. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lila and Pip stumbled upon an ancient oak tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled. At its base lay a small, weathered door, barely noticeable unless one was searching for it. With a shared glance of curiosity and determination, Lila and Pip gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. To their amazement, they found themselves in a hidden world within the world, a secret glade bathed in ethereal light. The air was filled with the soft glow of countless fireflies, and the gentle rustling of leaves formed a melody of its own. In the center of the glade stood a pedestal, and upon it rested the locket of light. It was a simple, unassuming object, a heart-shaped locket made of silver, its surface etched with delicate patterns. Yet it pulsed with a warm, inviting light that seemed to resonate with Lila's very soul. She reached out to touch it, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. As her hand closed around the locket, a wave of memories washed over her. Her grandmother's laughter, the scent of her favorite cookies baking, the feel of her gentle embrace. Tears welled in Lila's eyes, but they were tears of joy and gratitude. Pip watched quietly, his eyes reflecting the glow of the locket. "Your grandmother's love was the true magic all along," he said softly. "The locket is just a reminder of what you've always carried within you." Lila nodded, understanding at last. The journey through the Whispering Woods had been about more than finding the locket. It had been about discovering the light within herself, a light kindled by love and cherished memories. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit renewed, Lila and Pip made their way back through the forest. The world around them seemed to hum with a newfound vibrancy, as if the woods themselves were celebrating their triumph. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling like gentle applause. When they emerged from the woods, the village lay bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a comforting embrace of home. Lila's heart swelled as she realized she had found more than a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to her grandmother and the world around her. That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, the locket resting gently on her bedside table, she felt a profound sense of peace. The stars twinkled softly outside her window, and the whisper of the forest echoed in her dreams. She knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would always be a part of her, guiding her through life's journey with the light of love and friendship. And so, Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle murmurs of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. Story 17. Once upon a time, in a forest where the trees stretched towards the heavens and the sunlight danced through the canopy, there lived a community of woodland creatures who shared a deep connection with the rhythms of nature. Among them was Thistle, a wise old rabbit whose velvety fur had grown silver with age. She was the keeper of ancient stories, passed down through countless generations. Her whiskers twitched as she gathered the young ones around her, their eyes wide with wonder. "Long ago," Thistle began, her voice soft yet carrying the weight of the ages, "our forest was a tapestry woven by the very hands of Mother Nature herself, each thread a delicate balance of life, death, and rebirth." The little ones leaned closer, their noses twitching with curiosity as Thistle painted a vivid picture with her words. In the heart of the forest stood a mighty oak, its branches reaching towards the sky, like loving arms embracing the world. It was here that the seasons whispered their secrets, and the very fabric of nature was woven. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the scent of wild flowers and damp earth. The creatures listened, entranced, as Thistle's tale unfolded. With the arrival of spring, the oak would burst into vibrant shades of green, its leaves unfurling like tiny emerald flags heralding the return of warmth and life. The air would fill with the melodious songs of birds, and the forest floor would bloom with a tapestry of colors. Thistle's voice took on a wistful tone, as if she could see the very scenes she described. In summer, the oak stood tall and proud, its branches heavy with acorns and providing shade for the creatures below. The forest hummed with the buzzing of bees and the gentle lapping of streams, inviting all to bask in nature's abundance. A collective sigh escaped the young ones as they imagined the idyllic summer days. As autumn's chill whispered through the leaves, the oak would don a cloak of fiery reds and golden hues, each leaf a tiny flame flickering in the breeze. The air grew crisp with the scent of decaying leaves, a reminder of the cycle of life and death. Thistle's voice grew solemn, yet there was no sadness in her words. And then winter would arrive, cloaking the forest in a blanket of pristine snow. The oak stood resolute, its branches bare yet strong, patiently awaiting the return of spring. The little ones huddled closer, their eyes shining with wonder and understanding. "You see, my dears," Thistle continued, "the oak was a guardian, a protector of the balance that kept our forest thriving. Its roots delved deep into the earth, drawing strength from the very heart of nature itself." A hush fell over the gathering as Thistle's voice grew hushed, as if sharing a sacred secret. On the most magical of nights, when the full moon hung low and the air crackled with energy, the oak would come alive. Its branches would twist and sway, weaving intricate patterns that danced across the forest floor. This was the language of the trees, a symphony of life that echoed through the ages. The creatures gasped, their imaginations running wild with the thought of such a wondrous sight. "And so, my little ones," Thistle concluded, her eyes twinkling with wisdom, "we must always remember to honor the balance, to respect the cycles of nature, and to listen to the whispers of the forest. For it is in these sacred moments that we can truly understand the magic that surrounds us and our place within the grand tapestry of life." As the tale came to an end, the young ones sat in reverent silence, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders of the natural world. They knew that Thistle's stories were more than mere fables. They were echoes of a profound truth, woven into the very fabric of their forest home. From that day forth, whenever the wind whispered through the leaves, or the moon cast its silvery glow upon the forest floor, the creatures would pause and listen, their hearts attuned to the ancient rhythms that pulsed through every living thing. For they understood that true magic lies not in fantastical feats, but in the intricate dance of life itself, a harmony that had been preserved and cherished for generations beyond counting. Story 18. Once upon a time, in the heart of a quaint village cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Mara. Mara was known throughout the village for her curiosity and kindness, her laughter echoing like a gentle breeze through the cobblestone streets lined with cottages that seemed to lean in and listen. Her home, a little house with a thatched roof and a garden overflowing with wildflowers, sat at the edge of the village, where the forest began to weave its tapestry of ancient trees and hidden paths. One golden morning, as the sun filtered through the leaves like a myriad of tiny lanterns, Mara wandered into the forest. The air was sweet with the scent of pine, and the soft rustle of leaves underfoot played a melody only the forest could compose. She was on her way to visit her dear friend, an elderly woman named Nia, who lived in a small cabin nestled deep within the woods. Nia was a storyteller, her eyes always twinkling with tales of old, and Mara cherished the afternoons spent by her crackling hearth, sipping tea and listening with wide-eyed wonder. As Mara made her way along the familiar path, her attention was caught by something curious. There in a patch of sunlight lay a small, unassuming key. It was made of a metal that shimmered with hues of blue and green, as if it had captured the essence of the sea. Intrigued, Mara picked it up, the metal cool and smooth against her palm. She slipped it into her pocket, thinking it might be a part of one of Nia's tales yet untold. Upon reaching Nia's cabin, Mara was greeted by the comforting aroma of spiced tea and the warmth of a crackling fire. Nia, with her kind, wrinkled face and hair like a silver waterfall, welcomed Mara with a hug and ushered her inside. They settled into their usual spots by the fireplace, the room filled with the gentle glow of afternoon light. After sharing stories and laughter, Mara showed Nia the mysterious key. Nia examined it closely, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Ah, this is a key of old magic," she said, her voice a soft melody. "It is said that such keys open doors to places unseen, where the ordinary becomes extraordinary." Mara's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of trepidation. "Do you think it could open something around here?" she asked. Nia nodded thoughtfully. "There is an old legend of a hidden door in the forest, a door that only reveals itself to those who carry a heart full of kindness and curiosity." With a sense of adventure bubbling within her, Mara decided to search for this hidden door. Nia offered her a small satchel filled with provisions and a whispered wish for safe travels. As Mara left the cabin, she felt a gentle breeze wrap around her like a comforting embrace. The forest, with its dappled sunlight and melodic bird songs, seemed to guide her steps as she wandered deeper along paths less traveled. The trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering secrets from ages past. After what felt like hours, just as the sun began its descent into the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and rose, Mara stumbled upon an ancient tree unlike any other. Its trunk was gnarled and wide, and there, nestled among the roots, was a door no taller than a child. Heart pounding with anticipation, Mara knelt before the door. She pulled the shimmering key from her pocket and gently inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a path that seemed to lead into another world entirely. The air beyond the door was crisp and cool, carrying a scent of unfamiliar blossoms. As Mara stepped through, she found herself in a meadow filled with flowers that glowed softly in the dimming light. The sky above was a deep azure, sprinkled with stars that twinkled like distant lanterns. Mara wandered through the meadow, her senses alive with wonder. Suddenly, she was joined by a curious creature resembling a fox, but with wings of a butterfly and eyes that shimmered like moonstone. The creature introduced itself as Fen, a guardian of this hidden realm. Fen explained that the meadow was a place of dreams, where hopes and wishes took form. But a shadow had fallen over it, dimming its light and causing the flowers to wilt. Mara, with her kind heart and the key of old magic, was the only one who could restore its glow. Together, Mara and Fen journeyed deeper into the meadow, where they encountered various inhabitants of this enchanted place. There was Lyra, a wise owl with feathers of silver and a voice like the rustling of ancient pages, and Solon, a gentle deer whose antlers glowed like the first light of dawn. Each offered guidance and stories, sharing their own wisdom in exchange for Mara's laughter and warmth. As they traveled, Mara learned that the shadow was born from forgotten dreams, those left untended and abandoned. The only way to dispel it was to rekindle these dreams with love and hope. Mara listened with care to the stories of lost dreams, her heart swelling with empathy. Finally, they reached the heart of the meadow, where the shadow loomed like a dark cloud. With the guidance and support of her new friends, Mara gently wove a tapestry of dreams with her words, each thread a promise of hope and renewal. She spoke of the dreams she carried within her own heart, dreams of kindness, laughter, and a world filled with light. As her voice filled the air, the shadow began to dissolve, replaced by a radiant light that danced across the meadow, awakening the flowers and painting the sky with vibrant hues. The meadow thrummed with life once more, a symphony of colors and scents that embraced Mara and her companions. With their task complete, Fen and the others thanked Mara for her courage and wisdom. Mara, in turn, thanked them for their friendship and the lessons they had shared. As she made her way back to the door, she felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing she had played a part in restoring the meadow's magic. When Mara stepped back through the door and into the familiar embrace of the forest, she found the sun had set, leaving a sky full of stars to guide her way home. The key, now a simple memento of her journey, lay warm and quiet in her pocket. Returning to the village, Mara felt transformed, her heart alight with the magic of new friendships and the power of dreams. She shared her adventure with Nia, who listened with a smile and a knowing nod, her eyes twinkling as brightly as the stars. And so, Mara continued to wander the village and the forest with a heart open to wonder and a spirit ready for new adventures. She carried with her the memory of the meadow and its gentle inhabitants, a reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness and the quietest dreams could light up the darkest of nights. and in the cozy warmth of her home, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Mara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with glowing flowers, the laughter of friends, and the gentle rustle of ancient trees. Story 19. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispering pines reached up to touch the sky, and the air was perpetually perfumed with the earthy scent of moss and dew, there lay a hidden world untouched by time. This forest, known to the few who dared to wander its depths as Eldergrove, was shrouded in mystery, its secrets woven into the very fabric of its being. Here, in the midst of whispering leaves and dappled sunlight, nature's magic thrived, unseen by the busy world beyond. It was in this secluded woodland that a young girl named Lyra often found solace. With her dark curls dancing in the breeze and her eyes wide with curiosity, she was drawn to Eldergrove as a moth to a gentle flame. Her heart was an open book, eager to learn the stories of the forest. She felt a kinship with the trees and the creatures that dwelled there, as if they spoke a language she was only beginning to understand. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the canopy above was a riot of amber and gold, Lyra set off on one of her frequent rambles through the woods. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest floor. The air was cool and invigorating, a perfect day for exploration. As she meandered along a well-trodden path, her boots crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves, she noticed something curious. There, nestled among the roots of a gnarled oak, was a stone she had never seen before. It was smooth and round, glistening like a drop of dew in the fading light. Lyra knelt beside it, her fingertips brushing its cool surface. It was as if the stone were waiting for her. With a gentle tug, she freed the stone from the earth and cradled it in her hands. As she did, a peculiar warmth spread through her palms, a comforting sensation that resonated deep within her. Intrigued, Lyra slipped the stone into her pocket, deciding she would ponder its mystery later, with the forest's wisdom as her guide. As she continued her walk, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The rustling leaves whispered secrets, the brook babbled ancient tales, and the birds sang melodies that spoke of forgotten times. Lyra felt a change in the air, a sense of anticipation, as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something extraordinary to unfold. It wasn't long before she reached the clearing where the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender. It was here that she often sat to watch the world fall asleep, the gentle lullaby of the forest lulling her into a state of serene contemplation. But this evening, as she settled onto her favorite rock, she noticed a figure standing at the edge of the clearing. The figure was slight and cloaked in a shimmering garment that seemed woven from moonlight and shadow. At first, Lyra thought it might be a trick of the light, a figment of her imagination. But then the figure turned, revealing a face as delicate as the petals of a wildflower, eyes the color of a summer sky. "Good evening, Lyra," the figure said, their voice soft and musical, like the chime of distant bells. Lyra blinked, surprised but not frightened. There was a kindness in the stranger's eyes that put her at ease. "Good evening," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "Who are you?" "I am Aisling," the figure said, stepping closer, "guardian of Eldergrove, and you, dear Lyra, have found something very special." Lyra's hand instinctively went to her pocket where the stone lay, warm against her skin. "This?" she asked, pulling it out. Aisling nodded, a gentle smile playing on their lips. "Yes, it is a heartstone, a rare gift bestowed by the forest itself. It holds the power to connect one's heart to the spirit of nature, to understand its language and see its wonders." Lyra's eyes widened with wonder. "What am I supposed to do with it?" "Listen to it, learn from it," Aisling replied, their voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The heartstone will guide you if you are willing to open your heart and mind to its magic. It will show you the hidden world within our own, the realm of the unseen." A thrill of excitement coursed through Lyra. She had always felt there was more to the forest than met the eye, and now she had the means to discover its secrets. "I will," she promised, her voice filled with determination. Aisling nodded, their gaze tender. "Remember, Lyra, the heartstone chooses those who are pure of heart and brave of spirit. Trust in yourself and the bond you share with nature. It will never lead you astray." With that, Aisling began to fade, their form dissolving into the twilight like mist. "Farewell, sweet child of the forest," they murmured, their voice lingering in the air long after they had disappeared. Lyra sat in the clearing, the heartstone warm in her hand, feeling as though she had just awoken from a dream. The forest seemed to sigh around her, its ancient voice mingling with the gentle rustle of leaves. She knew she had been given a gift beyond measure, a secret shared only with those who truly belonged. The days that followed were filled with wonder and discovery. Each morning, Lyra would venture deeper into Eldergrove, guided by the Heartstone's gentle pulse. It was as if the forest had opened its arms to her, revealing treasures hidden from ordinary eyes. She learned the songs of the birds, the language of the trees, and the stories etched into the stones and streams. One day, as she wandered through a grove of silver birches, their leaves shimmering like coins in the breeze, she stumbled upon a hidden glen. It was a place of unparalleled beauty, where the grass grew lush and green, and wildflowers painted the earth in every hue imaginable. A crystal-clear pond lay at its center, its surface mirroring the sky above. Lyra felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the stone in her pocket. She approached the pond, her reflection shimmering back at her. Kneeling beside it, she dipped her fingers into the cool water, sending ripples dancing across its surface. As the ripples settled, a vision appeared within the pond. It was a scene of breathtaking beauty, a glimpse into the hidden world Aisling had spoken of. Lyra saw creatures she had only dreamed of, graceful deer with antlers woven from vines, birds with plumage like liquid gold, and flowers that glowed with an inner light. Her heart swelled with joy and gratitude, for she knew she had been granted a rare privilege. The Heartstone had opened her eyes to the wonders of the natural world, teaching her that magic was not confined to fairy tales, but woven into the very fabric of existence. But as with all things, this newfound understanding came with responsibility. Lyra realized that the Heartstone had chosen her not just to witness the beauty of Eldergrove, but to protect it. The forest, with all its secrets and wonders, was vulnerable to the encroachment of the outside world. It needed a guardian, someone who would cherish and defend it. With this realization, Lyra's purpose became clear. She would be a steward of the forest, a protector of its mysteries. She would share its stories with those who would listen, teaching them to see the world with eyes of wonder and hearts of compassion. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Lyra grew into a wise and gentle guardian, beloved by all who knew her. The Heartstone remained her constant companion, a symbol of her bond with the forest and the magic it held. Eldergrove flourished under her care, a sanctuary for those who sought peace and solace. And so, the story of Lyra and the Heartstone became a legend, passed down through generations. It was said that on quiet evenings, when the moon hung low in the sky, a gentle figure could be seen wandering the forest, her laughter mingling with the song of the nightingale. She was a reminder that magic was real, that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, if only one had the heart to see them. In the end, Lyra's tale was not just a story of enchantment and discovery, but a testament to the power of love and friendship. For she had learned that the greatest magic of all was the bond between a kind heart and the world it cherished, a bond that could change the world, one gentle step at a time. Story 20. In the heart of the whispering woods, where leaves rustled like soft whispers and the air was thick with the scent of blooming jasmine, there lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. This village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages, was a place where magic wove through everyday life, like the gentle streams that wound through the countryside. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, peculiar things began to happen. The villagers noticed that their lanterns, which glowed with a warm, steady light, began to flicker and dim, casting long, dancing shadows across the walls. The once sweet songs of the nightingale were replaced by an eerie hush, as if the very night was holding its breath. At the heart of the village lived a gentle soul named Finn, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Finn was known for his love of books and his keen sense of observation. When the lanterns began their unusual dance, the villagers turned to him, hoping he might unravel the mystery. Finn, with his trusty satchel slung over his shoulder and a soft woolen scarf wrapped around his neck, set off on a journey through the village. His first stop was the garden of Old Moss, the wise tortoise who had lived in Willowbrook since time immemorial. Old Moss, with his shell patterned like the rings of a great ancient tree, was known for his vast knowledge of the forest's secrets. As Finn approached, Old Moss lifted his head from the patch of dandelions he was nibbling. "Ah, young Finn," he greeted, his voice slow and soothing. "I see you carry the weight of a mystery upon your shoulders." Finn nodded, explaining the strange behavior of the lanterns. Old Moss listened intently, the gentle breeze ruffling the leaves around them. "There is a tale," the tortoise began, "of the glow sprites, tiny creatures who dwell in the heart of the whispering woods. They are the keepers of light, and often playfully dance in the glow of lanterns. Perhaps they seek something, or someone." Thanking Old Moss, Finn continued his journey, his mind abuzz with possibilities. He wandered deeper into the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their branches woven like a canopy above. Here, the air was cooler, filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured further, Finn noticed a faint, silvery glow emanating from a cluster of ferns. As he approached, he saw the glow sprites, tiny figures shimmering like stars, flitting about in a graceful ballet. They seemed agitated, their light pulsing in an uneven rhythm. "Hello, little friends," Finn greeted softly, crouching to their level. "I see something troubles you." The glow sprites paused, their luminescent bodies hovering in midair. One sprite, a bit bolder than the rest, fluttered forward, its voice like a tinkling bell. "We seek the lost starstone," it chimed, "a gem that holds the essence of our light. Without it, our glow will fade, and the night will grow cold and dark." Finn listened, his heart full of empathy for these tiny creatures. "Fear not," he assured them. "We will find your starstone." With renewed determination, Finn set off, guided by the sprite's faint glow. He recalled the stories of the starstone, a gem said to reflect the purest light, hidden deep within the forest. He knew he needed to think like a detective, observing the forest's secrets that others might overlook. As the moon rose high, casting a silvery sheen across the woods, Finn noticed a peculiar trail of twinkling dust that shimmered under its light. Carefully following this trail, he found himself at a grove where the trees seemed to part, revealing a small, crystal-clear pool. At the center of the pool, resting on a stone pedestal, lay the starstone. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting a gentle luminescence over the water. The sight was breathtaking, like a piece of the night sky had fallen to earth. Realizing the starstone had somehow been moved from its rightful place, Finn carefully retrieved it. The glow sprites, who had followed closely, fluttered excitedly around the gem, their lights dancing like fireflies. With a gentle smile, Finn returned the starstone to the sprites. "May your light always guide the night," he whispered. In gratitude, the sprites encircled Finn, their combined light forming a radiant halo that illuminated the forest path back to Willowbrook. The lanterns, sensing the restoration of the starstone, began to glow steadily once more, their warmth chasing away the night's chill. Back in the village, the townsfolk greeted Finn with relief and joy, their hearts warmed by the return of light and the gentle songs of the nightingale. As Finn shared the tale of the glow sprites and the starstone, the villagers listened with rapt attention, their imaginations kindled by the magic of the whispering woods. That night, as Finn settled into his cozy nook by the fireplace, wrapped in a soft blanket and cradling a mug of steaming chamomile tea, he reflected on the day's adventure. His heart swelled with a quiet satisfaction, knowing that the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate even the darkest of mysteries. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook returned to its peaceful slumber, wrapped in the comforting glow of its lanterns, and the gentle whispers of the woods lulled the village into a night of sweet dreams. Story 21. Once upon a time, there lived a young girl named Ayla, who possessed an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she noticed a twinkling light in the distance, beckoning her towards the edge of the forest she had never dared to explore. Ayla's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, but her thirst for adventure overshadowed any fear she might have felt. With a deep breath, she stepped into the unknown, the soft crunch of fallen leaves beneath her feet echoing through the twilight. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to come alive, their branches swaying in a gentle, welcoming dance. Ayla marveled at the kaleidoscope of colors that surrounded her, from the fiery reds and brilliant oranges to the deep, earthy browns. Suddenly, a small, glowing creature fluttered before her, its delicate wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in its wake. Ayla gasped in wonder, her eyes wide with amazement. The creature seemed to beckon her onwards, leading her deeper into the enchanted forest. As she followed the ethereal guide, Ayla encountered a series of gentle challenges that tested her courage and resourcefulness. A towering fallen log blocked her path, but with determination, she carefully climbed over it, her heart swelling with pride at her accomplishment. Further along, a crystalline stream shimmered invitingly, but its waters ran swift and deep. Ayla paused, considering her options, before skillfully using a sturdy branch to forge a path across the bubbling current. With each obstacle she overcame, Ayla's confidence grew, and she felt a sense of empowerment coursing through her veins. The forest seemed to respond to her bravery, revealing ever more wondrous sights and sounds. Enchanting melodies drifted through the air, as if played by unseen musicians, while tiny, iridescent creatures danced among the ferns, casting a magical glow upon their surroundings. As Ayla pressed on, she encountered a magnificent clearing where a towering willow tree stood, its branches draped with shimmering strands of light. Beneath its canopy, a gathering of whimsical creatures, some resembling tiny winged folk, others with features reminiscent of forest animals, seemed to be engaged in a joyous celebration. Ayla watched in awe, her heart filled with wonder and a newfound appreciation for the beauty and magic that had been hidden just beyond her doorstep all along. As the night drew to a close, Ayla reluctantly turned to retrace her steps, carrying with her a profound sense of gratitude for the courage that had led her on this incredible journey. She knew that she would never forget the enchanting sights and the invaluable lessons she had learned about embracing the unknown and following her curiosity. With a contented smile, Ayla emerged from the forest, her eyes sparkling with the promise of future adventures, and her heart overflowing with the magic of the wondrous world she had discovered. Story 22. In the tranquil village of Willowbrook, nestled between the gentle slopes of emerald hills and a river that sang softly as it flowed, there was a place of wonder known to only a few. Beneath the canopy of the Whispering Grove, where sunlight danced like liquid gold through the leaves, lay a hidden world that shimmered with magic and mystery. Our story begins with a young girl named Maren, whose heart was as boundless as the sky above. Maren had always felt a peculiar pull towards the grove, as though its whispers were meant only for her. With hair as wild and dark as midnight, and eyes that sparkled with 1,000 unasked questions, she was a spirit of pure curiosity and kindness. One morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the horizon, Maren set off towards the grove, her bare feet leaving gentle imprints on the dew-kissed grass. The air was crisp with the scent of earth and pine, and the calls of morning birds filled the sky. As she approached the grove, a gentle breeze caressed her cheek, carrying with it the soft murmur of leaves in conversation. The grove was an ancient place, its trees towering like sentinels of time, their roots weaving an intricate tapestry beneath the earth. It was said that the grove held secrets of old, that those who were pure of heart could hear its whispers and glimpse the hidden magic within. Maren had often wandered here, entranced by the music of the wind through the branches and the stories it seemed to tell. On this particular morning, something felt different. The whispers were more insistent, like a beckoning call. Maren followed the sound deeper into the grove, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. She soon found herself in a small clearing, bathed in a gentle, otherworldly light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. As Maren approached, she noticed something unusual nestled among the roots of the oak. A small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface worn smooth by time. Her fingers tingled as she reached out to touch it, and the box seemed to hum softly beneath her touch, as though acknowledging her presence. With a sense of reverence, Maren opened the box. Inside, nestled in a bed of soft moss, lay a delicate pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with iridescent hues. The moment she touched the pendant, a warmth spread through her, and the whispers of the grove grew clearer, more distinct. "You have found the heart of the grove," the trees seemed to say, their voices a gentle chorus. "It is a gift, a link to the magic that flows through the land. Guard it well, for it holds the power to see the unseen and hear the unspoken." Maren felt a profound connection to the pendant, as though it was a piece of her own heart. She slipped it over her head, and as it settled against her chest, the world around her seemed to shift. Colors grew more vibrant, the air more alive with energy. She could hear the laughter of streams beneath the earth, the rustle of creatures hidden in the underbrush. With the heart of the grove, Maren found she could understand the language of the forest. The trees shared stories of ages past, of the times when magic was woven into the very fabric of the world. The animals greeted her as a friend, their eyes filled with wisdom and kindness. Days turned into weeks, and Maren spent every moment she could in the grove, learning its secrets and growing closer to its inhabitants. She befriended a wise old owl named Orin, who guided her through the mysteries of the forest. With Orin by her side, she discovered hidden paths lined with flowers that glowed softly in the moonlight and pools of water that reflected the stars even in daylight. But as Maren's bond with the grove deepened, so too did her understanding of its fragility. She learned of a shadow that loomed on the horizon, a threat to the delicate balance that held the world together. The whispers spoke of a darkness that sought to unravel the magic, to claim the heart of the grove for its own. The days of carefree exploration gave way to a sense of urgency. Maren knew she had to protect the grove, to ensure the magic would not fade into memory. She sought the counsel of Orin, whose eyes held the depth of ancient wisdom. "There is a journey you must undertake," Orin said, his voice a soft hoot in the stillness. "Beyond the hills lies the realm of the Starlight Glade, where the guardians of light dwell. They hold the knowledge and strength needed to safeguard the grove. You must seek them out, for only together can we stand against the encroaching darkness." And so, with the heart of the grove resting against her chest, Maren set out on her journey. The path was long and winding, leading her through landscapes that shifted with the changing seasons. She crossed rivers that sparkled like liquid silver under the sun, climbed mountains that touched the heavens, and wandered through meadows where wildflowers danced in the breeze. As she traveled, Maren found herself gathering companions, creatures drawn to her kindness and determination. There was Finn, a mischievous fox with fur like autumn leaves, who brought laughter and cunning to their little band. And Lyra, a gentle deer with eyes like pools of starlight, who offered grace and serenity. Together they faced trials that tested their resolve. They navigated through forests shrouded in mist, where shadows whispered of forgotten fears. They crossed deserts where the sun blazed fiercely, and nights were filled with the mournful song of the wind. Through it all, their bond grew stronger, forged in the fires of shared adversity. One evening, as they rested beneath a sky ablaze with stars, Maren gazed at her companions, her heart swelling with gratitude. "We are more than just travelers," she said softly. "We are a family bound by purpose and friendship. Together we can achieve what no one can alone." Her words were met with nods of agreement, and in that moment, Maren understood the true magic of the grove. It was not just the pendant or the whispers. It was the strength of unity, the power of love and friendship that had the ability to change the world. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of wandering, they reached the Starlight Glade. The air was alive with energy, and the ground sparkled as though dusted with stardust. At the heart of the glade stood the guardians of light, their forms radiant with a gentle luminescence. The guardians greeted Maren and her companions with warmth, their voices like a melody of bells. "You have traveled far and faced many challenges," they said. "Your courage and compassion have brought you here, and it is through your light that the darkness will be dispelled." With the guidance of the guardians, Maren learned to harness the true power of the heart of the grove. She discovered how to weave light and shadow, to create a barrier that would protect the grove from harm. The guardians shared their wisdom, teaching her the delicate balance of nature and magic, and how they were intertwined. As her training came to an end, Maren felt a sense of peace settle within her. She understood now that the journey had changed her, that she had grown in ways she could never have imagined. She was no longer just a curious girl from Willowbrook. She was a guardian, a protector of the magic that flowed through the world. With newfound strength and determination, Maren and her companions returned to the grove. The shadows that had once threatened its beauty were dispelled, and the grove thrived once more, its magic shining brighter than ever. Under the shade of the ancient oak, Maren placed the heart of the grove back in its wooden box, knowing it was safe in the embrace of its true home. The whispers of the grove sang a song of gratitude, a melody that echoed through the trees and across the land. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the world, Maren sat with her friends beneath the stars. The crackling of a small fire added warmth to the cool evening air, and the scent of pine mingled with the sweetness of wildflowers. Maren smiled, her heart full of contentment. She knew that challenges would come and go, but with the love and friendship she had found and the wisdom she had gained, there was nothing she couldn't face. And so, in the heart of the Whispering Grove, where magic danced like fireflies and the world was at peace, Maren's story came to a close. But her journey, like the grove itself, would continue to whisper through the ages, a reminder that the greatest magic of all is the love that binds us together. Story 23. In a cozy little hamlet nestled between rolling hills and ancient forests, there lived a young girl named Luna, who possessed a most extraordinary gift. From the moment she was born, Luna could communicate with the natural world around her, understanding the whispers of trees, the songs of birds, and the secrets carried on the gentle breezes. It was on her 8th birthday when something truly magical occurred. As Luna wandered through the woods, her bare feet caressing the soft moss beneath, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A glimmering object nestled within the gnarled roots of an ancient oak tree. Mesmerized, she reached out and gently lifted what appeared to be a delicate glass sphere, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light. The moment her fingers touched the sphere, a warmth spread through her body, and a voice unlike any she had heard before echoed in her mind. "You have been chosen, dear child, to embark on a journey unlike any other. This is the Sphere of Viridian, a magical artifact that will guide you to a world hidden within the very earth you walk upon." Luna's eyes widened with wonder and trepidation. A hidden world? But how is that possible? The voice, gentle yet firm, continued, "All will be revealed in due time. For now, hold the sphere close and let it be your guide. You must follow where it leads, for a great mystery awaits, and only you can unravel its secrets." With a deep breath, Luna clutched the sphere to her chest, its warmth pulsing in rhythm with her heartbeat. She closed her eyes, and the world around her seemed to shift and swirl, as if she were caught in a whirlwind of magic. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself standing in a breathtaking realm unlike anything she could have imagined. Towering trees with iridescent bark stretched towards a sky of swirling colors, their branches adorned with glimmering leaves that shimmered like diamonds. Streams of crystalline water flowed over beds of luminous pebbles, their gentle melodies filling the air with a soothing symphony. Luna gasped in awe, her senses overwhelmed by the beauty of this hidden world. As she ventured deeper into the enchanted forest, she encountered creatures she had never seen before. Graceful, winged beings flitting among the branches, and curious, four-legged creatures with shimmering fur and intelligent eyes. One such creature, a sleek feline with fur that seemed to be woven from strands of moonlight, approached Luna with a gentle purr. "Welcome, young one, to the realm of Viridian," it spoke in a melodic voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these sacred lands." Luna's eyes widened. "You can speak? But how?" Zephyr chuckled softly. "In this world, all things possess the gift of speech and understanding. But enough questions for now, little one. You have been summoned here for a reason, and it is my duty to guide you on your quest." As they journeyed deeper into the heart of Viridian, Luna learned of a great mystery that had plagued the realm for centuries. A powerful artifact known as the Wellspring, the source of all life and magic in Viridian, had been stolen by a malevolent force, throwing the delicate balance of nature into chaos. Only one with a pure heart and a connection to the natural world can hope to find the Wellspring and restore harmony to our realm, Zephyr explained, his eyes shining with hope. Luna felt a weight settle upon her shoulders, but she was determined to fulfill her destiny. With Zephyr by her side and the sphere of Viridian as her guide, she embarked on a perilous journey through enchanted forests, across shimmering rivers, and over treacherous mountains. Along the way, she encountered other allies, a wise old owl named Athena, whose knowledge of ancient lore proved invaluable, and a playful pixie named Willow, whose mischievous spirit lifted their spirits during the darkest of times. Together, they faced countless challenges and obstacles, each one testing their courage, their wit, and their bond of friendship. From battling fierce guardian beasts to navigating treacherous mazes of living vines, their quest was fraught with danger at every turn. Yet, through it all, Luna's determination never wavered. She drew strength from the natural world around her, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the creatures, allowing their wisdom to guide her steps. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they reached the heart of Viridian, a vast, crystalline cavern where the wellspring once flowed. But instead of the radiant spring they had been seeking, they found only a barren, lifeless chamber, its walls adorned with strange, glowing runes. Despair threatened to overwhelm them, but Luna refused to give up. With the sphere of Viridian pulsing in her hand, she approached the runes, her heart filled with a newfound resolve. As she traced the intricate patterns with her fingertips, the runes began to glow brighter, and a voice echoed through the chamber, the same voice that had first spoken to her on the day she found the sphere. "Well done, Luna, for you have proven yourself worthy. The wellspring was never stolen, but merely hidden away, awaiting one with a pure heart and a deep connection to the natural world. Only you could have deciphered the ancient runes and unlocked the true power of Viridian." With those words, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and a brilliant light erupted from the center of the chamber. Before their eyes, a magnificent wellspring of pure, crystalline water emerged, its radiance banishing the darkness and filling the cavern with a warmth and vitality unlike anything they had ever known. Luna stood in awe, her heart swelling with joy and a profound sense of belonging. She had not only solved the mystery and restored balance to Viridian, but she had also discovered a part of herself she never knew existed, a deep, unbreakable bond with the natural world that would forever guide her path. As she and her newfound friends basked in the radiant glow of the wellspring, Luna knew that her journey had only just begun. For she had been gifted with a profound understanding of the delicate balance between all living things, and it was her sacred duty to protect and nurture that balance, no matter where her path might lead. With the sphere of Viridian as her constant companion and the wisdom of Viridian forever etched in her heart, Luna knew that she would never be alone. For in the whispers of the wind, the songs of the birds, and the gentle rustling of leaves, she would always find solace, guidance, and the unwavering embrace of the natural world she had come to cherish. Story 24. In the quiet reaches of the galaxy, where stars dusted the fabric of space like powdered sugar on a midnight cake, there existed a small, unassuming planet named Lumina. Lumina was known for its gentle auroras that shimmered in pastel hues across velvety skies, and for the luminescent flowers that bloomed only under the tender touch of moonlight. On this serene sphere lived the Luminas, ethereal beings of soft glow and gentle wisdom, who cherished harmony above all else. Among the Luminas was Leora, a particularly radiant soul who was known for her curiosity and kindness. She often wandered the peaceful groves of Lumina, marveling at the symphony of light and sound that filled her world. However, Leora felt a yearning, a desire to know what lay beyond the comforting glow of her home. One day, as she sat by the glimmering lake, its waters winking like 1,000 tiny stars, a sudden flash in the sky caught her attention. It was a spacecraft, an unusual visitor to Lumina's tranquil realm. The ship landed with a gentle thud, and from it emerged a creature unlike any Leora had seen before. The newcomer was a Zarkonian, named Terran, from a planet where the skies were perpetually crimson and the ground was as hard as iron. Zarkonians were known for their robust physiques and booming voices, a stark contrast to the delicate Luminas. Terran's skin was a deep shade of emerald, his eyes like burning coals, yet there was a gentleness to his gaze that belied his imposing appearance. Leora approached Terran cautiously, her luminescent form flickering with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. "Welcome to Lumina," she greeted, her voice as soft as the whispering breeze. Terran, unfamiliar with the melodic language of the Luminas, misinterpreted her tone. His booming response startled Leora, whose glow dimmed slightly with uncertainty. "I mean no harm," he assured, trying to modulate his voice. "I seek refuge, as my ship requires repairs." Despite the initial misunderstanding, Leora's compassionate nature prevailed. She invited Terran to her dwelling, a cozy nook nestled amidst glowing trees that swayed gently as if welcoming a new friend. Over time, they began to understand one another, their conversations filled with gestures and shared smiles that transcended words. As days turned into weeks, Leora and Terran faced numerous challenges together. The first was the repair of Terran's ship, a task that seemed daunting considering Lumina's lack of mechanical resources. Terran, however, was adept with his hands, having grown up in the industrious workshops of Zarkon. Leora, though unfamiliar with machinery, offered her knowledge of Lumina's natural resources, suggesting materials that could be used in unexpected ways. One afternoon, while searching for a rare mineral needed for the ship's engine, they stumbled upon a precarious ravine. The path was treacherous, the rocks slick with dew. As they navigated the edge, Leora slipped, her glow flickering with fear. Terran, with reflexes honed by years of Zarkonian training, reached out and caught her, his grip firm yet gentle. "Thank you," Leora breathed, her glow warming with gratitude. "In my world, we rely on one another," Terran replied, his voice a low rumble of reassurance. "I would not let a friend fall." This moment solidified their budding friendship, a bond forged from shared experiences and mutual respect. They spent long evenings under Lumina's shimmering skies, exchanging stories of their worlds. Leora spoke of the Lumina's harmonious existence and their reverence for nature, while Terran shared tales of Zarkon's vibrant cities and the strength of community. Through these stories, they discovered commonalities. Both longed for understanding and connection, a desire to bridge the gaps between their worlds. Leora marveled at Terran's resilience and strength, while Terran admired Leora's wisdom and gentle spirit. They realized that despite their differences, they were united by the same yearning for friendship and belonging. As the ship neared completion, Terran faced a difficult decision. His heart was torn between returning to Zarkon and staying on Lumina, where he had found a kindred spirit in Leora. The thought of leaving filled him with a heavy sadness, but Leora, wise beyond her years, sensed his turmoil. "You must follow your heart," she advised, her glow soft and soothing. "Our friendship will endure, no matter the distance." Her words, like a balm, soothed Terran's conflicted heart. He knew he must return, but he promised to visit Lumina whenever he could, to share in the light and warmth that had become so dear to him. On the day of his departure, the Luminas gathered to bid Terran farewell, their collective glow a beacon of goodwill. Terran stood by his ship, his heart full of gratitude and hope. Leora stepped forward, a small vial of luminescent liquid in hand. "This is a piece of Lumina," she said, offering the gift. "May it remind you of our friendship and the light we share." Terran accepted the vial, his eyes shimmering with emotion. "Thank you, Leora," he said, his voice a gentle echo of their shared journey. "You have taught me the true meaning of friendship." And with that, Terran's ship ascended into the sky, a trail of light in its wake, as if carrying a piece of Lumina with it into the vastness of space. Months passed, yet the bond between Leora and Terran remained unbroken. They communicated through the cosmic winds, their messages carried by the stardust that drifted between their worlds. The Luminas often gathered to hear Leora recount tales of her friend from afar, and how their friendship had enriched both their lives. In time, Terran returned, his visits becoming a cherished part of Lumina's gentle rhythm. Each meeting brought new stories, new challenges to overcome, and new lessons in the enduring power of friendship. Together, Leora and Terran learned that though the universe was vast and filled with unknowns, the connections they forged could light even the darkest corners of space. And so, under the twinkling canopy of luminous skies, their friendship blossomed, a testament to the strength found in unity, the beauty in diversity, and the light that shines brightest when shared. As the stars watched over them, Leora and Terran's story became a part of the cosmic tapestry, a tale of unlikely companions who discovered that true friendship knows no bounds, transcending the stars themselves. Story 25. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered their secrets to the wind and the stars danced playfully between their branches, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. The village was a haven of warmth and tranquility, nestled amidst rolling hills and shimmering streams that sang lullabies as they meandered through the lush landscape. The villagers of Willowbrook were a close-knit community, their lives entwined with the magic that gently hummed through the air. They were simple folk, but they possessed a profound respect for the mysteries that surrounded them. Every morning they would wake to the soft glow of the sun filtering through the leaves, and every night they would drift to sleep under the watchful gaze of the moon. In this serene setting, a peculiar mystery had begun to unfold. It all started when the village's beloved bakery, known for its aromatic bread and delightful pastries, began to experience strange happenings. Each morning, when the baker, a jovial man with flour-dusted hands and a heart as warm as his ovens, arrived to start his day, he would find the perfectly risen dough had disappeared, replaced by a scattering of flour and a few curious footprints. The baker, never one to fret over small matters, initially thought little of it. But as the days passed, the occurrences became more frequent, and whispers of a mischievous spirit began to circulate through the village. The villagers, though puzzled, were not afraid. They believed in the goodness of their world and knew that every mystery, no matter how strange, had an explanation. In the midst of this gentle commotion, a young girl named Lila decided to take matters into her own hands. Lila was known for her inquisitive nature and her love for all things magical. With a heart full of curiosity and a mind sharp as a new blade, she resolved to uncover the truth behind the bakery's mysterious visitor. One evening, as the village settled under a blanket of twilight, Lila set out for the bakery. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and lavender. The sky, a tapestry of deep indigo, was dotted with stars that twinkled like tiny lanterns in the vastness above. Lila, wrapped in a soft woolen cloak, made her way through the village square, her footsteps soft against the cobblestones. Arriving at the bakery, Lila slipped inside, the door creaking softly as she closed it behind her. The warmth of the ovens enveloped her, and the familiar scent of baking bread filled her senses. She settled into a cozy corner, hidden from view but with a clear sight of the kitchen, and waited with patience only a child could muster. Hours passed, and the village lay silent under the watchful moon. Just as Lila's eyelids began to droop, a gentle rustling brought her back to full alertness. She peered into the dimly lit kitchen, her heart beating with a mix of excitement and anticipation. From the shadows emerged a tiny, shimmering figure, no taller than a loaf of bread. The creature was a flower sprite, its skin dusted with fine powder, its eyes sparkling with mischief and kindness. Lila watched in awe as the sprite danced lightly across the countertops, its delicate wings fluttering like a hummingbird's. The sprite moved with purpose, gathering the scattered flour into a neat pile, then gently shaping it into a small, perfect dough ball. It was then that Lila understood. The sprite wasn't causing trouble, it was trying to help. With a soft smile, Lila stepped out of her hiding place. "Hello, little friend," she whispered, careful not to startle the creature. The sprite paused, turning its bright eyes toward her, curiosity gleaming like moonlit dew. "I see you've been working hard," Lila continued, her voice as soothing as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves outside. "The villagers thought you might be causing some mischief, but I can see you're trying to lend a hand." The sprite nodded, its tiny face breaking into a shy grin. It gestured toward the dough, then pointed to the ceiling, where a small hole in the roof allowed a sliver of moonlight to filter through. Lila understood immediately. The sprite was using the moonlight to help the dough rise, adding a touch of magic to the bakery's creations. Moved by the sprite's intentions, Lila knew she had to share this discovery with the village. But first, she had to ensure the sprite felt welcomed and appreciated. She spent the rest of the night talking softly to her new friend, learning about its love for baking and the joy it found in helping others. The next morning, as the first rays of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers in the square. With the sprite perched on her shoulder, she recounted the tale of her nighttime adventure, explaining the sprite's role in the bakery's mysterious events. The villagers listened intently, their initial surprise quickly giving way to understanding and delight. They welcomed the sprite with open arms, grateful for its help and eager to learn from its magical baking techniques. In the days that followed, the bakery flourished like never before. The bread, infused with the sprite's moonlit magic, became the talk of the village. People from neighboring towns traveled to Willowbrook to taste its wonders, and the village thrived in the warmth of friendship and cooperation. Lila, the little girl with a heart full of curiosity and kindness, became a cherished figure in Willowbrook. She had taught the village a valuable lesson, that understanding and acceptance could solve even the most puzzling mysteries, and that friendship, once extended, could transform the world in the most enchanting ways. And so, as the moon rose high above the forest, casting its gentle glow over the sleepy village, the people of Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful slumber. They slept with hearts full of gratitude, comforted by the knowledge that their world was filled with magic and love, and that every mystery, no matter how strange, could lead to the most beautiful discoveries. Story 26. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and babbling brooks, where the air was perpetually scented with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers, there lived a young woman named Leora. Her days were spent in the village library, a small but sturdy building with ivy-clad walls and sunlit windows that seemed to smile down upon the visitors within. Leora loved the library, not just for the books that lined the shelves like silent sentinels of knowledge, but for the sense of home it provided, a sense she found elusive in her own life. Leora's parents had passed away when she was a child, leaving her in the care of her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who spoke to the stars and seemed to carry the wisdom of the ages in her eyes. Her grandmother often told that night, as the village gathered under a starlit sky, Leora sat beside her grandmother, the warmth of the pendant a comforting presence against her chest. The villagers listened to her tales, their eyes bright with wonder and understanding. Leora knew that she was no longer a solitary leaf adrift, but a part of the great enduring tapestry of her heritage. And so, under the gentle gaze of the moon, Leora found peace in knowing that the past and present were intertwined, that her roots ran deep and true, and that her journey had brought her home at last. Story 27. In a forest where the sunlight danced through the leaves like 1,000 tiny fireflies, there was a world hidden from human eyes. This forest, known to its inhabitants as Whispering Wood, was a sanctuary of harmony and gentle magic. Here, every creature, every leaf, and every drop of dew played a part in the grand symphony of nature, conducted by the ancient wisdom that resonated through the roots and branches. In the heart of Whispering Wood, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and wildflowers, lived a wise old owl named Bramble. His feathers were the color of twilight, a gentle mix of grays and browns that blended perfectly with the dappled shadows of the forest. Bramble was the keeper of stories, a custodian of the whispers of the trees and the songs of the wind. One balmy afternoon, when the sun was low in the sky and the forest was bathed in a warm golden hue, Bramble gathered the creatures of the forest around the ancient oak, whose branches stretched out like welcoming arms. The oak's bark was a tapestry of time, etched with the patterns of countless seasons. In its presence, even the tiniest of creatures felt the weight of history and the promise of future tales. Gathered around were Sapphire, the inquisitive squirrel with fur as shining as a polished chestnut, and Lark, the gentle-hearted deer whose eyes mirrored the serene pools of the forest's hidden springs. The air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of life. "Listen closely, dear friends," Bramble began, his voice as smooth as the softest breeze. "Today, I share with you the story of the cycle of seasons and how the forest learned the art of balance. Once, in the early days of Whispering Wood, when the world was still young and the trees were mere saplings, the forest was home to 4 elemental spirits, each governing a season. There was Zephyr, the spirit of spring, who painted the world in vibrant greens and delicate blossoms. Solara, the spirit of summer, who warmed the earth with her golden touch. Aris, the spirit of autumn, who draped the land in hues of amber and rust. And Frostine, the spirit of winter, who veiled the forest in a blanket of pristine snow. These spirits, though powerful and benevolent, struggled to coexist. Each yearned to extend their reign, believing their season was the most vital for the forest's prosperity. Their discord threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of Whispering Wood. One day, as a gentle rain began to fall, creating a melody upon the leaves, an ancient turtle named Elder Moss, wise beyond measure and as old as the forest itself, called a gathering beneath the protective canopy of the great oak. Elder Moss's shell was adorned with the patterns of the earth, each marking a testament to the passage of time. With a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, Elder Moss spoke, "Dear spirits, the time has come to learn from the forest you cherish. Look around you, for the answer lies within the very roots that bind us all." Intrigued, the spirits turned their attention to the forest. They noticed how the trees swayed in rhythm with the wind, how the streams carved gentle paths through the earth, and how each creature moved in harmony with the others. In that moment, they understood. The forest thrived, not because one season dominated, but because each season played its part, contributing to the greater whole. Spring's gentle rains nourished the soil, summer's warmth fostered growth, autumn's harvest prepared for winter's rest, and winter's stillness rejuvenated the earth. Humbled by this revelation, the spirits pledged to work in harmony, each embracing their time and role with grace and understanding. And so the cycle of seasons was born, a dance of continuity and change, a testament to the wisdom of nature itself. As Bramble concluded the tale, a sense of peace settled over the gathering. The creatures of Whispering Wood understood that they too were part of this intricate tapestry, each action, no matter how small, affecting the world around them. As the evening deepened, casting long shadows across the forest floor, the creatures dispersed, carrying with them the lessons of balance and unity. Bramble, perched upon his branch, watched as the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds against the velvet sky. And so, in Whispering Wood, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued to thrive in harmony, each day a gentle reminder of the wisdom passed down through generations, a story written not just in words, but in the very fabric of the earth, air, and sky. Story 28. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a young boy named Finn. Finn lived with his grandmother in a cozy cottage that sat at the edge of the village, where the scent of blooming lavender and the sound of rustling leaves filled the air. The cottage was filled with trinkets and treasures collected over years of adventures, each with its own story and charm. One misty morning, as Finn was rummaging through the attic, he stumbled upon a peculiar item, a dusty old compass. Its brass casing was scratched and worn, yet the needle shimmered with a soft emerald glow. Intrigued by this find, Finn carefully wiped the dust away and noted how the compass needle spun wildly before settling on a direction he knew led deep into the heart of the Whispering Woods. His grandmother, a wise woman with twinkling eyes, noticed his fascination. "That compass belonged to your grandfather," she said, her voice warm and soothing like a gentle breeze. "He always said it pointed not to where you needed to go, but to what you needed to find." Finn, with a heart full of curiosity and adventure, decided to follow the compass. He packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of cool spring water, and a thick woolen blanket. As he stepped into the forest, the trees seemed to greet him with soft murmurs, their leaves whispering secrets of the woods. The compass led him through glades bathed in dappled sunlight and over streams that sang as they tumbled over smooth stones. Along the way, he met a pair of delightful companions. The first was a squirrel named Thistle, with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes bright with mischief. Thistle had a knack for finding hidden paths and secret nooks, always darting ahead to scout the way. The second was a wise old owl named Hazel, who perched gracefully on Finn's shoulder, offering advice and stories of the forest. Hazel's feathers were the color of moonlight, and her voice was as soothing as the softest lullaby. With their help, Finn felt a growing sense of confidence and wonder. Their journey was not without its challenges. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path became tangled with thick brambles, and the trees grew so tall and close that they blocked out the sun. It was here that the compass began to spin once more, its needle pointing insistently towards a towering oak tree whose trunk was as wide as a cottage door. Finn approached the tree, feeling the rough bark beneath his fingers. At its base, he discovered a small, hidden door. With a gentle push, it creaked open to reveal a hollow inside, where a soft glow emanated from a small wooden chest. Within the chest lay a simple yet beautifully carved wooden flute. As Finn picked it up, he felt a warmth spread through his fingers, and the emerald glow of the compass seemed to flow into the flute. Hazel cooed softly, "The flute is a gift of harmony, Finn. It can soothe the wildest storm and bring peace to troubled hearts." Finn understood then that his journey was not about finding treasure, but about discovering the magic of kindness and harmony. With the flute in hand, he played a gentle tune, and the woods around him seemed to sigh with relief, the brambles retreating to reveal a clear path home. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn returned to the village with Thistle and Hazel by his side. The villagers, curious about his adventure, gathered around to hear his tale. With each note of the flute he played, they felt a warmth spread through their hearts, a reminder of the beauty that lay in friendship and wisdom. That night, as Finn lay curled up in his bed, the compass resting on his bedside table, he felt a deep sense of peace. He realized that sometimes the greatest journeys are those that teach us the most about ourselves and the world around us. And as he drifted into dreams, the gentle melody of the flute lingered in the air, a lullaby of harmony and wonder that promised more adventures to come. Story 29. Once upon a time, nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though her humble cottage was surrounded by towering trees and wild foliage, Willow's true passion lay in the magical realm that few could see. Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to commune with the spirits of nature. From the mighty oaks that stood as guardians of the forest to the delicate wildflowers that carpeted the ground, she could hear their whispers and feel their emotions. This connection allowed her to understand the language of the natural world in a way that others could only dream of. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow ventured into the forest to gather herbs and berries, a peculiar sight caught her eye. A small, glowing orb hovered among the ferns, its soft light pulsing rhythmically. Willow's heart raced with curiosity as she gently cupped the orb in her hands, and in that moment, she felt a surge of energy course through her veins. The spirits of the forest spoke to her, their voices intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree. "Dear child, this is no ordinary orb," they whispered. "It is a beacon, a guide to a hidden realm that few mortals have ever encountered. Follow its light, and you will embark on a journey that will transform you forever." Willow, her eyes wide with wonder, knew she could not resist the call of such an extraordinary adventure. Clutching the orb tightly, she began to follow its gentle glow deeper into the forest. The path twisted and turned, leading her through thickets of brambles and over babbling brooks, until finally she came upon a towering oak tree unlike any she had ever seen. As she approached, the orb pulsed with a brilliant radiance, and a hidden doorway emerged from the trunk of the ancient oak. Willow took a deep breath and stepped through, her heart pounding with anticipation. In an instant, she found herself transported to a world beyond her wildest dreams. The hidden realm, as the spirits called it, was a sanctuary of untamed beauty, where nature reigned supreme. Vibrant colors danced across the sky, and crystalline streams flowed through lush meadows adorned with flowers of every hue imaginable. Willow marveled at the wonders that surrounded her, but her journey had only just begun. As she ventured deeper into this mystical realm, she encountered a host of enchanting beings, fairies who darted among the blossoms, playful sprites that frolicked in the streams, and wise ancient trees that whispered ancient secrets. One such tree, a gnarled and weathered oak, spoke to Willow in a voice that resonated like the rumble of distant thunder. "Welcome, child of the forest," it said. "You have been chosen to embark on a quest of great importance. A darkness has crept into this realm, threatening to disrupt the delicate balance of nature." Willow listened intently as the ancient oak explained that a powerful sorcerer, driven by greed and a thirst for power, had stolen a sacred artifact, the Emerald Heart, a gemstone that pulsed with the very essence of life itself. Without the Emerald Heart, the hidden realm would wither and fade, and the natural world as Willow knew it would be forever altered. The quest was clear. Willow must venture forth, guided by the orb and the wisdom of the forest spirits, to confront the sorcerer and reclaim the Emerald Heart. Though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, Willow's unwavering connection to nature gave her the courage to accept this daunting task. Her journey took her through enchanted glades where unicorns grazed, across treacherous ravines guarded by fearsome beasts, and into the heart of a twisted, thorny labyrinth. At every turn, Willow encountered new challenges and obstacles, but her determination never wavered. Along the way, she forged unexpected friendships with a mischievous fairy named Zephyr and a wise old owl named Athena. Together, they braved perilous situations, combining their unique abilities and strengths to overcome each hurdle. Zephyr's playful spirit and knack for finding hidden pathways proved invaluable, while Athena's ancient wisdom and keen eyesight guided them through treacherous terrain. Their bond grew stronger with every trial they faced, defying expectations and demonstrating the true power of friendship. As they drew closer to the sorcerer's lair, the orb's glow intensified, pulsing with urgency. Willow could feel the hidden realm's energy waning, and she knew they had little time to spare. At last, they stood before the sorcerer's towering obsidian fortress, its black spires piercing the sky like jagged claws. Willow steeled her resolve, drawing strength from the spirits of the forest that whispered encouragement in her ear. With Zephyr's cunning and Athena's guidance, they infiltrated the fortress, evading the sorcerer's dark minions and navigating a labyrinth of twisted corridors. Finally, they found themselves in the heart of the sorcerer's sanctum, where the Emerald Heart rested upon a pedestal, its radiant glow dimmed and flickering. The sorcerer, a twisted and withered figure cloaked in shadows, emerged from the darkness, his eyes burning with malice. "So you have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine," he snarled, his voice dripping with contempt. Willow stood her ground, her connection to the natural world burning brighter than ever. "The Emerald Heart does not belong to you," she declared. "It is the lifeblood of this realm, and you have no right to wield its power." A fierce battle ensued, with the sorcerer hurling dark magic and Willow countering with the pure energy of the forest spirits. Zephyr and Athena fought by her side, their friendship and unwavering loyalty proving to be Willow's greatest strength. In a climactic moment, Willow called upon the very essence of nature itself, channeling the power of the orb and the spirits that guided her. A brilliant burst of energy erupted from her fingertips, shattering the sorcerer's defenses and allowing her to reclaim the Emerald Heart. As the gemstone's radiance was restored, the hidden realm came alive once more, its vibrant colors and thriving energy returning in a crescendo of renewal. The sorcerer, his dark magic shattered, retreated into the shadows, defeated and powerless. Willow, exhausted but triumphant, held the Emerald Heart close to her heart, its warmth radiating through her entire being. She had not only saved the hidden realm, but had undergone a profound transformation herself. Her journey had taught her the true depth of her connection to nature, the unbreakable bonds of friendship, and the power of perseverance in the face of adversity. She had grown from a wide-eyed girl into a courageous protector of the natural world, ready to embrace her destiny as a guardian of the hidden realm. As Willow returned to her humble cottage in the forest, she carried with her the profound lessons and memories of her extraordinary quest. The orb, now a constant companion, glowed softly, a reminder of the magic that surrounded her and the endless possibilities that awaited her in the years to come. From that day forth, Willow walked a path intertwined with the rhythms of nature, her heart filled with wonder and her spirit imbued with the wisdom of the forest. And whenever she encountered a challenge or obstacle, She would remember the power of friendship, the resilience of the natural world, and the transformative journey that had forever changed her destiny. Story 30. The Whispering Woodlands. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and lush forests, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lived a young girl named Ela. Her days were filled with the simple joys of wandering through the meadows, her bare feet brushing against soft grass, and her mind weaving tales of wonder and adventure. Ila's favorite place was the edge of the Whispering Woodlands, a vast expanse of towering trees whose leaves danced in the wind, murmuring secrets to those who cared to listen. The villagers often spoke of the woodlands with a mixture of reverence and caution. It was said that within the heart of the forest lay a hidden world, a place where magic flowed like a gentle stream, and time itself seemed to pause. Many had ventured into the Whispering Woodlands, but few returned with tales of their journey, and those who did spoke in hushed tones, their eyes alight with wonder. Ela, with her heart full of curiosity and her spirit unbroken by fear, longed to explore the forest's depths. Her mother, wise and gentle, would often remind her, "The forest holds its secrets for a reason, my dear. It is not a place for the unwary." Yet one golden morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, casting a warm glow upon the village, Ela felt a pull stronger than any cautionary tale. It was as if the wind itself whispered her name, beckoning her to step beyond the familiar and into the unknown. With a small satchel slung across her shoulder, filled with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and her trusty sketchbook, Ela set off towards the Whispering Woodlands. The path was lined with wild daisies, their cheerful faces turned towards the sun, and the air was alive with the chirping of birds and the hum of bees. As she walked, the forest embraced her, its cool shade a welcome respite from the sun's warmth. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves shimmering like emeralds in the dappled light. Ela marveled at the beauty around her, her senses alive with the scent of pine and the sound of rustling leaves. Deeper and deeper she wandered, until the village was but a distant memory, and the forest became her world. It was then that she stumbled upon a clearing, a hidden gem nestled within the heart of the woodlands. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky, and at its base lay a shimmering pool, its surface like glass reflecting the world above. Mesmerized, Isla approached the pool, her footsteps silent on the soft earth. As she knelt beside the water, she noticed something peculiar, a small silver key glinting in the sunlight. It lay half buried in the soil, as if waiting for someone to discover it. With a gentle hand, Ela picked up the key, its cool metal smooth against her fingers. It was unlike any key she had ever seen, intricate and delicate, with tiny engravings that seemed to shift and change in the light. Her heart quickened with a sense of purpose, as if the key had chosen her, and her journey had only just begun. As she pondered the key's significance, a soft voice drifted through the clearing, carried on the breeze. It was a voice as old as the forest, yet filled with warmth and kindness. "Dear child, you have found the key of echoes, a gift bestowed upon those with a pure heart and an open mind." Startled, Ela glanced around, her eyes wide with wonder. There, perched on a low-hanging branch of the ancient oak, sat a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was a fox, its fur a rich russet with eyes that gleamed like amber. But this was no ordinary fox. Around its neck hung a delicate chain, from which dangled a tiny glowing orb. "Who are you?" Ela asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The fox tilted its head, a playful glint in its eyes. "I am Lyra, the guardian of the Whispering Woodlands, and you, dear Isla, have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Ela's heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "What am I to discover?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity. Lyra's eyes softened, and the orb around its neck pulsed gently. "The key you hold unlocks the hidden world within these woods. It is a world of magic and mystery, where the past and present intertwine, and where you may find the answers you seek." Feeling a surge of courage, Ela nodded. "I am ready." With a graceful leap, Lyra landed beside Ela, the forest floor silent beneath its paws. "Follow me," the fox said, its voice a soothing melody. "And remember, the path may not always be clear, but your heart will guide you true." Together, they journeyed deeper into the woodlands, the trees whispering their secrets as they passed. The key in Hila's hand seemed to hum with energy, and she felt a connection to the forest that she had never known before. As they walked, Lyra spoke of the hidden world, a place where time flowed like a river, and where the echoes of the past could be heard by those who listened. The key of echoes allows its bearer to see the world as it once was, Lyra explained. It is a gift, but also a responsibility. Isla listened, her mind alight with possibilities. She thought of the village, of her family and friends, and of the stories that had shaped her life. She wondered what secrets the past might reveal and how they might change her understanding of the present. After what felt like an eternity, they arrived at a grove unlike any other. The air was filled with the scent of jasmine and honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of wildflowers. In the center of the grove stood a stone archway, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. "This is the Gateway of Echoes," Lyra said, nodding towards the archway. "It is here that your journey truly begins." With trembling hands, Isla approached the gateway, the key held tightly in her grasp. As she drew near, the carvings glowed with a soft golden light, and she felt a warmth spread through her body, as if the forest itself was welcoming her. With a deep breath, Isla inserted the key into a small hidden lock within the archway. The stone seemed to sigh, and with a gentle click, the gateway opened, revealing a shimmering curtain of light. Lyra stepped forward, its eyes filled with encouragement. "Beyond this gate lies the world of echoes. Trust in yourself, and let the past guide you." With a nod of gratitude, Isla stepped through the gateway, the light enveloping her like a gentle embrace. As she crossed the threshold, the world around her shifted, and she found herself standing in a place both familiar and strange. The forest was the same, yet different, its colors more vibrant, its sounds more alive. The air was filled with laughter and the distant hum of music, and in the distance, Isla could see figures moving through the trees, their forms shimmering like mirages. As she ventured further into this enchanted realm, Isla realized that the figures were echoes of the past, glimpses of those who had once walked the forest paths. She watched in awe as villagers from long ago went about their daily lives, their stories unfolding like pages in a book. Isla felt a sense of wonder and connection, as if she had stepped into a living tapestry of history. She watched as a young woman gathered herbs, her laughter mingling with the songs of birds, and as a group of children played beneath the shade of the trees, their joy echoing through the ages. With each step, Isla felt the weight of her own story, woven into the fabric of the world around her. She thought of her own village, and the stories that had shaped it, the tales of courage and kindness, of love and loss. As she wandered through the echoes, Isla came upon a clearing where a group of villagers had gathered. They sat in a circle, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of a fire, and in their midst sat a wise elder, her eyes filled with wisdom and compassion. Isla approached the gathering, drawn by the elder's presence. As she listened, she realized that the woman was telling a story, a tale of friendship and courage, of a bond that defied expectations. The elder spoke of two friends, a young woman and a fox, whose friendship had changed the course of their village's history. Together they had faced challenges and overcome obstacles, their hearts united by a shared purpose. As Isla listened, she felt a sense of familiarity, as if the story was her own. She realized that the elder's tale was a reflection of her journey with Lyra, a reminder of the power of friendship and the strength that comes from trusting in oneself. With tears in her eyes, Isla turned to Lyra, who sat beside her, its eyes filled with understanding. "Thank you," Isla whispered, her heart full of gratitude. Lyra nodded, its voice gentle and kind. "The past holds many lessons, dear Isla, but it is the present and future that shape who we become." As the story came to an end, the villagers began to fade, their laughter and songs lingering in the air like a sweet melody. Isla felt a sense of peace and resolution, her heart full of hope and possibility. With a final, grateful glance at the world of echoes, Isla turned back towards the gateway, the path before her clear and bright. The key in her hand felt warm and alive, a reminder of the journey she had undertaken and the wisdom she had gained. As she stepped through the gateway, Returning to the familiar embrace of the whispering woodlands, Ela felt the forest welcome her home. The trees whispered their secrets, the leaves dancing in the breeze, and the sunlight painted the world in shades of gold. Lyra walked beside her, its presence a comforting constant. Together, they made their way back to the village, the path lined with wild daisies and the air filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. As they reached the edge of the forest, Ela paused, her heart full of gratitude and wonder. She turned to Lyra, her eyes shining with tears of joy. "Thank you, Lyra, for guiding me on this journey." The fox nodded, its eyes filled with warmth and pride. "It is you who found the courage to follow your heart, dear Isla. Remember, the key to the future lies within you, and the echoes of the past will always be there to guide you." With a final nod, Lyra turned and disappeared into the forest, its presence a whisper in the wind. Isla watched until the fox was out of sight, her heart full of love and friendship. As she made her way back to the village, Ela felt a sense of transformation and growth. She knew that the journey had changed her, but it was a change that filled her with hope and possibility. The village welcomed her with open arms, the familiar sights and sounds a comforting embrace. Ela shared her tale with her family and friends, her story a testament to the power of courage and friendship and the magic that could be found in the world around them. And as the sun set over the rolling hills, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Ela sat by the hearth, the warmth of the fire a gentle comfort. She thought of the whispering woodlands, of the hidden world within its depths, and of the journey that had brought her home. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit unbroken by fear, Isla closed her eyes, her dreams filled with the echoes of the past and the promise of a bright and beautiful future. Story 31. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between the emerald folds of rolling hills and the gentle whispers of a silver brook, there lived a young woman named Leora. The village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths and cottages that seemed to lean into each other like old friends sharing secrets. It was a place where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lavender, and the sky, at dusk, blushed a tender pink as if kissed by the sun. Leora was known throughout the village for her skill in weaving. Her tapestries were not merely cloth, but stories spun from threads dyed in the hues of dreams, deep indigos, vibrant golds, and soft greens that mirrored the seasons. Yet despite her talent, Leora felt a restlessness within her, a yearning for something she could not name. Change was stirring in her heart, but like the distant rumble of thunder, it filled her with both anticipation and dread. One autumn evening, as the leaves danced to the ground in a golden ballet, Leora wandered into the dense woods that bordered her village. The woods were a place of mystery and whispers, where the trees seemed to hold ancient secrets in their gnarled branches. It was there that Leora found herself drawn to an ancient oak, its roots twisted like the fingers of a wise old sage. Nestled at the base of the oak was a small, shimmering pool. The water was impossibly clear, reflecting the canopy above like a mirror to another world. As Leora gazed into its depths, she saw not her own reflection, but images of places she had never been, towering mountains, endless seas, and skies alive with stars. It was as if the pool was showing her the vastness of the world beyond her village, and the infinite possibilities within her own heart. Intrigued and a little frightened, Leora returned to the pool each day. The visions changed, mirroring her own shifting emotions and dreams. One day, as she contemplated the images, she met a kind-hearted fox with fur as white as winter's first snow. The fox watched her with eyes that sparkled like amber, and in a voice soft as a breeze through autumn leaves, it spoke. "You seek change, dear one," the fox said, "yet fear it as well. The world outside and the world within are mirrors, reflecting the growth you cannot yet see." Leora nodded, understanding that the fox spoke the truth. Change was a river flowing through her, urging her to let go of the familiar shores of her life. But how does one embrace what is unknown? The fox, sensing her hesitation, offered guidance. "In these woods," it said, "lies a path that only the brave of heart can walk. It will lead you to the heart of your fears and the essence of your desires. But remember, you are not alone. The woods themselves are your companions." With a gentle nudge, the fox led Leora to a path veiled in mist and mystery. As she stepped onto it, she felt the woods awaken around her. The trees whispered encouragement, their leaves rustling like gentle applause. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, grounding her even as her spirit began to soar. The journey was not easy. Leora faced many challenges. A river too wide to cross, a mountain too steep to climb. Yet with each obstacle, she found help. The river, once daunting, revealed stepping stones that glowed with an inner light, guiding her safely across. The mountain, though steep, was lined with handholds shaped like stars, offering her a steady ascent. As she traveled, Leora learned the lessons of the woods. She discovered that change, though frightening, was the key to unlocking her true self. With every step, she shed the layers of doubt and fear, becoming lighter, like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. Along the way, she met other creatures, a wise owl that shared stories of the skies, a gentle deer that taught her the grace of patience, and a playful squirrel that reminded her of the joy found in small, everyday moments. Each encounter enriched her journey, filling her heart with warmth and wisdom. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and a single breath, Leora reached the heart of the woods. There she found a circle of ancient stones, bathed in moonlight. It was a place of power and peace, where the air hummed with magic and possibility. In the center of the circle, Leora felt a transformation take place. The fears that once bound her dissolved like mist in the morning sun. She understood that change was not something to be feared, but embraced as a natural rhythm of life, much like the seasons turning from one to the next. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her village. The journey had changed her, not just in her own eyes, but in the eyes of her fellow villagers. Her tapestries now glowed with an inner light, capturing not just the beauty of the world, but the essence of transformation and discovery. Leora's story spread throughout the village, inspiring others to seek their own paths of growth and change. And though she still visited the woods, it was not out of necessity, but a desire to thank the friends and magic that had guided her. In the end, Leora learned that the greatest magic of all was the courage to embrace change, and the understanding that within each of us lies a tapestry waiting to be woven, a story of growth and transformation, told in the language of the heart. And in the gentle glow of twilight, with the village settling into the comfort of a peaceful night, Leora found herself at home, both within her village and within herself. The journey had been hers alone, but the magic of it was shared by all who dared to dream. Story 32. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves murmured secrets and the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds, lay the quaint village of Evernook. Nestled between rolling hills and a babbling brook, the village was a tapestry of cobblestone paths, cozy cottages, and gardens that bloomed with an array of enchanted flowers. It was a place where magic hummed softly beneath the surface, like a gentle lullaby. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, strange occurrences began to unsettle the tranquil routine of Evernook. It started with the sudden vanishing of the moonlight blossoms, delicate flowers that unfurled only at night, casting a soft luminescence. The path was lined with glowing mushrooms, their light casting a gentle luminescence on Mira's determined face. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in moonlight, where the Dreamweaver awaited. She was a majestic creature, her form a shimmering blend of silvery mist and stardust, her eyes deep pools of wisdom. Mira bowed respectfully, feeling the weight of the Dreamweaver's gaze. "Greetings, Mira," the Dreamweaver intoned, her voice a soft whisper that seemed to echo from the stars themselves. "I have been expecting you." Mira explained the plight of the village and the missing blossoms. The Dreamweaver listened, her presence as comforting as a warm blanket on a winter's night. Story 33. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets as old as time itself, there dwelled a community of creatures whose lives were woven into the very fabric of the earth. The forest, with its towering canopies and lush undergrowth, was a sanctuary of tranquility and mystery, a place where the natural and the magical danced seamlessly in harmony. The forest was home to Nori, a gentle, wise old tortoise whose shell bore the hues of the forest floor, rich browns and deep greens intertwined like the roots of the great trees. Nori was the keeper of the forest's lore, a storyteller whose tales were as nourishing as the morning dew that kissed the leaves. Each day, as dawn brushed the sky with its golden fingers, Nori would emerge from his moss-covered burrow to greet the forest's awakening. The air was filled with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the sun's rays filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. It was here that the creatures gathered to listen to Nori's tales. Squirrels with bushy tails flitted among the branches, rabbits with ears as soft as velvet nestled in the underbrush, and birds of myriad colors perched above, their songs mingling with the gentle rustle of the leaves. On this particular morning, a delicate mist hung in the air, lending the forest an ethereal quality. The creatures gathered around Nori, anticipation sparkling in their eyes. Today, he would tell them of a time when the balance of their world had been threatened, and how wisdom and friendship had restored harmony. As Nori began, his voice was a soothing melody, blending with the forest's symphony. Many seasons ago, he said, a great change swept through our home. The winds, who are the breath of the forest, began to whisper of a drought. The streams that cradled the forest with their gentle music grew quiet, and the leaves, once vibrant, began to whisper of thirst. The creatures listened intently, their hearts heavy with the memory of that difficult time. The forest had always provided for them, and the thought of its suffering was a shadow they wished to dispel. In our time of need, Nori continued, we turned to the oldest and wisest among us, the great oak, whose branches stretched to the sky and whose roots delved deep into the earth. The oak's bark was rough with age, yet its heart was filled with kindness. It had witnessed the turning of countless seasons and held within it the wisdom of ages. The great oak, Nori explained, had called upon the creatures of the forest to unite, for only through harmony and cooperation could they restore the balance. The oak's voice was as deep as the earth itself, and its words resonated with truth. We must call upon the Rainmaker, the oak had told them, for only the gentle rain can quench the forest's thirst and renew the cycle of life. The Rainmaker was a mystical being said to dwell in the highlands, where the clouds gathered like soft blankets. It was said that with a flick of its iridescent wings, the Rainmaker could summon the rain, its drops like diamonds falling to the earth. And so a delegation was formed, a group of creatures chosen for their courage and kindness. At its heart were a clever fox named Lyra and a cheerful robin called Pip. Lyra, with her fiery coat and keen eyes, was known for her quick thinking, while Pip, with his russet feathers and clear voice, was a beacon of hope and joy. The journey to the highlands was fraught with challenges, yet the creatures faced them with unwavering determination. They traversed valleys shrouded in mist and climbed hilltops kissed by the sun. Along the way, they encountered creatures who shared their wisdom and offered guidance, for the forest was a tapestry of interconnected lives. As they reached the highlands, the air grew cooler, and the scent of rain lingered in the breeze. There, perched upon a cloud, was the Rainmaker. Its wings shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, and its eyes held the depth of the sky. Lyra and Pip approached with reverence, their hearts filled with hope. Great Rainmaker, Lyra began, her voice steady, we come on behalf of our forest, which thirsts for your life-giving rain. Will you help us restore the balance and bring life back to our home? The Rainmaker listened, its eyes soft with understanding. It spoke not with words, but with a gentle breeze that ruffled the fur and feathers of the creatures. The Rainmaker understood the language of the heart, and in its presence all were reminded of the delicate web of life that held them together. With a graceful sweep of its wings, the Rainmaker ascended into the heavens. The clouds gathered, dark and full, and soon the first drops of rain began to fall, each one a promise of renewal. The creatures watched as the rain danced upon the leaves and soaked into the earth, its music a lullaby of hope. When the rain had quenched the forest's thirst, the creatures returned home, their hearts light with gratitude. The streams sang once more, and the forest, vibrant and alive, embraced them with open arms. Nori concluded his tale, his eyes twinkling like stars. And so, my dear friends, he said, the forest was saved through the wisdom of the great oak, the courage of Lyra, the joy of Pip, and the kindness of the Rainmaker. Together they reminded us that we are all part of something greater, and it is through our unity that we thrive. As the creatures dispersed, their hearts were warmed by the story, reminded of their connection to each other and the forest. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, while the stars began their gentle dance. And so the forest rested, cradled by the night, at peace in the harmony it had reclaimed. Story 34. On the edge of a quaint village, where the lush meadow met the mysterious woods, there lived a curious young girl named Mia. Her hair danced like golden wheat in the wind, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. She was known throughout the village for the stories she spun, tales of lands unseen and wonders yet to be discovered. Her grandmother often said she had the heart of an explorer and the soul of a poet. One gentle morning, as the sun painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Mia set out on a journey towards the enchanted forest that whispered secrets to the wind. The villagers spoke of this forest with a mix of fear and fascination, for no one who had ventured too deep had ever returned with tales to tell. But Mia, with her heart full of wonder and a satchel full of homemade bread and cheese, felt an irresistible pull towards the unknown. As she stepped into the forest, the air around her changed. It was as if she had entered a realm where time danced to its own rhythm. The trees were taller than any she had seen before. Their bark shimmered with a faint silvery glow, and their leaves whispered tales of old. The ground beneath her feet was soft, covered in a carpet of moss that cushioned her every step. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in streams of gold, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to shift and move. Mia walked deeper into the forest, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of leaves. She soon came upon a clearing where a small, babbling brook wound its way through the emerald grass. Beside the brook, a group of creatures unlike any Mia had ever seen were gathered. They were small, no taller than her knee, with wings that glimmered like the morning dew and eyes as bright as stars. Their laughter bubbled in the air, a melody of tinkling bells and joyous chirps. "Welcome, traveler," one of the creatures said, fluttering closer. Its voice was as soft as the evening breeze. "We are the Lumina, guardians of this forest. What brings you to our realm?" Mia smiled, her fear melting away like dew in the morning sun. "I wish to learn the secrets of the forest," she replied, her voice steady and filled with wonder. The Lumina nodded knowingly. "To learn our secrets, you must first show courage and kindness, for these are the keys to understanding." And so, Mia's journey continued. The Lumina led her through the forest, where she encountered wonders that tested her courage and kindness. She helped a lost squirrel find its way back to its family, using her wits and a crumb trail of bread. She calmed a frightened fawn with a soothing lullaby she had learned from her grandmother. Each act of kindness was met with a twinkle of approval from the Lumina, who watched her with eyes that reflected the light of the stars. As the day began to wane, painting the forest in shades of amber and violet, Mia found herself at the foot of a grand waterfall. The water cascaded down with a gentle roar, pooling into a crystal-clear lake that mirrored the sky. In the heart of the lake, a single lily floated, its petals a brilliant shade of blue. "This is the heart of the forest," the Lumina explained, their voices a soft chorus. "Only those who show true courage and kindness can witness its beauty." Mia gazed at the lily, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. She realized that her journey had not just been about discovering the forest's secrets, but about discovering her own. The courage she had found within herself and the kindness she had shown to others were treasures greater than any tale she could have imagined. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mia bid farewell to the Lumina. They gifted her a single feather, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. "May this remind you of your journey and the courage you carry within," they said. With a heart full of gratitude, Mia made her way back to the village. The forest, now a familiar friend, whispered its farewell in the rustling leaves. As she stepped out of the woods and into the moonlit meadow, she felt a gentle breeze kiss her cheeks, as if the forest itself was saying goodbye. When Mia returned to her grandmother's cottage, the hearth was glowing warmly, casting a golden light across the room. She shared her story with her grandmother, who listened with a smile, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. And so, Mia's tale became a cherished story in the village. a reminder of the wonders that await those who venture beyond the known, with courage in their hearts and kindness in their actions. Each night, as she lay in her bed, the feather from the lumina softly glowing on her windowsill, Mia dreamt of new adventures, ever guided by the gentle wisdom of the forest. Story 35. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Leela returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a place where magic wound itself into the very fabric of everyday life. This was the village of Willowbrook, a realm where the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and pink each evening, and the stars blinked like 1,000 tiny lanterns in the velvet night. Willowbrook was known for its peculiar charm and gentle enchantments, but lately it had become the stage for a puzzling mystery that left even the wisest of villagers scratching their heads. Strange occurrences had begun to unfold, candles flickering without a breeze, teapots whistling tunes without a flame, and gentle chimes sounding from the old oak tree by the square, though no one was there to ring them. Among the kind-hearted inhabitants of Willowbrook was a young girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of the morning sky and a heart as warm as freshly baked bread. Lila loved the village and its quirky magic, but the recent oddities piqued her curiosity. Determined to uncover the source of the strange happenings, she set out with her faithful companion, a wise old tabby cat named Oliver, whose whiskers twitched with an air of knowing far beyond his years. As dusk painted the sky in lavender hues, Lila and Oliver began their investigation. They wandered through the cobblestone streets, where lanterns flickered with a soft glow, casting playful shadows on the walls of quaint cottages. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the distant sound of a babbling brook. Their first stop was the bakery, where the sweet aroma of cinnamon buns greeted them warmly. Mrs. Pumpernickel, the baker, was kneading dough with a smile as wide as a crescent moon. "Ah, Lila, dear, come to solve our little mystery, have you?" She chuckled, wiping flour from her hands. "Yes, Mrs. Pumpernickel," Lila replied, her voice a gentle melody. "We've noticed the odd happenings and thought perhaps we might find some clues." Mrs. Pumpernickel leaned closer, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "Well, I've noticed the bread rising faster than usual, almost as if it has a mind of its own. Perhaps it's the work of the mischievous brownies." Brownies were small, magical creatures known for their playful antics and love of baked goods. Lila nodded thoughtfully. "We'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mrs. Pumpernickel." With Oliver padding silently by her side, Lila continued to the village square, where the ancient oak tree stood. Its leaves rustled softly, whispering secrets only the wind could hear. As they approached, a gentle chime echoed through the air, though the tree's branches were still. Intrigued, Lila looked up and spotted a tiny, shimmering figure perched among the leaves. It was a sprite, its wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Hello there," Lila called softly, her voice filled with wonder. The sprite fluttered down, landing gracefully on Lila's outstretched hand. "Greetings, child of Willowbrook," it chimed, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "I am Sylvan, guardian of this tree. What brings you to my realm?" "We seek to understand the strange occurrences in our village," Lila explained gently. "Do you perhaps know what might be causing them?" Sylvan's wings fluttered with delight. "Ah, the magic of Willowbrook has been mischievous of late. The brownies have been restless, their playful spirits heightened by the full moon's approach. They mean no harm, only seeking to share their joy." Lila's eyes brightened with understanding. "Perhaps we can find a way to help them channel their energy without causing confusion." With a nod of agreement, Sylvan whispered a plan to Lila. They would host a moonlit festival for the brownies, a celebration where their antics could be welcomed and enjoyed. That evening, as the moon rose full and bright, Lila and the villagers gathered in the square. Lanterns were hung from every branch, casting a soft, inviting glow. Tables were set with sweets and treats, and music filled the air, an enchanting melody that beckoned all magical creatures to join in the revelry. As the brownies appeared, their giggles like the rustle of leaves, they danced and played, their joy contagious. Lila watched, her heart full as she saw the village come alive with laughter and light. Even Oliver, usually reserved, found himself pawing at a stray ribbon with uncharacteristic abandon. The festival continued deep into the night, a celebration of magic and harmony. As the first light of dawn painted the horizon, the brownies thanked the villagers with a gentle breeze that wrapped them in warmth and contentment. With the mystery resolved and balance restored, Leela returned home, her heart as light as the morning mist. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that in Willowbrook, where magic and kindness intertwined, there would always be a place for wonder and friendship. And so, beneath the gentle gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willowbrook settled into a tranquil hush, wrapped in the comforting embrace of another enchanting day. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the golden glow of fireflies painted the night air, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang lullabies to the stars, there lay a quaint village named Willowbark. Nestled amidst towering trees, Willowbark was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs and gardens teeming with colorful blooms. The villagers were kind-hearted souls who cherished the peace and tranquility their little corner of the world offered. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm amber hue over the village, a peculiar occurrence began to unfold. The village's beloved moonflower, which only bloomed under the silver light of the full moon, had failed to blossom. The villagers gathered around the garden in puzzled whispers, as the moonflower was not only a symbol of their village's unity, but also a source of gentle, magical luminescence that lit their nights. Amidst the murmurs, a wise old owl named Orin perched on the ancient oak of wisdom. His feathers were as soft and gray as the clouds that drift lazily across a summer sky, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of ages. Orin had been a guide to the villagers for as long as anyone could remember, offering sage advice and comfort in times of need. "Lend me your ears, dear friends," Orin hooted softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The moonflower's silence speaks of a mystery that needs unraveling. Fear not, for we shall uncover the truth with patience and care." Eager to restore the moonflower's glow, two young and curious friends, Lila and Finn, volunteered to solve the mystery. Lila, with her chestnut curls and a heart as gentle as the breeze, was known for her keen observation and love for all things magical. Finn, with his bright eyes and boundless curiosity, was a clever thinker who often found solutions in the most unexpected places. "Let us seek the wisdom of the whispering woods," Lila suggested, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Perhaps the creatures of the forest have seen something we have not." With Orin's blessing and a satchel filled with freshly baked honey cakes as gifts for their forest friends, Lila and Finn set off on their adventure. The path through the woods was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. As they walked, the gentle crunch of leaves underfoot and the distant call of nightingales created a symphony that was both mysterious and comforting. Their first stop was the home of Willow the Wise, a gentle hedgehog with a coat of quills that shimmered like silver. Willow was known for her extensive knowledge of the forest and its secrets. She welcomed them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, young ones, I see you seek answers," Willow said, accepting a honey cake with a grateful nod. "The moonflower holds its bloom for a reason, and the forest has felt a change. Listen closely to the whispers of the trees and the tales carried by the wind." Thanking Willow, Lila and Finn continued deeper into the forest, their path illuminated by the glow of friendly fireflies. As they ventured further, they noticed something unusual. The woodland creatures seemed to be gathering near the glimmering stream, a sparkling ribbon of water that wound its way through the woods. Curious, the friends approached the gathering and found a group of rabbits, squirrels, and birds, all chattering excitedly. In the center stood Bramble, a wise old fox with a coat as rich as sunset and eyes that gleamed with kindness. "Bramble, what brings everyone here?" Finn asked, offering a honey cake to the fox, who accepted it with a grateful nod. "There has been a strange chill in the air," Bramble explained, his voice smooth and reassuring. "The stream's song has faltered, and the light of the moonflower has dimmed. We believe a shadow has fallen over the heart of the forest." Lila and Finn exchanged thoughtful glances, their minds weaving together the clues they had gathered. Perhaps something is blocking the light of the moon, Lila mused aloud. Bramble nodded thoughtfully. A veil of clouds has lingered longer than usual, but it is not the sky that holds the answer. Look to the earth, young ones, and you may find what you seek. With renewed determination, Lila and Finn thanked Bramble and the forest creatures before making their way to the heart of the Whispering Woods. There, they found an ancient stone circle, a place where the forest's magic was said to be strongest. The stones stood tall and silent, their surfaces covered with moss and lichen, whispering secrets of the ages. As they approached, Finn noticed something peculiar. A small, shimmering crystal lay nestled between two stones, its surface reflecting the moonlight in a dazzling array of colors. Lila picked it up carefully, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from the crystal. "This must be what the forest has been trying to tell us," Lila said softly, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's as if the crystal holds a piece of the moon's light." Just then, a familiar voice floated through the air. It was Orin, gliding down from the treetops to join them. "You have found the heart of the mystery," he hooted with a gentle pride. "This crystal, hidden by the shifting earth, has absorbed the moon's glow. Return it to the moonflower, and its bloom shall light the village once more." With Orin leading the way, Lila and Finn hurried back to the village, the crystal's glow lighting their path. As they reached the garden, the villagers gathered once more, hope shining in their eyes. Carefully, Lila placed the crystal at the base of the moonflower, and as she did, a soft, silvery light began to emanate from the petals. Slowly, the moonflower unfurled, its blossoms opening to reveal their radiant beauty. The village was bathed in a gentle glow, and a collective sigh of relief and joy rose from the crowd. "Thank you, Lila and Finn," Orin said, his voice filled with warmth. "Through your kindness, observation, and courage, you have restored the heart of Willowbark." The villagers celebrated with a feast under the light of the moonflower, sharing stories and laughter late into the night. And as the stars twinkled above, Lila and Finn knew that they had forged a bond with the forest and its creatures that would last a lifetime. And so, with the mystery solved and peace restored, Willowbark nestled once more into the embrace of the Whispering Woods, its nights forever brightened by the gentle glow of the moonflower. Story 37. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Though she appeared ordinary, Willow possessed an extraordinary gift, the ability to commune with the very trees that surrounded her home. From the moment she could toddle, Willow had felt an inexplicable bond with the towering oaks, willows, and pines that lined the winding paths and clearings. She could sense their feelings, hear their whispers carried by the gentle breeze, and even catch glimpses of the hidden world that thrived within their bark and branches. It was on one such sunny afternoon, as Willow sat cross-legged beneath her favorite willow tree, that she first encountered the magical object that would change her life forever. A glint of something shimmering in the grass caught her eye, and as she leaned closer, she gasped in wonder. There, half buried in the soft earth, was a magnificent acorn, but not just any acorn. This one seemed to pulse with an otherworldly glow, its surface shimmering like 1,000 tiny gemstones. Willow's fingers tingled as she gently plucked the acorn from the ground, and a sudden warmth flooded her being. In that moment, she knew that this was no ordinary seed. It was a gateway to a realm far beyond her wildest dreams. As the days passed, Willow found herself drawn deeper and deeper into the mysteries of the enchanted acorn. She would sit for hours, cradling it in her palms, lost in its mesmerizing radiance. And as she did, she began to glimpse fleeting visions of a world unlike any she had ever known. Vast, verdant forests stretched as far as the eye could see, their canopies woven from leaves of emerald and gold. Streams and rivers flowed with waters so pure they sparkled like liquid diamonds. And everywhere, the air hummed with the vibrant energy of life itself, pulsing in perfect harmony with the rhythms of nature. Willow knew, deep in her heart, that she had to find a way into this wondrous realm. And so, with the enchanted acorn nestled safely in the pocket of her cloak, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her resolve, and her very understanding of the world. Her first steps took her deeper into the familiar embrace of the forest, where she followed the whispers of the trees to a hidden hollow, tucked away from prying eyes. There, amidst the tangled roots of an ancient oak, she found a small, glowing portal, a shimmering veil that seemed to beckon her forward. With a deep breath, Willow clutched the acorn tightly and stepped through the threshold, her heart pounding with equal parts excitement and trepidation. In an instant, her world transformed. She found herself standing in a sun-dappled glade, surrounded by trees, the likes of which she had never seen. Their trunks were as thick as towers, their branches reaching skyward in graceful arcs that seemed to defy gravity itself. As Willow gazed around in awe, she became aware of a gentle presence nearby. Turning, she found herself face to face with a being unlike any she had ever encountered, a creature that appeared to be woven from the very elements of nature itself. "Welcome, Willow," the being spoke, its voice a soothing melody that seemed to resonate within her very soul. "You have found your way to the verdant realm, a place where the boundaries between the natural world and the mystical blur and merge." And so began Willow's extraordinary adventure in this hidden realm, where she would forge friendships with beings as wondrous as they were unexpected. There was Oakenheart, the wise and ancient tree spirit who guided her through the verdant realm's many wonders. Silverwing, a playful sprite with gossamer wings that shimmered like moonlight on water. And Rootwalker, a gentle giant whose footsteps could shake the very earth, yet whose heart was as soft as the moss that clung to his bark-like skin. Together, they embarked on a journey that would take them to the farthest reaches of the verdant realm, unraveling mysteries that had been hidden for eons, and discovering secrets that would forever change Willow's understanding of the world she had once called home. In the heart of an evergreen forest, they encountered a tribe of beings who could shape the very trees themselves, bending and weaving their forms into intricate living sculptures. In the depths of a crystal-clear lake, they swam alongside graceful merfolk, whose mellifluous songs could calm even the wildest of storms. And high atop a towering mountain peak, they stood in awe before the majestic guardians, ancient elemental beings tasked with maintaining the delicate balance of the verdant realm. With each new wonder Willow witnessed, her connection to the natural world deepened, and she began to understand the true power that flowed through every leaf, every drop of dew, every breath of wind. She learned to harness that power, to bend it to her will in ways she had never dreamed possible. But Willow's journey was not without its challenges, for in the darkest corners of the verdant realm, there lurked forces that sought to disrupt the harmony she had come to cherish. Twisted, malevolent beings born of corruption and decay who viewed the vibrant life around them with envious contempt. In a harrowing confrontation deep within the twisted roots of a poisoned forest, Willow and her friends found themselves pitted against the very embodiment of these forces, a sinister entity known as the Blight, a being of pure malice whose mere presence withered all life it touched. In that moment, as the Blight's tendrils of shadow lashed out to consume them, Willow understood what she had to do. Clutching the enchanted acorn tightly, she called upon every ounce of power she had learned to wield, every connection she had forged with the natural world around her. And in a blinding burst of emerald light, she unleashed a torrent of pure, unadulterated life force, a wave of verdant energy that rolled over the Blight like a cleansing wildfire, scouring its corruption from the very fabric of the verdant realm. When the brilliant light finally faded, Willow found herself surrounded by her friends, their eyes shining with pride and admiration. For in that moment, she had not only saved the verdant realm, but had undergone a profound transformation herself. No longer was she the wide-eyed girl who had stumbled through the portal, awed by the wonders around her. Now she stood tall and radiant, a true guardian of the natural world, her very being infused with the essence of life itself. As Willow bid farewell to her newfound friends and stepped back through the shimmering veil, she knew that her journey had only just begun. For though she had returned to the familiar forests of her home, she carried with her the lessons and experiences of the verdant realm. And from that day forward, she walked amongst the trees as one of their own, a living bridge between the mundane world and the mystical realms that pulsed just beyond the veil of perception. Her laughter mingled with the rustle of leaves, her footsteps in perfect harmony with the heartbeat of the earth itself. For Willow had discovered the greatest truth of all, that magic was not some distant ethereal force, but rather the very essence of life itself, flowing through every blade of grass, every flutter of a butterfly's wing. And with that knowledge came the power to shape the world around her, to nurture and protect the natural wonders that so few could truly see. So whenever you find yourself wandering through a sun-dappled forest, or pausing to admire the delicate unfurling of a new blossom, remember the story of Willow. For in that moment, you may just catch a glimpse of her smile dancing amidst the gentle sway of the branches, a reminder that magic is all around us, if only we have the courage to embrace it. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. Then know this, dear child, he said. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart. With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. Story 39. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different. For as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Isla awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the misty wood mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty wood mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Ela rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Ela awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Ela approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Ela pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Story 41. Once upon a time in a land where the sun painted the skies with hues of pink and gold, there lay the enchanting village of Whimsy Hollow. The village was nestled between rolling hills of lavender and fields of fluttering daisies, where the air was always filled with the gentle hum of laughter and the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In Whimsy Hollow, every creature was unique, and each had a special charm of their own. There was Pipkin, the pint-sized fox with a tail that sparkled like 1,000 fireflies, and Mary, the mouse who wore a tiny top hat and played delightful tunes on his miniature violin. Then there was Lark, a wise old tortoise with a shell that changed colors with the seasons, and who always had a kind word or two to share. Life in Whimsy Hollow was always filled with wonder and joy, but one sunny morning, a peculiar event occurred that sent ripples of excitement through the village. The great bubble tree, a magical tree that stood at the heart of the village square, began to produce bubbles that were far too large and bouncy. Normally, the tree's bubbles were just the right size to float gently around, spreading giggles to anyone they touched. But now, they were so immense that they bounced off rooftops and sent chickens clucking in surprise. The villagers gathered around the great bubble tree, scratching their heads in bewilderment. "I do declare," said Pipkin, his eyes wide with amazement, "these bubbles are as big as pumpkins and as bouncy as a bed of marshmallows." Mary twirled his hat and played a cheerful note. "Perhaps there's a bit of magic gone awry," he mused. "Or maybe the tree is simply in a jolly mood." Lark nodded thoughtfully, his shell glistening in the sunlight. "It seems to me," he said in his deep, soothing voice, "that we must discover the cause and find a way to help our dear tree return to its usual self." The villagers agreed, and so began their whimsical adventure. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark decided to seek the advice of the village's resident enchantress, a whimsical old woman named Flora, who lived at the edge of the village in a cottage made entirely of gingerbread. As they made their way through the fields, the air was filled with the fragrance of freshly baked cookies, and the sound of Flora's laughter danced on the breeze. Her garden was a riot of colors, with flowers that sang when tickled by the wind and trees that swayed in rhythm to the songs. Flora greeted them with a warm smile and a twinkle in her eye. "Ah, my dear friends," she chuckled, "I hear the great bubble tree has been getting a bit carried away with its bubbles." Pipkin nodded, his tail twinkling with excitement. "Yes, indeed. We were hoping you might have a potion or a spell to help." Flora clapped her hands with delight. "Oh, I do love a good magical mystery. Let us see what we can brew together." In Flora's cozy kitchen, the scent of cinnamon and vanilla filled the air as they mixed ingredients from her collection of jars and bottles. There were giggleberries, which always brought a smile, and whispering petals, known to share secrets with those who listened closely. They added a sprinkle of moonbeam dust, just for a touch of sparkle. As they stirred the concoction, Mary played a joyful tune, and Lark shared an old tale of a turtle who once danced with the stars. The potion bubbled and glowed, casting a warm light around the room. With the potion ready, the friends hurried back to the great bubble tree. The villagers watched with anticipation as Flora sprinkled the potion over the roots of the tree. For a moment, nothing happened, and then the tree shivered with delight, and the bubbles began to shrink to their usual delightful size. The villagers cheered, and the air was filled with laughter and hugs. The great bubble tree twinkled in the sunlight, grateful to be back to its bubbly self. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark beamed with pride, knowing they had helped their village with creativity and friendship. Flora smiled, her heart warmed by the joy she saw around her. "Remember, my dear friends," she said, "that the magic of Whimsy Hollow lies not just in spells and potions, but in the kindness and laughter we share." And so life in Whimsy Hollow returned to its happy rhythm, with bubbles that danced gently on the breeze and hearts that sang with joy. The village continued to be a place of wonder and whimsy, where every day was a new adventure, and where friendship was the most magical gift of all. As the sun set, painting the sky with colors as vibrant as the village itself, the villagers gathered around the great bubble tree once more. This time, they weren't there to solve a mystery, but to celebrate the joy of their community. Pipkin, Mary, and Lark stood proudly, knowing that their teamwork had brought the village back to its delightful self. Flora joined them, bringing a basket filled with her homemade ginger snap cookies, each one shaped like a star. As they nibbled on the sweet treats, the bubbles floated gently overhead, casting rainbows in the fading light. The air was filled with the soft sounds of Mary's violin, his tunes weaving a melody of peace and happiness. "Do you suppose the tree will ever get carried away again?" Pipkin asked, a playful glint in his eyes. Perhaps, Flora replied with a wink. But that's the beauty of magic, isn't it? It's full of surprises and wonder, much like life itself. Lark nodded in agreement, his wise old eyes sparkling with wisdom. And when it does, we'll be ready with our wits and laughter, he said, his shell reflecting the gentle glow of the bubbles. The villagers continued to celebrate, sharing stories and dreams as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky. They knew that whatever challenges they might face, they would always have each other, and that was the greatest magic of all. As the night deepened, the villagers slowly made their way to their cozy homes, their hearts warm with the comfort of friendship and community. The great bubble tree stood tall and proud, a symbol of the joy and unity that defined Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Whimsy Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the adventures yet to come and the laughter that would always fill their days. In the quiet hush of the night, the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of bubbles filled the air, a lullaby of magic and love. And as the first light of dawn began to peek over the hills, Whimsy Hollow awoke once more, ready to embrace the new day with open hearts and cheerful spirits. For in Whimsy Hollow, every day was a celebration of life, a testament to the power of friendship, and a reminder that with kindness and creativity, any problem could be solved. And that, dear listener, is the true magic of Whimsy Hollow, a place where dreams come to life and every heart finds its song. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Leora. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Leora was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Leora seemed to hear. Leora's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Leora and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Leora's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Leora approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Leora drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Leora said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Leora and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Leora felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Leora approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. "This is the Box of Echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation." Leora felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Leora lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Leora and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Leora, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Leora felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Leora and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the Box of Echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. "You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic." Leora felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Leora and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Leora and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Leora and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. Story 46. Story 47. The Whispering Leaf. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where the houses seemed to tiptoe around a crystal-clear stream, there lay a secret that only the most observant of souls could discover. The village was nestled between rolling hills that wore mantles of wildflowers in spring and donned cloaks of snow in winter. The air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and fresh earth, a comforting aroma that enveloped the villagers like a warm embrace. It was here that young Maya, a curious girl with twinkling eyes and a heart as vast as the sky, spent her days exploring the world around her. She was the kind of child who believed that every rock, every tree, and every whisper of the wind held a story waiting to be told. Her best friend was a sprightly squirrel named Pip, whose fur was the color of toasted almonds, and who followed Maya wherever her adventures led. One chilly autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves danced lazily to the ground, Maya and Pip stumbled upon something extraordinary. Deep within the whispering woods, a place where the trees were so ancient and towering that they seemed to touch the heavens, Maya found a leaf unlike any she had seen before. It was not the vibrant orange or fiery red of the season, but a shimmering silver, glistening as if kissed by moonlight. Maya gently picked up the leaf, marveling at its cool, silky texture. As she held it, she could feel a soft hum resonate through her fingertips, a gentle vibration that seemed to whisper secrets of the forest. Intrigued, Maya and Pip decided to bring the leaf back to the village, eager to share their discovery. As they walked, Maya noticed that the leaf seemed to respond to her thoughts, glowing ever so slightly brighter when she was happy and dimming when she felt uncertain. She realized that the leaf was not just a curious object, but a magical one, capable of communicating in its own silent language. Upon returning to Willowbrook, Maya showed the leaf to her grandmother, the village's wise elder. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, and she pulled Maya close, her voice a soft murmur. "This is a whispering leaf," she explained. "It holds the wisdom of the forest and can guide those who listen with their hearts." Maya was fascinated. She spent her days learning to understand the leaf's subtle cues, its gentle glow guiding her through the complexities of life. It taught her patience as she waited for its light to respond, and empathy as she learned to feel the emotions it reflected. One evening, as the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, a shadow fell over Willowbrook. A thick fog descended, obscuring the familiar paths and casting an eerie silence over the village. The villagers, usually bustling with laughter and warmth, retreated into their homes, unease settling like a heavy blanket. Maya, however, felt a tug at her heart, a gentle urging from the whispering leaf. She knew that something was amiss, and that the leaf was guiding her towards a mystery that needed unraveling. With Pip by her side, she ventured back into the whispering woods, the silver leaf casting a soft glow to light their way. The forest was different in the fog, the trees looming like silent sentinels and the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine. Yet Maya felt no fear, only a sense of purpose. The leaf's glow brightened, leading her deeper into the woods until she arrived at a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like the arms of a giant. It was here that Maya noticed something peculiar, a faint, rhythmic pulsing emanating from the base of the tree, as if the very earth beneath it was breathing. Maya approached cautiously, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement. As she neared the oak, she saw a small, hidden door nestled within its roots, almost invisible under the thick carpet of moss. The pulsing seemed to grow stronger, resonating in time with her own heartbeat. With a deep breath, Maya reached out and touched the door, the whispering leaf glowing with encouragement. The door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the heart of the earth. Maya hesitated for a moment, feeling Pip's reassuring presence beside her, before descending into the depths below. The staircase led to a hidden cavern, its walls adorned with shimmering crystals that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal light. In the center of the cavern lay a pool of clear, still water, reflecting the myriad colors of the crystals above. The air was warm and fragrant, filled with the scent of wildflowers and honey. As Maya stepped closer to the pool, she saw her reflection, but it was not her reflection alone. In the water, she saw images of the villagers, each one captured in a moment of joy, kindness, or courage. She realized that the pool was a mirror of their best selves, a testament to the goodness that lived within each of them. The whispering leaf pulsed gently in her hand, and Maya understood that the pool was a source of magic for Willowbrook, a wellspring of the love and light that bound the village together. But the fog had disrupted its harmony, casting a shadow over the village. Determined to restore the balance, Maya turned to the whispering leaf for guidance. It glowed with a brilliant light, illuminating the cavern, and filling Maya with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew what she had to do. Kneeling beside the pool, Maya dipped the whispering leaf into the water, watching as the silver shimmer spread across the surface. The pool seemed to come alive, ripples of light dancing across its surface, and the air filled with a gentle hum that resonated deep within Maya's soul. Slowly, the fog that had enveloped Willowbrook began to dissipate, the heavy silence lifting as the village was bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The villagers emerged from their homes, their laughter and chatter returning as the shadow that had clouded their hearts vanished. Maya, her heart filled with joy, returned to the village with Pip, the whispering leaf still glowing softly in her hand. The villagers gathered around her, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Her grandmother embraced her, whispering words of pride and love. From that day on, the whispering leaf became a cherished symbol of hope and harmony in Willowbrook. Maya learned that the true magic lay not in the leaf itself, but in the love and kindness it inspired. She and Pip continued their adventures, exploring the world with open hearts and curious minds. And so, the village of Willowbrook thrived, its people united by the magic of the whispering leaf and the wisdom it imparted. Maya grew into a wise and compassionate leader, her heart forever guided by the lessons she had learned on her journey. As the years passed, the story of the whispering leaf became a cherished tale, passed down through generations as a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and love. And though the leaf eventually faded, its legacy lived on in the hearts of the villagers, a beacon of light that would never dim. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the trees still whispered their ancient secrets, Maya and Pip found their place, forever part of the magic that made Willowbrook a haven of peace and happiness. And in the quiet moments, when the moon cast its silver glow upon the village, the whisper of a leaf could still be heard, a gentle reminder that magic was all around, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 48. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, But to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light. With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort. With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final, joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. Story 49. Once upon a starry night, in a cozy woodland village, there lived a young hedgehog named Willow. Though small in stature, Willow's heart was vast, filled with dreams of adventure and self-discovery. However, like the tightly furled leaves that protected her, Willow found herself resistant to change, preferring the comfort of her familiar burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Willow awoke to find her world transformed. The once vibrant forest now slumbered under a blanket of golden leaves, and a chill wind whispered of winter's approach. Willow shivered, her quills prickling with apprehension. How could she embrace this new season when every fiber of her being longed for the warmth of summer? As Willow ventured forth in search of sustenance, she encountered her dear friend, Oakley, a wise old oak tree whose branches had weathered countless seasons. "Greetings, little one," Oakley rumbled, his deep voice like the creaking of ancient wood. "I sense your unease with the changing tides." Willow nodded, her eyes downcast. "Everything feels so different, so unfamiliar. I fear I am ill-equipped to handle such upheaval." Oakley chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. "My dear Willow, change is the natural order of life. Just as the forest sheds its vibrant cloak each autumn, only to be reborn in spring's verdant embrace, so too must we embrace the cycles of growth and renewal." Sensing Willow's skepticism, Oakley gestured towards a nearby clearing with a gnarled branch. "Behold the beauty of transformation," he whispered. In the heart of the clearing stood a magnificent weeping willow tree, its slender branches adorned with delicate, crystal-like leaves that shimmered in the morning light. As Willow drew nearer, she gasped in wonder, for the leaves seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, casting prismatic patterns upon the forest floor. "This is no ordinary tree," Oakley explained. "It is a manifestation of the magic that courses through our woodland realm, a living embodiment of the cycle of renewal. Each autumn, as the leaves turn to crystal, they capture the essence of the changing season, only to melt away come spring, replenishing the earth with their life-giving energy." Willow's eyes widened with childlike wonder as she beheld the crystalline splendor. In that moment, she felt a profound connection to the weeping willow, as if its roots had entwined with her very soul. Over the following weeks, Willow found herself drawn to the willow's enchanting presence, marveling at the ever-changing patterns cast by its luminous leaves. As winter's icy grip tightened upon the forest, Willow's once prickly nature softened, and she began to embrace the beauty of each season's unique gifts. One frosty night, as Willow huddled beneath the willow's crystalline canopy, she was joined by her friends, Oakley, the wise old oak, Flutter, a kind-hearted butterfly, and Burrow, a loyal rabbit with a penchant for cozy nooks. Together they shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the willow's nurturing embrace. As the first blush of spring crept over the horizon, Willow witnessed a miraculous transformation. The once crystalline leaves began to melt, their radiant droplets seeping into the earth, nourishing the slumbering seeds that would soon burst forth in a riot of new life. In that moment, Willow understood the profound truth Oakley had imparted, that change, though often daunting, was an essential part of growth and renewal. Just as the willow shed its crystalline cloak to nurture new beginnings, so too must Willow embrace the cycles of her own life, shedding her fears and insecurities to make way for the boundless potential within. From that day forth, Willow greeted each season with open arms, her heart filled with gratitude for the enduring magic of the woodland realm. And though the weeping willow's crystalline leaves would return with the autumn chill, Willow knew that within her burned an eternal flame, the inextinguishable light of hope, resilience, and the courage to embrace life's ever-changing tapestry. Story 50. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Leela, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Leela lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lila turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lila set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lila soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lila approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lila," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lila curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery. The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp, they explained. It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost. Intrigued, Lila asked, what could be lost that the melody seeks? The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance, the sprites continued. Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales. Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lila made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lila went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. Mr. Thistle, Lila began, have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately? The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. Indeed, young Lila, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing. Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began? Lila inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished. Lila's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lila set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lila approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lila back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lila, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lila's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Story 51. In the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden glen cloaked in perpetual twilight. Here, the canopy of lush emerald leaves allowed only the gentlest dapples of golden sunlight to kiss the forest floor, illuminating the soft carpet of moss and the delicate ferns that danced with the slightest breeze. The air was filled with the earthy aroma of damp wood and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of scents that wrapped around the senses like a comforting embrace. In this enchanted realm, the creatures of the forest lived lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, each playing its part in the delicate balance of their world. Among them was a wise old turtle named Bramble, whose shell was etched with the patterns of 100 seasons. Bramble was revered among the forest dwellers for his deep understanding of the natural world and his gentle, patient counsel. Bramble's closest companions were a sprightly squirrel named Pippin and a graceful deer called Lyra. Pippin, with her fur the color of autumn leaves, was full of boundless energy and curiosity, always eager to explore every nook and cranny of their woodland home. Lyra, on the other hand, moved with the serene grace of a river flowing through a quiet valley, her eyes as deep and calm as a forest pool. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn painted the leaves in shades of amber and crimson, Bramble gathered his friends beneath an ancient oak. Its branches stretched wide and strong, offering shelter and wisdom from the ages past. "The time has come," Bramble began, his voice as steady and soothing as the rustle of leaves in the wind, "for us to prepare for the changing of the seasons. We must ensure that the balance of our forest is maintained." Pippin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "What must we do, Bramble?" she chirped, her tail flicking with excitement. Bramble smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Each season brings its own magic and challenges. Autumn is a time of harvest and preparation. We must gather the bounty of the forest and ensure that all creatures have what they need to sustain them through the winter." Lyra nodded thoughtfully, her ears twitching as she listened to the gentle hum of the forest around them. "And how do we maintain the balance, Bramble?" The wise turtle looked out across the glen, where sunlight danced through the leaves, casting intricate patterns on the ground. "We must work together, each of us using our strengths to support one another. Pippin, your nimble paws can gather the acorns and berries that will feed many. Lyra, your keen senses will guide us to the hidden caches of food and safe havens for the colder months." With their roles clear, the friends set about their tasks, moving through the forest with a sense of purpose and unity. Pippin scampered up and down the trees, her cheeks full of acorns as she chattered happily to herself. Lyra glided silently through the underbrush, her hooves barely making a sound on the soft earth as she searched for hidden treasures among the leaves. As they worked, the forest seemed to come alive around them. Birds sang sweet melodies that echoed through the trees, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a peaceful harmony with the bubbling of a nearby brook. It was as if the forest itself was lending its magic to their endeavors, guiding them with unseen hands. Days passed in a blur of golden light and rustling leaves, each one bringing them closer to the heart of autumn. The forest glen transformed into a vibrant tapestry of color and life, a testament to the creature's dedication and the power of harmony. Yet as they toiled, a gentle reminder of the forest's wisdom came to them through the subtle signs of nature. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and lavender, Bramble called his friends to him once more. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the faint scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. "There is something more we must consider," he said, his voice soft but firm. "The changing seasons are not just a time for gathering and preparing, but also for reflection and understanding." Pippin tilted her head, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What do you mean, Bramble?" The wise turtle gestured with a gentle nod toward the horizon, where the first stars began to twinkle in the fading light. "Nature teaches us in whispers and signs. We must learn to listen, to understand the lessons she offers. Balance is not just about physical preparation, but also about harmony within ourselves and with each other." Lyra pondered this, her gaze thoughtful. "How do we learn to listen, Bramble?" With a knowing smile, Bramble replied, "By being present, by observing the world around us with our hearts as well as our eyes. The forest speaks to those who are willing to hear its song." And so, as the seasons continued their dance, the companions embraced this new wisdom. They spent their days not only gathering and preparing, but also pausing to appreciate the beauty and magic of their forest home. They watched as the leaves fell in a gentle cascade of color, listened to the songs of the wind through the trees, and felt the cool touch of the earth beneath their feet. In time, they came to understand that true balance was found in the harmony of all things. Each creature, each leaf, each breath of wind was part of a greater whole, a tapestry woven by the hands of time and nature. Through their efforts and understanding, they ensured that the forest thrived, not just for themselves, but for generations to come. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, the glen lay blanketed in a soft quilt of fallen leaves, the forest at peace in its slumber. Bramble, Pippin, and Lyra gathered once more beneath the ancient oak, their hearts filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom they had gained. "Thank you, Bramble," Pippin said, her voice a soft whisper in the twilight, "for teaching us to see the magic in our world." Lyra nodded, her eyes reflecting the soft glow of the setting sun, and for showing us that we are part of something much greater than ourselves. The old turtle smiled, his gaze tender as he looked upon his dear friends. "It is you who have taught me," he replied gently. "For in your companionship and kindness, I have found the truest form of harmony." And so, as the stars filled the night sky with their silvery light, the forest glen lay wrapped in a peaceful silence, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom, friendship, and the gentle balance of nature. The creatures of the forest slept soundly, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the eternal cycle of life, knowing that within their hearts lay the magic of the seasons and the whispers of the ancient trees. Story 52. Title: The Whispering Woods. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled at the foot of the sprawling misty mountains, there existed a legend as old as the oaks that towered over the village. It spoke of a hidden realm, a world tucked away within the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic flowed like the streams that sang their way through the tangled roots and fallen leaves. This world, they said, could only be revealed to those who carried a pure heart and the courage to seek it. The sun was setting over Elderwood, leaving a trail of pink and gold across the sky as young Finn sat on the stone steps of his grandmother's cottage. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the evening breeze was like a lullaby that carried with it secrets of long ago. Finn's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that twinkled like stars, had often regaled him with tales of the Whispering Woods, her voice weaving magic into the air as she spoke. "Tonight feels different, doesn't it, Gran?" Finn mused, gazing up at the sky that was slowly deepening to a sapphire blue. His grandmother nodded, her knitting needles clicking softly as she worked on yet another scarf for the coming winter. "Aye, it does, my dear. The woods are alive tonight. Can you hear their whispers?" she replied, her voice as soothing as the warm mug of cocoa she had prepared for him. Finn closed his eyes, letting the soft murmurs of the forest wash over him. It was as if the trees were speaking, their voices mingling with the cool night air, inviting him to join their ancient dance. He opened his eyes and looked at his grandmother, a question forming on his lips. Do you think I could find the hidden world?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. His grandmother paused her knitting, her gaze turning thoughtful. "Perhaps, if you listen closely. The woods hold many secrets, and sometimes they choose to share them with those who listen with their hearts." Encouraged by her words, Finn felt a spark of curiosity igniting within him, a desire to explore the stories that had always fascinated him. That night, after everyone else in the village had drifted into dreams, Finn set out toward the edge of the woods, the moon guiding his path with its gentle light. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was marked by 2 ancient oak trees, their branches intertwined like old friends holding hands. As Finn stepped beneath them, he felt a shiver of anticipation run through him, as if the trees themselves were aware of his presence. The path before him was dappled with moonlight, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the whispers grew louder, a melodious symphony of rustling leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. Finn's heart beat in time with the forest's rhythm, his senses heightened by the magic that seemed to pulse through the very air around him. He walked on, guided by an unseen force, until he reached a small clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone pedestal, upon which rested a shimmering crystal orb. The orb glowed with an ethereal light, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the trees and the forest floor. Finn approached it cautiously, his eyes wide with wonder. "This must be it," he whispered to himself, reaching out to touch the orb. As his fingers brushed its smooth surface, a wave of warmth spread through him, and he felt a connection to the forest that was deeper than he could have ever imagined. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled ever so slightly, and the trees began to sway as if moved by an invisible hand. The whispers grew louder, swirling around him like a gentle breeze, carrying with them words that he could almost understand. Finn closed his eyes, allowing the magic to envelop him, and when he opened them again, he found himself standing in a world that was both familiar and strange. The forest was alive with vibrant colors and shimmering light, each tree and flower pulsating with its own unique glow. The air was thick with the scent of wildflowers and fresh rain, and the sounds of laughter and song echoed through the trees. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted about, their wings catching the light like tiny prisms, creating rainbows in their wake. Finn's heart swelled with awe as he took in the beauty of the hidden world, his senses overwhelmed by the magic that surrounded him. He felt a sense of belonging here, as if he had been searching for this place his entire life without even knowing it. As he wandered through the ethereal landscape, he encountered a group of forest folk gathered around a bubbling spring. They were small, elf-like beings with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair woven with leaves and flowers. Their eyes were bright with curiosity and kindness, and they welcomed Finn with open arms and joyous laughter. "Welcome, young traveler," one of them said, her voice as melodious as the forest's song. "We've been waiting for you." Finn was taken aback, his mind racing with questions. "Waiting for me? But how did you know I would come?" The forest folk exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes twinkling with a secret they were eager to share. "The forest called to you, and you answered with an open heart. You are here because you are meant to be." Finn felt a warmth spread through him at their words, as if the forest itself was wrapping him in a gentle embrace. He spent the rest of the night in their company, learning about the wonders of the hidden world and the magic that sustained it. The forest folk shared their stories and songs, their laughter ringing through the trees like a joyful chorus, and Finn felt a sense of peace settle over him like a soft blanket. As dawn began to break, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to the world he knew. The forest folk bid him farewell, their eyes filled with warmth and understanding, and Finn promised to return one day. The journey back through the whispering woods was a blur of color and sound, the magic of the hidden world lingering in his heart like the memory of a dream. As he emerged from the trees, the village of Elderwood lay before him, bathed in the soft light of morning. Finn made his way back to his grandmother's cottage, his mind still buzzing with all he had seen and learned. As he stepped inside, he found his grandmother waiting for him, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the ages. "You found it, didn't you?" she asked, her voice filled with gentle pride. Finn nodded, a smile spreading across his face. "I did, Gran. It was more beautiful than I ever imagined." His grandmother reached out to hug him, her embrace warm and comforting. "I knew you would. The forest chose well." As Finn settled into the familiar comfort of his home, he realized that the journey had changed him in ways he was only beginning to understand. The hidden world had opened his eyes to the magic that existed all around him, and he carried its light within him like a beacon. In the days that followed, Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, finding solace and wonder in its depths. He became a bridge between the two worlds, sharing the stories and wisdom of the forest folk with his village, and bringing the warmth and kindness of Elderwood to the hidden realm. Through his journeys, Finn learned that the true magic lay not in the hidden world itself, but in the connections he forged and the love that flowed between them. It was a lesson he carried with him for the rest of his days, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, the light of friendship and understanding could illuminate the path ahead. And so, with each step he took, Finn wove a tapestry of stories and songs, a legacy that would be passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that the world was filled with wonders waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them. The end. Story 53. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Story 58. Story 59. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were 2 distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Ferrum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence. A rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Ferrum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Ferrum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives, ensuring that the Bridge of Light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 60. 61. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of trees weaved a tapestry of emerald and gold, the world whispered in a language older than time. This was the realm of the leaf-shade glade, a hidden sanctuary where the natural and magical worlds danced in harmonious rhythm. Nestled within the underbrush, a small, gentle hedgehog named Brindle began his day. His quills, soft and mossy, blended perfectly with the forest floor, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon the earth, Brindle emerged from his burrow with a curious glint in his eye. The forest was alive with the symphony of morning. The rustling of leaves echoed like a gentle lullaby, while the songs of birds painted the air with melodies both sweet and serene. The scent of damp earth and fresh pine mingled with the crisp, clean aroma of the morning dew, creating a tapestry of fragrances that spoke of life's endless cycle. Brindle's journey this morning was to visit his dear friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, who lived in the ancient oak known as the Sentinel. Eldrin, with feathers that shimmered like silver moonlight, was the keeper of stories and the guardian of the forest's secrets. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his heart beat in time with the land itself. As Brindle made his way through the forest, he paused to greet the other inhabitants. A family of squirrels chattered merrily as they gathered acorns, their bushy tails flicking with excitement. A pair of rabbits nibbled on clover, their noses twitching inquisitively as they watched Brindle pass by. Each creature played its part in the delicate balance of the glade, and Brindle felt a deep sense of belonging as he continued on his path. The sentinel stood tall and proud, its branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. Eldrin was perched high above, his golden eyes surveying the world with a gaze that seemed to penetrate the very soul of the forest. As Brindle approached, Eldrin hooted softly, a sound that resonated with warmth and welcome. "Good morning, dear Brindle," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth as the gentle breeze that rustled the leaves. "What brings you to my perch today?" Brindle settled at the base of the oak, the soft moss cushioning him like a plush pillow. "Good morning, Eldrin. I've come to seek your counsel. The forest feels different today, as if the very air hums with an unfamiliar energy." Eldrin nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "Ah, you sense it too. The balance of our glade is shifting. The seasons are turning, and with them comes a new magic that we must understand." Brindle listened intently, his heart beating in time with the forest's rhythm. "How can we learn to embrace this change, Eldrin?" The wise owl spread his wings, gesturing to the forest around them. "The answer lies in the stories of our ancestors, woven into the land itself. We must walk the path of the elders, learn from their wisdom, and share it with all who call this place home." With Eldrin's words echoing in his heart, Brindle set off on a journey through the glade, guided by the ancient tales whispered by the trees. As he walked, the forest revealed its secrets, each step a chapter in a story older than memory. He traveled to the crystal stream, where the water sang with the voices of those who came before. There a wise old turtle named Myrtle shared the tale of the river's birth, a story of patience and perseverance that spoke of the power of time. Next, Brindle visited the Meadow of Whispers, where the flowers swayed like a vibrant sea under the gentle caress of the wind. A family of bees, their wings glistening like drops of sunlight, buzzed around him, sharing the story of their dance with the blossoms, a tale of cooperation and the beauty of working as one. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of rose and lavender, Brindle returned to the Sentinel. Eldrin awaited him, his presence a beacon of tranquility in the gathering dusk. "Did you find the answers you sought, my friend?" Eldrin inquired, his voice a soft murmur against the backdrop of the settling night. Brindle nodded, his heart full with the stories of the forest. "Yes, Eldrin. The forest teaches us that every change brings new possibilities, and through unity and understanding, we can embrace the magic of every season." Eldrin hooted softly, his eyes glowing with pride. "You have learned well, Brindle. The wisdom of the forest is now part of you, and with it, you will help guide us all into the new dawn." Together they watched as the stars began to twinkle above, each one a reminder of the endless cycle of life and the magic that bound them all. The forest around them settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled in the embrace of the night. And so, in the heart of the leaf-shade glade, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, Brindle and Eldrin found comfort in the harmony of their world, a world where every creature, every leaf, every whisper of the wind played its part in the symphony of life. And in that harmony, they knew that no matter how the seasons turned, the forest would always find its balance, guided by the wisdom of its gentle, kind-hearted guardians. Story 62. Once upon a time, in the distant reaches of the galaxy, there existed a small, buzzing spaceport known as Nexus Station. It was a place where travelers from countless planets came together, each bringing the peculiarities of their home worlds. Among the throng of beings, two very different creatures found themselves drawn into an adventure neither had anticipated. First was Tali, a delicate creature from the verdant world of Lusharia. She resembled a walking blossom, with petals that shimmered in hues of blue and violet, and a voice that echoed like the gentle rustle of leaves. Lusharians were known for their affinity with nature and their ability to communicate with all living things. Tali had come to Nexus Station in search of rare seeds to bring back to her planet's gardens. Then there was Drox, a sturdy, metallic being from the industrious planet of Farron. Drox's body was a marvel of engineering, a patchwork of gears and glowing circuits. Faronians were skilled in technology, but not known for their emotional depth. Drox had arrived at the station on a quest to find new alloys that could withstand the harshest conditions. On a particular day, as the chaos of the spaceport swirled around them, Tali and Drox collided in a busy market corridor. Tali's seeds scattered across the shiny floor, while Drox's metallic limbs clattered as he tried to regain his balance. "Oh dear," Tali exclaimed, her petals bristling with embarrassment. "I'm so sorry." Drox, adjusting his optics, replied in a voice that hummed like a gentle engine. "No, it was my fault. I wasn't watching where I was going." As they both stooped to collect Tali's scattered seeds, a misunderstanding unfolded. Drox, unfamiliar with the organic delicacy of Lusharian flora, accidentally crushed a seed under his metal fingers. Tali gasped softly, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "That was a rare one," she murmured, her voice tinged with disappointment. Drox, feeling a pang of something unfamiliar, guilt, offered, "I'll help you find another. I've seen a vendor selling seeds just down the corridor." Reluctantly, Tali agreed, and together they ventured deeper into the market. Along the way, Drox's candid curiosity about the seeds sparked a conversation. Tali shared stories of her lush home, where the air was sweet with the scent of blossoms, and the sky danced with colors at dawn and dusk. In return, Drox spoke of Farron, where the skies were often hidden behind a veil of smog, but the night was illuminated by the glow of factories and the rhythmic hum of machinery. Their differences were vast, yet as they talked, a bridge of understanding began to form. Tali marveled at Drox's tales of invention and innovation, while Drox found himself enchanted by Tali's descriptions of a world so full of life and color. Their quest for the seed vendor led them to the outskirts of the market, where a small, unassuming stall was nestled between towering crates of exotic goods. The vendor, a wizened old Gricthorian with a voice like gravel, eyed them with suspicion. "What do you want?" he croaked, his three eyes blinking out of sequence. Tali stepped forward, her demeanor gentle yet firm. "We're looking for a Lusharian seed, a rare one. Would you happen to have any?" The Gricthorian grumbled, rummaging through his collection. Eventually, he produced a small, shimmering seed that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "This is what you're looking for, but it's not cheap," he warned. Drox, understanding the importance of the seed, offered to pay with a portion of the precious Faronian alloys he had brought to trade. The vendor agreed, and Tali's eyes sparkled with gratitude. "Thank you, Drox," she said softly. "This means a lot to me." Drox, feeling a warmth spreading through his circuits, simply nodded. "It's the least I could do after my clumsiness." As they returned to the heart of the spaceport, a sudden announcement crackled through the station's speakers. A solar storm was approaching, threatening to disrupt travel and communication throughout the sector. Panic rippled through the crowd, and travelers hurried to secure passage before the storm hit. Tali and Drox found themselves caught in the throng, but instead of being swept away by the chaos, they grew more determined to stick together. In the midst of the frenzy, they discovered that the storm's arrival would trap them at Nexus Station for several days. With no choice but to wait out the storm, Tali and Drox decided to make the best of their situation. They found refuge in a quaint corner of the station, a small garden dome where exotic plants from various worlds grew under artificial sunlight. It was here, surrounded by the calming presence of greenery, that they began to truly understand one another. In the serene atmosphere of the garden dome, Tali taught Drox about the art of Lusharian meditation, a practice that involved tuning into the symphony of life around them. As Drox attempted to still his mechanical mind, he experienced a strange new sensation, a sense of peace and connection he had never known. In return, Drox shared the wonders of Pharaonian technology with Tali, demonstrating how his internal systems worked and explaining the intricacies of his design. Tali, fascinated by the precision and ingenuity, found herself seeing Drox not just as a machine, but as a reflection of the beauty that could be found in creation of all kinds. As the days passed, the storm outside raged on, but inside the garden dome, a bond was forming. They laughed and shared stories, their initial misunderstandings giving way to a deeper appreciation for each other's perspectives. One evening, as they watched the swirling vortex of the storm through the dome's transparent ceiling, Tali turned to Drox with a thoughtful expression. "I've learned so much from you, Drox. You've shown me that even things that seem cold and mechanical can have a warmth all their own." Drox, feeling an unexpected emotion welling up, replied, "And you've taught me that even a being of metal and circuits can find beauty in the natural world. I think we make quite the team." Their mutual support became evident when a sudden power outage plunged the station into darkness. Panic threatened to erupt among the stranded travelers, but Tali and Drox, guided by their newfound friendship, sprang into action. Using his internal battery, Drox provided a temporary source of light and power, while Tali, with her calming presence and gentle words, reassured those around them. Together they organized a safe, comfortable space for everyone to wait until the power was restored. In that moment, under the dim glow of Drox's lights and the comforting rustle of Tali's petals, the travelers of Nexus Station found solace. It was a testament to the unlikely bond between a being of metal and a creature of petals, and the strength they found in each other's company. Finally, as the solar storm subsided and the station's systems flickered back to life, Tali and Drox prepared to part ways. Their journey together had come to an end, but the friendship they had forged would linger in their hearts. As they stood at the threshold of the garden dome, Tali offered Drox a small, vibrant blossom from her world. "To remember our time together," she said with a smile. Drox accepted the gift, carefully placing it within a compartment in his chest. "And this," he said, handing Tali a small, sparkling gear from his own body, "to remind you of our shared adventure." With a final embrace, they promised to keep in touch across the stars, knowing that no distance could diminish the friendship they had discovered. As Tali and Drox departed, each to their own world, they carried with them the lessons they had learned, that true friendship transcends differences, that understanding can overcome any misunderstanding, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in each other's presence. And so in the vastness of the galaxy, under the endless tapestry of stars, Tali and Drox's story continued to echo, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in friendship and the warmth of a bond forged through shared trials and heartfelt understanding. Story 63. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Lila. Lila was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lila's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lila and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lila loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lila noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lila. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lila opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lila felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lila mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lila and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lila had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lila had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lila approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lila whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lila. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lila noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lila pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lila marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lila said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lila," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lila and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lila said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lila and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lila asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lila," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lila and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lila felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lila and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lila grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lila found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 64. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. But how do they know when to begin the dance? He asked. Ah, Tully smiled. That is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial. Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the dance of the seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 69. Story 70. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Hills, lived a young girl named Maren. Her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 stars, and her heart brimmed with the spirit of adventure. Maren often wondered what lay beyond the familiar fields and babbling brooks of her home, and it wasn't long before her dreams led her to a journey of discovery. One golden afternoon, when the sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced like gentle phantoms, Maren followed a path less trodden. It led her into a forest known as the Enchanted Glade, where stories of old spoke of wonders untold. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and the leaves whispered secrets in the language of the wind. As Maren ventured deeper, the forest began to transform. The trees stood tall and wise, their bark etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly in the dappled sunlight. She marveled at the luminescent flowers that bloomed in impossible colors, like tiny fireworks frozen in time. The ground beneath her feet felt soft and springy, as if the earth itself was cradling her steps. Suddenly, a soft giggle fluttered through the air, and Maren turned to find the source. There, perched upon a low branch, was a creature unlike any she had seen. It was a sprightly wisp, with wings as delicate as cobwebs and eyes that twinkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Welcome, traveler," the wisp chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "I am Zephyr, guardian of this glade." Maren smiled, her heart warming at the friendly greeting. "I'm Maren," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've come to explore the mysteries of this place." Zephyr fluttered closer, its wings leaving a trail of shimmering dust in the air. "You have courage in your heart, Maren," the wisp said, "and the glade welcomes those who seek with an open heart." Together they wandered through the forest, where Maren encountered creatures of whimsy and delight. She met a troop of playful squirrels that juggled acorns with unparalleled skill, and a family of rabbits that wove stories into the patterns of the grass. Each encounter left Maren more enchanted than the last, her heart swelling with joy and wonder. But as twilight began to weave its indigo threads through the sky, a gentle challenge awaited Maren. At the heart of the glade lay a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Legends spoke of a hidden island at its center, only revealed to those who truly believed in the magic of the forest. Maren hesitated, gazing at the water that gleamed with the reflection of stars not yet visible. Zephyr hovered beside her, offering a reassuring glow. "Trust in yourself, Maren," the wisp encouraged. "The path will reveal itself to those who walk with courage." Taking a deep breath, Maren stepped forward. With each step, the water embraced her feet, cool and soothing. She walked with unwavering faith, her heart a compass guiding her toward the unknown. And as she believed, the pool began to shimmer and part, revealing a path of moonlit stones leading to the island. Upon reaching the island, Maren found a grove of ancient trees, their branches intertwined like friends in an eternal dance. In the center stood a single tree, its bark silvered with age and wisdom. Maren placed her hand upon it, feeling the pulse of the forest's heartbeat beneath her palm. In that moment, she understood that the true magic of the glade lay not in the wonders she had seen, but in the courage it had inspired within her. As she made her way back to the village, the forest whispered its farewells, promising that its magic would always be there for those who dared to seek it. Maren returned home, her heart forever changed by the beauty and wonder of the enchanted glade. She knew that the courage she had found within herself would guide her through any adventure life might bring. And so, under a sky sprinkled with stars, Maren drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the gentle magic of the forest and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And in her dreams, the glade awaited, always ready to welcome her with open arms and the soft, soothing whispers of the trees. Story 71. Once upon a time, in a small village nestled among the rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Although her life seemed ordinary, she possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the trees and plants that surrounded her home. From a tender age, Willow had felt a deep connection to nature, as if the very essence of the forest coursed through her veins. She would spend countless hours wandering through the trees, listening to their gentle whispers and marveling at the intricate tapestry of life that flourished beneath their boughs. One fateful day, as Willow sat beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, she heard a faint murmur that seemed to beckon her deeper into the forest. Intrigued, she followed the call, her heart pounding with excitement and a touch of apprehension. As she ventured farther into the woods, the sounds of the world she knew faded away, replaced by a symphony of unfamiliar melodies, the rustling of leaves, the gentle trickle of a hidden stream, and the melodic trills of birds she had never encountered before. Suddenly, Willow found herself standing before an ancient, gnarled tree unlike any she had ever seen. Its twisted branches seemed to reach out to her, beckoning her closer. Without hesitation, she placed her hand upon its weathered bark, and in that moment, the world around her shimmered and shifted. Willow gasped as she found herself transported to a realm where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. This was the hidden world within the heart of the forest, a place where magic thrived and the impossible became possible. As she explored this wondrous realm, Willow encountered beings she had only heard of in fairy tales, playful sprites darting amongst the wildflowers, wise old tree guardians whose bark had been etched with the stories of centuries, and gentle creatures that seemed to be made of living leaves and petals. One such being, a kindly old willow tree named Rowan, took Willow under his gentle guidance, teaching her the ways of this enchanted realm and the secrets of the natural world. He revealed to her the existence of a powerful, ancient artifact, the emerald seed, which had the ability to restore balance and harmony to any ecosystem it touched. Rowan explained that the emerald seed had been stolen by a group of mischievous sprites who, in their playful ignorance, had disrupted the delicate balance of the forest. Without the seed's power, the once vibrant realm was slowly withering, its magic fading with each passing day. Willow, her heart filled with determination, vowed to embark on a quest to recover the emerald seed and restore the hidden world to its former glory. With Rowan's guidance and the friendship of a merry band of woodland creatures, she set off on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering connection to the natural world. Along the way, Willow faced challenges that seemed insurmountable: treacherous ravines, tangled briar patches, and cunning riddles posed by the trickster sprites. Yet, with each obstacle she overcame, her bond with the forest grew stronger, and her understanding of the intricate web of life deepened. In one particularly harrowing encounter, Willow found herself trapped in the lair of a fearsome wyvern, a beast whose very breath could wither the mightiest of trees. But it was her compassion and her ability to communicate with the natural world that saved her. She calmed the wyvern's rage by offering it a soothing melody woven from the songs of the forest, reminding the creature of its own connection to the living world. Finally, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow came face to face with the mischievous sprites who had stolen the emerald seed. To her surprise, they were not malicious beings, but rather playful and curious creatures who had simply underestimated the power they held. With patience and understanding, Willow explained the importance of the seed and the delicate balance it maintained within the hidden realm. Moved by her words and her unwavering friendship, the sprites agreed to return the emerald seed, vowing to be more mindful of their actions in the future. As Willow held the glowing seed aloft, its verdant light swept across the realm, restoring the vibrant colors and rejuvenating the withering plants. The hidden world within the forest was once again alive with magic and wonder. But Willow's journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had grown from a wide-eyed child into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart firmly rooted in the natural world and her spirit emboldened by the friendships she had forged. As she made her way back to the familiar paths of her village, Willow carried with her the lessons she had learned: the importance of balance, the power of understanding, and the unbreakable bonds that connect all living beings. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the hidden realm, serving as a bridge between the world of humans and the enchanted realm within the forest. She shared her wisdom with all who would listen, teaching them to appreciate the wonders of nature and to tread lightly upon the earth. And in the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath, Willow would sit beneath the boughs of her favorite oak tree, listening to the whispers of the forest and smiling at the memories of her extraordinary journey, a journey that had transformed her into a true child of the wild, forever connected to the beating heart of the natural world. Story 72. Story 73. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box. its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Ela lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Ela came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Ela's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Ela found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Ela felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the Enchanted Wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 74. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and golden fields of barley, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Her village was a lovely place where every morning dewdrops gleamed like tiny jewels on the grass, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle. Yet Lila often found herself gazing beyond the horizon, wondering what lay beyond the familiar landscape she knew so well. One misty morning, as the first light of dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and purple, Lila decided it was time to follow her heart and explore the world beyond her village. Clad in a cozy cloak of deep blue, she set off down the winding path that led through the whispering woods, carrying nothing but a small satchel filled with fresh bread and a flask of warm tea. The path led her into the heart of the forest, where sunlight filtered through the thick canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was cool and filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant melody of a brook. As Lila walked, she marveled at the towering trees, their trunks covered in soft emerald moss, and the delicate wildflowers that lined the path, their petals glistening with dew. As she ventured deeper into the woods, Lila came upon a clearing bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight greeted her eyes. It was a grove of trees unlike any she had ever seen. Their bark shimmered like silver, and their leaves were the color of a summer sky. At the center of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and high, adorned with luminescent fruit that glowed softly like lanterns in the twilight. Drawn by an irresistible curiosity, Lila approached the tree. As she neared, she noticed a small, gentle creature nestled among the roots. It was a creature of wonder, with soft, iridescent fur that shifted colors like a rainbow, and eyes as bright as stars. It looked up at Lila with a friendly smile and spoke in a voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Welcome, dear traveler," the creature said. "I am the keeper of the grove, and these trees have stood here since time began. Few have ventured here, and fewer still have returned with tales of their journey." Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she listened to the creature's words. She sat beside it, sharing her bread and tea, and told it of her village and her longing to explore the world. The keeper listened intently, nodding with understanding. "You have a brave heart, Lila," it said kindly. "To seek the unknown is to embrace the beauty of life itself. This grove holds many secrets and wonders, and I sense it has much to teach you." Encouraged by the keeper's words, Lila decided to explore the grove further. As she wandered among the silver-barked trees, she discovered a stream flowing with shimmering water that sang softly as it danced over smooth stones. She dipped her fingers into the water, feeling its cool caress, and noticed tiny, glowing fish darting playfully beneath the surface. Continuing her exploration, Lila came upon a small hill crowned with wildflowers. As she climbed to the top, she was greeted by a breathtaking view. The grove stretched out below her, a sea of silver and blue, with the great tree at its heart. Beyond the grove, the forest continued, a tapestry of greens and browns, and in the distance she glimpsed the peaks of mist-shrouded mountains. Feeling a newfound sense of courage and wonder, Lila descended the hill and returned to the keeper. She found it waiting with a gentle smile, its eyes filled with warmth and wisdom. "You have discovered much today, Lila," the keeper said. "But remember, the true journey is not in what you see, but in what you learn and how you grow." Lila nodded, understanding the truth in the keeper's words. She realized that her adventure had not only shown her the beauty of the world, but had also revealed her own strength and courage. She thanked the keeper for its guidance and friendship, promising to cherish the lessons she had learned. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the grove, Lila knew it was time to return home. She walked back through the whispering woods, her heart light and her spirit filled with joy. She carried with her the memory of the enchanting grove and the kindness of its gentle keeper, knowing that she would forever be a part of its magic. When Lila finally returned to her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky. She was greeted by the familiar sight of warm lights glowing in the windows of her home and the comforting sounds of her family's laughter. As she settled into her cozy bed, she felt a deep sense of peace and contentment, knowing that her world was now a little bit larger and her heart a little bit braver. And so, Lila drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, dreaming of silver trees and glowing fruit, of shimmering streams and starry-eyed creatures, and of all the adventures yet to come. For she knew that the world was full of wonders, and she was ready to explore them all, one step at a time. Story 75. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind and the ground was carpeted with a thick, velvety layer of moss, lay the tranquil village of Willowbrook. The village was known for its charming cottages, each with unique, colorful shutters and gardens spilling over with vibrant flowers. Smoke curled lazily from chimneys, filling the air with the comforting aroma of burning wood and freshly baked bread. The villagers of Willowbrook were accustomed to a serene life, surrounded by the gentle magic that infused the forest. It was a place where the birds could be heard chatting with the squirrels, and the streams giggled as they danced over smooth stones. However, lately, a series of strange occurrences had set the villagers at witter with curiosity and mild concern. Every morning, just as the sun kissed the horizon, small objects would mysteriously move from their places. Teacups would relocate from kitchen tables to garden walls, and watering cans would be found hanging from tree branches, as if the trees themselves had decided to tend to the gardens. Though these happenings were harmless, they had puzzled the villagers, who were keen on understanding the playful mischief. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lila, known for her inquisitive nature and gentle heart. Lila had a particular fondness for the magical creatures that dwelled in the whispering woods, and often spent her afternoons exploring the forest paths, befriending the creatures she met along the way. Her best friend was a wise old owl named Oliver, who had feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient wisdom. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves crunched underfoot and the air was filled with the scent of cinnamon and cloves, Lila set out to unravel the mystery of the moving objects. She donned her favorite woolen cloak, the one her grandmother had knitted, and tucked a notebook under her arm to record her observations. Her first stop was the quaint cottage of Mrs. Poppy, the village baker, who greeted Lila with a warm smile and a plate of freshly baked scones. "Oh, Lila dear," Mrs. Poppy chuckled, "those teacups of mine have quite the wanderlust. I found them perched on the windowsill this morning, enjoying the sunrise." Lila noted the incident in her book, and with a scone in hand, continued her investigation. She meandered through the village, speaking with the blacksmith whose tools had mysteriously rearranged themselves, and the gardener whose watering cans had taken to the trees. As she walked, Lila listened closely to the whispers of the forest, for she knew that the woods held secrets and stories untold. The rustle of leaves and the babble of brooks were like a melody, guiding her deeper into the heart of the forest where the oldest magic lay. It was here, in a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight, that Lila found Oliver perched on a low branch. The owl blinked thoughtfully as Lila approached, her curiosity evident in her bright eyes. "Hello, Oliver," Lila greeted, giving a small bow. "I seek your wisdom in solving a curious puzzle. The objects in our village have taken to wandering in the night, and I wonder if the forest knows why." Oliver ruffled his feathers, considering the question. "Ah, young Lila," he hooted softly, "the forest is alive with ancient magic, and not all of it is understood by those who dwell in cottages. Sometimes the magic decides to play, to remind us of its presence and its joy." "But why now?" Lila asked, settling onto the soft moss beside the owl. "Why have the objects begun to move only recently?" Oliver tilted his head, his eyes reflecting the gold of the autumn leaves. "Perhaps the forest wishes to share a message or a lesson. Have you noticed anything else that might offer a clue? Lila thought for a moment, recalling her observations. The objects always move at dawn when the first light touches the village, and they seem to gather in places where they can see the sunrise. The owl hooted in agreement, a sound like the gentle rustle of leaves. Very good, Lila. The dawn is a time of new beginnings, of light overcoming darkness. Perhaps the forest wishes to teach the village the importance of embracing change and seeing the world from a new perspective. With the wisdom of Oliver's words, Lila felt a spark of understanding. The forest's magic was not a mystery to be solved, but a reminder to be cherished. The moving objects were an invitation for the villagers to pause, to appreciate the beauty of their world, and to find joy in the unexpected. Armed with this insight, Leela returned to the village and gathered the villagers in the town square. As the sun dipped behind the trees, casting a warm glow over Willowbrook, she shared Oliver's message. "The forest is inviting us to see our world anew," Leela explained, her voice clear and steady, "to find joy in the little changes and to embrace the magic of each sunrise." The villagers listened, nodding as the truth of her words resonated in their hearts. From that day forward, they welcomed the playful magic of the forest, delighting in the whimsical surprises that greeted them each morning. And so, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, nestled in the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always filled with the scent of fresh bread and the gentle hum of ancient magic. The villagers learned to cherish the dawn, to seek out the beauty in each day, and to find comfort in the knowledge that they were part of a world filled with wonder and possibility. As for Lila, she continued her explorations, guided by the wisdom of her friend Oliver, and the understanding that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that invite us to open our hearts and see the world through eyes of wonder. And each night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the forest whispered its lullabies, Willowbrook slumbered in peace, comforted by the magic that cradled them all. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. In the distant reaches of the cosmos, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet backdrop of space, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies shimmered in hues of lavender and gold, and its lush landscapes teemed with life. Among its gentle inhabitants was Lyra, a creature of light and song, whose translucent wings caught the sun's rays and scattered rainbows across the fields as she fluttered from one blossom to the next. On a nearby planet shrouded in twilight and mystery lived Corin, a towering being of earth and stone. His world, Teros, was a place of deep valleys and echoing caverns where the ground whispered ancient secrets. Corin's strength was matched by his gentle heart, and he wandered his land with a quiet reverence for the beauty of the stones and the life they cradled. One fateful day, as the stars aligned in a cosmic dance, a curious portal opened between these two worlds. Lyra, drawn by its shimmering allure, darted through the portal, her heart filled with wonder and a touch of trepidation. She found herself in the shadowed realm of Teros, where the air was cool and the scent of earth was rich and comforting. Corin, who had been exploring near the portal's edge, watched in awe as the delicate creature emerged. Her light was a stark contrast to the muted tones of his world, and for a moment they simply stared at one another, two beings from different worlds, brought together by the whims of the universe. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra's melodious trills and chirps seemed like mere music to Corin's ears, while his deep rumbling tones were too low for her to comprehend fully. Yet there was a spark of curiosity in both their hearts, a desire to bridge the gap between them. Over time, they learned to communicate through gestures and shared experiences. Lyra would guide Corin to the hidden nooks where flowers bloomed in the shadows, their colors vibrant even in the dim light, while Corin showed Lyra the secret paths within the caverns, where crystals glowed with an inner fire. Their bond deepened as they faced challenges together. One day, a fierce storm swept across Teros, its winds howling through the valleys, and its rains turning paths into torrents. Lyra, unused to such weather, found herself struggling against the gale. Corin, with his sturdy form, shielded her with his broad back, guiding her to the safety of a cavern where they waited for the storm to pass. In that quiet refuge, they shared warmth and stories, their differences fading as they found comfort in each other's presence. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra and Corin discovered the true meaning of friendship. They learned to appreciate each other's strengths and to lend support in times of need. Lyra taught Corin the joy of laughter, her tinkling giggles echoing through the caverns, while Corin showed Lyra the beauty of silence, the way it allowed the heart to listen more deeply. One day the portal shimmered once more, signaling that it was time for Lyra to return to Luminara. The thought of parting was bittersweet, yet both knew that their friendship had transcended the boundaries of their worlds. As Lyra prepared to leave, she touched her wings lightly to Corin's forehead, a gesture of gratitude and affection. Corin, in turn, placed a small crystal in her hands, its glow a reminder of the light they had found in each other. With a final, shared glance of understanding and warmth, Lyra stepped through the portal, her heart full of memories and a newfound wisdom about the strength of friendship. Back on Luminara, Lyra often gazed up at the stars, her thoughts drifting to her friend Anteros. And on Teros, Corin would sit in the quiet of a cavern, feeling the gentle hum of the crystal Lyra had touched, knowing that their bond was as enduring as the stones of his world. In the vastness of the universe, Lyra and Corin had discovered the simple truth that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find understanding and joy in one another. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, their friendship endured, a testament to the harmony that could be found in diversity and the strength that could be born from shared hearts. Story 81. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the glade of whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the Story Keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 82. Story 83. In the soft twilight of a universe filled with countless stars, there existed a peculiar planet known as Lumina, a place aglow with a warm, perpetual twilight. The sky was a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, and the air carried a gentle, sweet aroma akin to blooming lilacs. Lumina was known for its luminous flora and gentle creatures, but it was also a world where paths often crossed in unexpected ways. On one such evening, when the sky shimmered with the brilliance of 1,000 tiny moons, two travelers found themselves in a serendipitous meeting. The first was a young being named Zephyr, hailing from the airy plains of Arion, a planet where the winds sang songs of old and every creature was gifted with wings. Zephyr's feathers were a soft azure, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. His heart longed for adventure, to see beyond the horizon of his windswept home. The second was a wanderer named Mira, from the oceanic depths of Nereida, a world where the seas glowed with bioluminescent life. Mira's skin shimmered like the surface of the sea under a full moon. Her hair danced like seaweed in a gentle current, and her eyes held the depths of the ocean's mysteries. She had ventured beyond her watery domain in search of stories and the secrets of the stars. Their meeting was not a planned one. Zephyr had been gliding through the skies of Lumina, entranced by its beauty, when a sudden gust of unfamiliar wind threw him off course. He landed, rather ungracefully, in a clearing where Mira was setting up camp for the night. Startled by the sound, Mira turned, her eyes widening at the sight of the winged newcomer tangled in a thicket of luminous vines. "Oh dear," Mira exclaimed softly, her voice like the gentle lapping of waves. "Are you all right?" Zephyr, flustered and a little embarrassed, untangled himself with a sheepish grin. "I'm fine, just a bit wind-blown," he chuckled, brushing off his feathers. "I didn't mean to intrude." "Nonsense," Mira replied with a kind smile. Any friend of the stars is welcome here. And so, under the canopy of twinkling lights, a friendship began to blossom. They spent the evening exchanging tales of their homelands, their voices mingling with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant calls of Lumina's nocturnal creatures. Zephyr spoke of the skies that carried the songs of Arion, while Mira shared the mysteries of the deep, the rhythm of the tides in her heart. Yet, as with all new friendships, misunderstandings were inevitable. Zephyr, ever the inquisitive one, was fascinated by Mira's tales of the sea, but often interrupted with a barrage of questions, eager to know more. Mira, unused to such interruptions, found herself growing frustrated, feeling that her stories were being lost in the whirlwind of Zephyr's curiosity. One evening, as they sat by a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest, Mira's patience wore thin. "Zephyr," she said gently, but with a hint of exasperation, "sometimes it's important to listen fully before asking more." Zephyr blinked, taken aback. "I didn't mean to be rude," he replied, his voice tinged with remorse. I find your stories so fascinating that I can't help myself." "Perhaps," Mira suggested softly, "we could learn to understand each other's ways. I will try to be more patient, and you, perhaps, could pause and reflect a little longer." Zephyr nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. "I'll do my best," he promised, and they shared a warm, comforting silence, the brook's gentle babbling filling the space between them. Their bond grew stronger as they faced shared challenges in the days that followed. Lumina, for all its beauty, held its own mysteries and obstacles. There were paths that twisted and turned unexpectedly, and creatures that tested their wits and resolve. One such moment came when a sudden storm swept across the land, with winds that howled like lost spirits and rain that fell like a curtain of silver. They found themselves seeking shelter in a cave, the entrance hidden by a cascade of glowing vines. Inside, the storm's fury was muted, replaced by the soft echoes of their breath and the distant rumble of thunder. Zephyr, who was used to dancing with the winds, felt a pang of unease in the confined space. Mira, sensing his discomfort, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It's all right," she murmured, her voice a soothing balm. "We'll weather this storm together." Zephyr nodded, grateful for her presence. "Thank you," he whispered, his heart warming at the gesture. As the storm raged on, they shared stories to pass the time, each learning to appreciate the other's perspective. Zephyr listened more intently, finding joy in the rhythm of Mira's words, while Mira found herself swept up in Zephyr's enthusiasm, his questions now a welcome part of their conversations. When the storm finally passed, they emerged from the cave to find the world washed anew, the air crisp and fragrant. They laughed together, feeling a renewed sense of camaraderie, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced. Their journey continued, with each day bringing new wonders and lessons. They learned to navigate the challenges of Lumina, drawing strength from each other, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and support. One evening, as they sat atop a hill, watching the stars dance in the sky, Mira turned to Zephyr. "I've always believed the stars tell stories," she mused softly, her gaze drifting across the celestial tapestry. Zephyr nodded, his heart full. "And I've learned that sometimes the best stories are shared," he replied, his words carrying the warmth of their friendship. In that moment, beneath the vast expanse of the universe, they understood the true meaning of companionship, a shared journey, filled with laughter, understanding, and the gentle support that only true friends can offer. As the night deepened, they wrapped themselves in the comforting embrace of their newfound friendship, knowing that, no matter where their paths might lead, they would always carry the light of this connection within their hearts. And so, in the gentle glow of Lumina, under a sky that held the promise of infinite adventures, Zephyr and Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, their dreams intertwined with the stars. Story 84. Story 85. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Larkspur Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Alina. Alina was known for her curious spirit and a heart as warm as the summer sun. She had a special knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places, and her days were often spent exploring the meadows and streams that surrounded her home. One golden afternoon, as the sun began its descent behind the hills, Alina sat by the edge of the creek, her toes dipped in the cool, bubbling water. The birds sang a gentle lullaby, and the breeze carried a hint of lavender from the nearby fields. Her eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual, a path she had never noticed before, veiled in a shimmering, misty light, leading into the depths of the forest. Her heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and a touch of nervousness. But her curiosity, like a soft tug on her sleeve, urged her forward. What wonders might this path hold? She wondered aloud, her voice blending with the rustling leaves. With a deep breath, Alina stepped onto the path. The forest greeted her with a symphony of sounds, the gentle crunch of leaves beneath her feet, the distant hoot of an owl, and the whisper of the wind through the branches. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, comforting and familiar, yet the path itself felt like stepping into a dream. As Alina ventured deeper, the forest transformed around her. The trees, tall and majestic, were draped in vines of glowing flowers, their petals softly illuminating the path. She marveled at their colors, soft pinks, blues, and purples that seemed to shimmer like the stars. It wasn't long before Alina encountered her first whimsical creature. A delicate, luminescent butterfly fluttered before her, its wings painted with colors more vibrant than any Alina had ever seen. It danced in the air, leading her forward with playful twirls and loops. Alina giggled, feeling as though she was part of some magical ballet. Further along, she came across a small clearing bathed in moonlight, where a group of tiny twinkling beings were gathered. They were spritlings, their bodies glowing like fireflies, their laughter a melodic chorus. They waved to Alina, inviting her to join their circle as they twirled and spun, their joy infectious. With laughter bubbling in her chest, Alina danced with the spritlings, her worries melting away like morning mist. She discovered that courage wasn't just about facing fear. It was about embracing the unknown with an open heart. As the dance concluded, a gentle voice spoke from the shadows. It was old Willow, a wise, ancient tree with a face carved by time and the elements. "Dear Alina," it said, its voice like the rustle of leaves, "you have shown great courage by stepping into the unknown. Remember, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered by those who dare to seek them." The path continued to wind through the forest, leading Alina to a serene pond. The surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the shimmering canopy above. As she knelt by the water's edge, a gentle ripple spread across the pond, and a graceful, silvery fish emerged, its scales glinting in the moonlight. The fish spoke in a voice as soft as the water's caress. "Brave traveler, your journey reminds us that with each step into the unknown, we uncover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Feeling a sense of peace and understanding, Alina thanked the fish and continued on her way. The path eventually looped back to the village's edge, where the first glimmers of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold. With a heart full of wonder and a mind alive with possibilities, Alina returned home, her spirit aglow with the magic of her adventure. She knew that, while the path had ended, her journey of exploration and courage was just beginning. And so, as the village of Larkspur Hollow awoke to a new day, Alina fell asleep with a smile, dreaming of the mysteries still waiting for her in the enchanting world beyond her doorstep. The gentle rustling of the leaves and the soft hum of the forest were her lullaby, promising more magical discoveries in the days to come. Story 86. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained. "A beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 91. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a whispering silver stream, there existed a small, unassuming shop known to the villagers simply as the Curious Corner. This shop, with its ivy-clad walls and a wooden sign swaying gently in the breeze, was a treasure trove of trinkets and baubles that seemed to hold a timeless charm. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sun began to dip beyond the horizon, casting a warm glow over the cobblestone paths, a young girl named Clara wandered into the Curious Corner. Clara was known for her inquisitive nature, a girl whose eyes sparkled with the fire of discovery, and whose heart was filled with dreams yet to be dreamt. As Clara meandered through the shop, her fingers lightly brushed against dusty tomes and polished stones, until she came upon a peculiar item that caught her eye. A small, seemingly ordinary teapot with a delicate floral pattern. It was nestled on a high shelf, partially hidden by a cascade of silk scarves. Intrigued, Clara reached up and carefully lifted the teapot down, feeling a strange warmth emanate from it. The shopkeeper, an elderly woman with kind eyes and a voice as soothing as a lullaby, noticed Clara's interest. "Ah, the teapot of whispers," she said with a gentle smile. "It is said to hold the secrets of the heart for those who choose to listen." With a nod of encouragement from the shopkeeper, Clara decided to take the teapot home, her curiosity piqued. That evening, as the moonlight bathed her room in a silvery glow, Clara sat by her window with the teapot cradled in her lap. She could hear the soft rustling of leaves outside, the world slowly settling into the tranquility of night. As she traced the teapot's intricate patterns, a soft voice began to whisper from within. "Tell me, young one, what is it that you seek?" The voice murmured, as gentle as the breeze. Startled yet enchanted, Clara whispered back, "I wish to understand the true magic in the world, to see beyond the ordinary." The teapot seemed to hum in response, and from its spout, a tendril of mist unfurled, forming the image of a winding path through an enchanted forest. "Then a journey you must take," the whisper continued, "and along the way you shall find what you seek." With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara embarked on her journey the very next day. She set out into the forest, where the air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. The trees stood tall, their leaves rustling like a symphony composed by the wind. As Clara ventured deeper, she encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched upon a gnarled branch. The owl's feathers were a soft blend of browns and whites, and its eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "To find magic," the owl hooted softly, "one must first find the magic within. Look not just with your eyes, but with your heart." Clara thanked the owl, its words resonating with her, and continued on her path. The forest soon opened into a meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vivid under the sun's embrace. Here she met a playful squirrel with a bushy tail and a mischievous twinkle in its eye. The squirrel bounded over to Clara, offering her a nut as a gift. "Remember," it chattered, "sometimes the smallest acts of kindness can reveal the greatest magic." Clara accepted the gift with gratitude, her heart warmed by the squirrel's generosity. She pressed onward, her spirit buoyed by the encounters she'd had. As dusk began to settle once more, Clara reached the edge of a serene lake, its surface smooth as glass and reflecting the twinkling stars above. She paused to rest, her reflection gazing back at her with a soft serenity. In that moment of stillness, the teapot whispered again, its voice a gentle caress. "You have seen what is to be seen, and felt what is to be felt. Now, share your newfound understanding with the world." Clara realized that her journey had indeed uncovered the magic she sought, not in fantastical spells or grand spectacles, but in the wisdom of nature, the kindness of strangers, and the quiet strength within her own heart. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, Clara returned to her village. She shared her experiences with the villagers, her words imbued with the gentle magic she had discovered. And though the teapot remained a silent companion on her shelf, it had given her the gift of seeing the world through a lens of enchantment and peace. And so, Clara's days were filled with quiet joy, her nights with dreams as soft as the whispering winds. The village thrived in the warmth of her kindness, and the curious corner continued to offer secrets to those who dared to seek them. In the end, the teapot had been right all along. The true magic lay in the journey, in the heart, and in the gentle acts that bind a community together. And as Clara nestled into her bed each night, she knew she was exactly where she was meant to be, at peace with the ordinary, which was, after all, extraordinary in its own right. Story 92. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where the stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, lay a small, verdant planet named Luminara. It was a world of gentle hills cloaked in emerald grasses, and rivers that sang softly as they wove through forests of towering, silver-barked trees. The air was perpetually tinged with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers that carpeted the land in vibrant hues of pink and gold. On this peaceful planet lived a creature named Nara, a luminarian, with skin that glowed faintly like moonlight and eyes the color of the sky at dawn. Nara was a gentle soul, content with the simple pleasures of life, harvesting the sweet fruits that grew abundant on her family's orchard and listening to the wind whisper stories through the leaves. Meanwhile, across the vastness of space, on a planet named Aegis, a very different life existed. Aegis was a world of towering crystalline spires and bustling energy fields. Its skies were perpetually aglow with the vibrant hues of its many moons, and the constant hum of technological marvels filled the air. Here lived a being called Zeke, an Aegisan, with a body of shimmering metallic hues and eyes that flickered with the iridescent light of distant galaxies. Zeke was a curious inventor, always tinkering with gadgets and dreaming of the vastness beyond his own planet. His heart yearned for adventure, for the stories hidden among the stars. One day, while testing a new starship engine, an unexpected surge of energy hurled Zeke across the galaxy, landing him, rather unceremoniously, on the tranquil plains of Luminara. The crash was gentle, as far as landings go, cushioned by the soft grasses and the forgiving earth of Luminara. Nara, tending to her orchard, heard the distant thud and decided to investigate. As she approached the strange, gleaming vessel, she saw Zeke emerging, looking bewildered and a little charred around the edges. Nara's heart was filled with curiosity and a touch of fear. She had never seen anyone like Zeke before, but her natural kindness prevailed as she offered a hand in greeting, her soft glow a beacon of warmth and welcome. Zeke, grateful and a little embarrassed, accepted the gesture, his metallic skin cooling in the gentle breeze. Communication was their first challenge. The languages of their respective planets were as different as the worlds themselves. At first, they resorted to gestures and expressions. Nara pointed to the sky, then to Zeke's ship, raising her eyebrows in question. Zeke nodded, illustrating with his hands the trajectory of his unplanned journey. Despite the initial misunderstandings, a friendship began to blossom. Nara took Zeke to her home, where her family received him with open arms, offering food and a place to rest. Zeke, touched by their hospitality, marveled at the simplicity and beauty of their life. He began to share stories of his world, using holographic images from a pocket device, painting pictures of crystalline cities and technological wonders. As days turned into weeks, Zeke worked on repairing his ship, often with Nara by his side, her gentle presence a balm to the frustration that sometimes accompanied his efforts. Nara, in turn, showed Zeke the beauty of Luminara, from the hidden groves where crystal butterflies danced, to the serene lakes that reflected the skies like mirrors. One evening, as they sat by the fire, the stars twinkling overhead, Zeke shared a hologram of his family, the soft light casting a glow over their faces. Nara, with her empathetic heart, saw the longing in Zeke's eyes. She placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, understanding without words the ache of distance and the pull of home. Their friendship deepened through shared challenges. A sudden storm, fierce and unexpected, threatened to damage the ship further. Together, they worked tirelessly, Nara using her knowledge of the land to gather materials that Zeke fashioned into makeshift repairs. In those moments of urgency, their differences melted away, leaving only the shared goal and the bond of friendship. Through these trials, they discovered the true meaning of companionship, a connection that transcended words and worlds. They learned to appreciate each other's unique qualities. Nara admired Zeke's ingenuity and his courage to explore the unknown, while Zeke cherished Nara's wisdom and her ability to find beauty in simplicity. Finally, the day came when Zeke's ship was ready to return to Aegis. As he prepared to leave, a bittersweet feeling settled over them both. Zeke promised to return, to share more stories, and to learn more about the gentle world of Luminara. Nara gifted him a small vial of Luminara's fragrant blossoms, a reminder of the peace and friendship he had found. As Zeke's ship ascended, cutting a bright path across the sky, Nara watched, her heart full. She knew that their friendship, forged through understanding and shared trials, would remain a shining star in her heart, guiding her always. And so, across the vast expanse of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered not only the stars, but the true meaning of friendship, a bond that, like the stars themselves, would endure across time and distance, lighting the way for their hearts. Story 93. Story 94. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen. hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 95. Story 96. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumin's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumin's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Serene, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Serene often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Serene sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Serene had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Serene lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Serene set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Serene felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Serene placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 97. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lila lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lila set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lila stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lila, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lila returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you've found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lila decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lila faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lila ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser, shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lila felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lila approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lila. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lila and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lila's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lila, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lila sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lila, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Story 98. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. Story 99. The Whispering Woods, a Tale of Friendship and Magic. In the heart of the serene village of Elderglen, nestled amidst rolling hills and sparkling streams, there lay a secret known only to the children who dared to imagine beyond the mundane. Elderglen was a place where time seemed to amble along at its own gentle pace, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the hum of bees created a melody that lulled its inhabitants into tranquility. It was here, beneath the shade of the ancient oak trees, that a hidden world whispered its secrets to those who would listen. The village itself was a quaint tapestry of cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens bursting with marigolds and daisies. The people of Elderglen were simple folk, their lives intertwined with the rhythm of nature, celebrating harvests and moonlit nights with equal fervor. But it was the children, with their wide eyes and curious hearts, who held the key to the village's most enchanting secret, the Whispering Woods. The Whispering Woods bordered the northern edge of Elderglen, a dense forest that seemed to breathe with life. The trees were ancient sentinels, their trunks twisted with time, their branches forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into a mosaic of greens and golds. It was said that the woods were alive with magic, a place where the mundane and the mystical danced in harmony. Among the children of Elderglen was a boy named Finn, whose heart was as boundless as the sky. Finn was a dreamer, with hair as wild as the wind and eyes that sparkled with the promise of adventure. His best friend, Lila, was his opposite in many ways, her demeanor calm and her laughter a gentle melody. Lila's kindness was like a warm embrace, her wisdom often far beyond her years. Their friendship was a tapestry woven with shared secrets and whispered dreams, and together they spent countless hours exploring the hidden nooks of the Whispering Woods. They would lie on the soft forest floor, listening to the rustle of leaves and the crooning of the breeze through the branches, imagining stories of mythical creatures and daring quests. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky, painting the woods in hues of amber and rose, Finn and Lila stumbled upon something extraordinary. They had ventured deeper into the forest than ever before, drawn by a faint melodic chiming that seemed to beckon them forward. As they pushed through a thicket of ferns, they found themselves in a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient stone archway, its surface etched with intricate runes that glimmered faintly in the fading light. Hanging from the archway was a small, delicate bell, crafted from a metal that shimmered like the stars. It was this bell that sang the enchanting melody, a sound so pure it seemed to resonate within their very souls. "What do you think it is?" Lila whispered, her voice tinged with awe. Finn stepped closer, his eyes wide with wonder. "I think it's magic," he replied, reaching out to gently touch the bell. As his fingers brushed against it, the bell rang out with a clear, sweet note that echoed through the clearing. In that moment, the air around them shimmered, and the forest seemed to hold its breath. The runes on the archway glowed brighter, casting a warm light that enveloped Finn and Lila. They could feel the magic of the woods coursing through them, a sensation both exhilarating and comforting. "Do you feel that?" Finn asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Lila nodded, her eyes alight with wonder. It's like the woods are speaking to us, she said softly. As the light from the runes gradually faded, the world around them seemed to settle into a gentle stillness. The bell continued to chime softly, its melody weaving through the air like a tender lullaby. From that day forward, the clearing and its magical bell became a sanctuary for Finn and Leela. They visited it often, sharing their hopes and dreams, their laughter and their silence. The bell seemed to understand them in a way words could not, its song a soothing balm that eased their worries and fears. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, Finn and Lila made their way to the clearing. The air was cool and invigorating, carrying the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they approached the archway, they noticed something different. The bell's melody was tinged with a note of urgency, as if calling out to them. Curious and a little apprehensive, they hurried forward, their footsteps crunching on the carpet of leaves. As they reached the clearing, they saw that the runes on the archway were glowing brightly, casting a warm, inviting light. "What's happening?" Finn asked, his heart racing with a mixture of excitement and unease. Lila studied the archway, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I think the woods are trying to tell us something," she said thoughtfully. With a shared glance of determination, they stepped closer to the archway, feeling the familiar warmth of its magic enveloping them. The bell's song grew louder, its melody weaving around them like a protective embrace. Suddenly, the light from the runes flared brightly, and the world around them seemed to shift. They found themselves standing in a place both familiar and new, a hidden world within the whispering woods, a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence. The air here was alive with energy, shimmering with colors that defied description. The trees were taller, their leaves sparkling with iridescent hues. Creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted through the branches, their eyes bright with curiosity and mischief. Finn and Lila stood in awe, their hearts swelling with the wonder of it all. They had stepped into a world where the impossible was possible, where dreams and reality intertwined. "This is incredible," Finn breathed, his eyes wide with amazement. Lila nodded, her gaze sweeping over the enchanted landscape. "It's like a dream come true," she said softly. As they explored this magical realm, they discovered a community of gentle, kind-hearted beings who called the woods their home. These creatures, known as the Elderglen fairies, were as old as the forest itself, guardians of its secrets and its magic. The fairies welcomed Finn and Lila with open arms, recognizing in them the same love for the woods that they themselves held dear. They shared stories of the forest's ancient history, tales of bravery and friendship, of challenges overcome through wisdom and compassion. Among the fairies was a wise elder named Thistledown, whose presence was as calming as the forest's embrace. Thistledown took a special interest in Finn and Lila, seeing in them the potential to become protectors of the Whispering Woods. "You have a rare gift," Thistledown told them one evening, as they sat beneath the branches of a great willow tree. "The woods have chosen you to be its guardians, to protect its magic, and share its secrets with those who would cherish it." Finn and Lila listened intently, their hearts swelling with pride and responsibility. They understood the importance of their newfound role, the trust that the woods had placed in them. Over time, they learned the ways of the forest, guided by the wisdom of the fairies and the magic of the woods themselves. They discovered how to listen to the whispers of the trees, to feel the pulse of the earth beneath their feet. They learned to see the beauty in every leaf and stone, to hear the music in the rustle of the breeze. Their friendship, too, deepened and grew, rooted in the shared bond of their magical journey. They learned to lean on each other, to draw strength from their differences and find comfort in their shared dreams. But as with all tales of magic and wonder, challenges arose that tested their resolve. One stormy night, as thunder rumbled through the sky and rain lashed against the trees, a dark shadow crept into the Whispering Woods, a shadow that threatened to unravel the very fabric of the enchanted realm. The shadow was a creature of malice, drawn to the forest's magic with a hunger that knew no bounds. It sought to consume the light and wonder of the woods, to turn it into a place of fear and darkness. The fairies were powerless against such a force. their magic unable to repel the creature's malevolent presence. It was then that Finn and Lila, guided by the bell's urgent song, stepped forward to protect the woods they loved. With the wisdom they had gained and the strength of their friendship, they devised a plan to confront the shadow. They knew that only by working together, by combining their unique gifts, could they hope to banish the darkness and restore the forest's light. The battle was fierce, the air crackling with energy as the shadow writhed and howled in defiance. But Finn and Lila stood strong, their hearts united in purpose, their determination unwavering. With each step they took, the forest rallied around them, lending its magic to their cause. The trees whispered words of encouragement, the fairies sang songs of hope, and the bell's melody wove through it all, a beacon of light in the darkness. In the end, it was not brute strength that vanquished the shadow, but the power of their friendship and the love they held for the whispering woods. As the first light of dawn broke through the clouds, the shadow dissolved into nothingness, leaving the forest bathed in a golden glow. The woods sighed with relief, its magic restored, its beauty undimmed. The fairies rejoiced, their songs filling the air with joy and gratitude. And Finn and Lila, though weary from their ordeal, felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a knowledge that they had done something truly meaningful. From that day forward, they continued to protect the whispering woods, their bond with the forest and its inhabitants unbreakable. They shared their story with the villagers of Elderglen, inviting those with open hearts to discover the magic that lay hidden within the woods. As the years passed, Finn and Lila grew into wise and gentle souls, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the forest. They carried with them the lessons of their journey, the importance of friendship, the power of love, and the magic that could be found in the most unexpected of places. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of enchantment, a haven for dreamers and believers, its secrets whispered on the breeze for those who dared to listen. And Finn and Lila, the guardians of its magic, stood watch over it all, their hearts forever entwined with the forest they called home. In the cozy glow of the village hearths, where stories were told and dreams took flight, the tale of Finn and Lila and the Whispering Woods lived on, a gentle reminder that in the heart of nature, true magic could always be found. Once upon a time, nestled in a grove where the forest whispered secrets to the wind, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage with a roof that sloped as if in a perpetual nod of welcome. Inside lived a gentle soul named Clara, known far and wide for her skillful weaving. Her tapestries, vibrant with colors that seemed to shimmer like the surface of a river under the moonlight, were admired by all who saw them. Yet Clara herself felt like a loose thread in the fabric of her own life. Clara loved the predictability of her days, the rhythmic clatter of loom and shuttle providing a comforting cadence. But lately she sensed a quiet discontent weaving its way through her heart, like a shadow threading through sunlight. She yearned for something more, a change she couldn't quite articulate. One autumn afternoon, as the leaves blushed with gold and russet, Clara stepped outside, her fingers wrapped around a mug of warm cider. The air was crisp and full of the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Just beyond her garden, where the wildflowers nodded in agreement with the breeze, stood an ancient oak tree, its branches sprawling like a welcoming embrace. As she wandered closer, Clara noticed something peculiar. At the base of the oak, where its roots curled like fingers through the earth, lay a small, forgotten door. It was weathered and carved with intricate runes that danced in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity fluttered in her like a new leaf unfurling, and with a gentle push, the door swung open with the softest sigh. Inside, the air shimmered with possibilities, and Clara found herself in a space that was both familiar and wondrously new. This was the realm of the forest folk, beings of gentle magic who nurtured the land and all its creatures. Their haven was alive with colors more vivid than any Clara had ever woven, a tapestry of life itself, unfurling in every direction. The forest folk welcomed Clara with smiles that glowed like the first light of dawn. Leading the way was Alder, a wise elder with eyes that twinkled like stars caught in a canopy of leaves. "Welcome, dear Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Clara's heart fluttered with both excitement and trepidation. "Expecting me?" she asked, her voice a whisper among the leaves. "Indeed," Alder replied, gesturing for her to follow. "It's time for you to discover what's been growing inside you, like a seed waiting for spring." As Clara walked with Alder and the other forest folk, she noticed how the path beneath her feet seemed to transform with each step, a mosaic of stones and moss that mirrored her swirling thoughts. They guided her to a glen where the air hummed with a gentle magic, and the sky was a quilt of twilight hues. In the center of the glen stood a loom, unlike any Clara had ever seen. It was crafted from silver birch and moonlight, its threads spun from the dreams of the woodland creatures. "Here," Alder said, "you will weave a tapestry not with your hands, but with your heart." Clara hesitated, her fingers brushing the ethereal threads. She closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, the scent of pine and possibility filling her senses. As she began to weave, the threads responded to her emotions, each strand a reflection of her inner world. At first, the tapestry was a chaotic jumble of colors, a storm of uncertainty and fear of the unknown. But as Clara continued, she felt the presence of the forest folk surrounding her, their warmth and encouragement flowing into her very being. Slowly, she began to see patterns emerge, shapes that spoke of growth and transformation. With each pass of her hands, Clara wove her fears and doubts into something beautiful, a landscape of change filled with small, shimmering stars of hope. She realized that change, though daunting, was a natural part of life, much like the turning of seasons or the growth of a tree from a tiny acorn. The forest folk watched as Clara's tapestry grew, their gentle smiles reflecting her blossoming confidence. "You're doing wonderfully," Alder murmured, his voice carrying the same warmth as the sunlit glen. As the final thread slipped into place, Clara opened her eyes to behold her creation, a tapestry of her journey, vibrant and alive. It was a piece of art that mirrored her own transformation, capturing the beauty of embracing change and the strength found in vulnerability. With a newfound sense of peace, Clara thanked the forest folk for their guidance. "You've shown me that change is not something to fear, but something to welcome," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. As she stepped back through the door into her own world, Clara felt the autumn breeze brush her skin, carrying with it a whisper of the magic she had discovered within herself. The forest, once a backdrop to her life, now seemed a living tapestry of its own, vibrant and welcoming. Back in her cozy cottage, Clara returned to her loom with a heart full of inspiration. Her tapestries now carried the essence of her journey, each piece a reminder of the beauty that could be found in embracing the unknown. And so, as the days turned to weeks and the forest donned its winter cloak, Clara's heart remained open, her spirit woven into the very fabric of the world around her. She had found her place within the tapestry of life, where change was not an ending, but a beginning, a magical transformation that would continue to unfold with each new day. And so under the gentle watch of the stars and the whispering leaves, Clara's story of personal growth and magical transformation became a lullaby sung by the forest itself, a testament to the power of embracing one's true self. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, where the sunlight danced through the leaves like a million tiny fairies, there existed a quaint little village known as Whimsy Hollow. This village was unlike any other, for it was home to the most peculiar and endearing creatures you could ever imagine. Their houses were made from hollowed-out trees and mushroom caps, and the cobblestone streets shimmered with an iridescent glow, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. In this delightful village lived a fluffy, azure-blue creature named Tittlepot. Tittlepot was as round as a blueberry and just as sweet. His large, expressive eyes were always filled with wonder, and he had a tendency to bounce instead of walk, which made him immensely popular among the village children. Tittlepot's best friend was a tiny winged fox named Flicker. Flicker had fur that sparkled like golden sunlight and wings that resembled the delicate petals of a daffodil. Together they were inseparable, a duo known for their playful antics and their knack for finding adventure in the most unexpected places. One sunny morning, as the dew glistened on the leaves like diamonds, Tittlepot and Flicker were playing a game of hide-and-seek among the towering sunflowers. Suddenly, Flicker noticed something peculiar at the edge of the village. It was a shimmering, swirling portal, hovering just above the ground, emitting a soft, melodious hum that seemed to beckon them closer. "Tittlepot, look at this!" Flicker exclaimed, her wings fluttering with excitement. Tittlepot bounced over, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Oh, what a wondrous sight! Do you think it's safe?" Flicker tilted her head, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "There's only one way to find out." With hearts filled with both excitement and a touch of trepidation, they stepped through the portal. Instantly, they found themselves in a world that was both strange and beautiful. The sky was a soft lavender, and the sun hung low, casting a gentle golden glow over the landscape. Trees with trunks as white as milk and leaves like shimmering emeralds swayed gracefully in the breeze, and flowers with petals made of glass chimed melodiously as they passed by. The two friends wandered through this magical land, marveling at its wonders, until they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a gigantic teapot made of porcelain perched atop a hill. Surrounding the teapot were dozens of teacups, each the size of a small house, arranged in a perfect circle. It was a teapot village. As they approached, they were greeted by the teapot keeper, a tall, slender creature with a teacup for a hat and a handle for an ear. "Welcome, travelers. I am Steeply, the keeper of this enchanted place. What brings you to our land?" Tittlepot and Flicker explained how they had found the portal and couldn't resist exploring what lay beyond. Steeply nodded knowingly. "Ah, the portal. It's been acting up lately, causing all sorts of magical mischief. You see, our village teapot has a slight problem. It seems to have lost its steam." "Lost its steam?" Flicker echoed, her eyes widening. "Indeed," Steeply sighed. "Without steam, our teapot cannot brew the magical tea that keeps our village vibrant and alive." Tittlepot and Flicker exchanged glances, their sense of adventure tingling at the thought of a new challenge. "How can we help?" Tittlepot asked eagerly. Steeply smiled warmly. "You have kind hearts, my friends. To restore the steam, we must find the source of the magical spring that feeds the teapot. It lies deep within the Forest of Whispers, guarded by the wise old owl, Professor Hoot." With a mission in mind, Tittlepot and Flicker set off towards the Forest of Whispers. The path was lined with trees that leaned in close, their leaves whispering secrets of the forest to one another. Every now and then, the pair would catch snippets of these whispered tales, stories of long-lost treasures and forgotten spells. As they ventured deeper, the forest grew darker, but instead of fear, they felt a sense of calm, as if the forest were welcoming them into its heart. Finally, they reached a clearing bathed in soft moonlight, where sat Professor Hoot, perched on a branch, his feathers as white as the moon itself. "Ah, visitors!" Professor Hoot hooted, his voice deep and soothing. "What brings you to my domain?" Tittlepot explained their quest to restore the steam to the village teapot. Professor Hoot listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "To find the magical spring, one must solve the riddle of the forest," he said cryptically, his eyes twinkling with wisdom. "What is the riddle?" Flicker asked eagerly. Professor Hoot spread his wings wide, as if to embrace the whole forest. "I am not seen, but I am there. I can be full, yet remain bare. I am a friend to those who play, and yet I vanish with the day." Tittlepot and Flicker pondered the riddle, their minds working in tandem. Tittlepot's eyes suddenly lit up with realization. "Could it be a shadow?" he asked breathlessly. Professor Hoot hooted with delight. "Precisely. You are indeed wise, young one. Follow the shadows, and they will lead you to the spring." With renewed determination, Tittlepot and Flicker followed the shifting shadows cast by the moonlight until they came upon a hidden glade. There, bubbling from beneath a ring of luminescent stones, was the magical spring. Its waters shimmered with a brilliant azure light, and the moment they touched the surface, the forest seemed to come alive with color and sound. Carefully, they filled a small flask with the spring water and hurried back to the teapot village. Steeply was overjoyed to see them return, and together they poured the water into the village teapot. Instantly, the teapot began to rumble and shake, and a gentle plume of steam rose from its spout, filling the air with the sweet, fragrant aroma of magical tea. The villagers cheered, and to show their gratitude, they organized a grand tea party in honor of Tittlepot and Flicker. The tables were laden with cakes and pastries, and the air was filled with laughter and music. Flicker and Tittlepot danced and played until the stars twinkled overhead, their hearts full of joy and friendship. As the night drew to a close, Steeply presented them with a small, shimmering key. "This is the key to the portal," he explained. "Whenever you wish to return to our world, simply hold it in your heart, and it will guide you." Tittlepot and Flicker thanked Steeply and the villagers, promising to visit again. With hearts full of adventure and friendship, they stepped back through the portal, returning to their beloved Whimsy Hollow. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon, Tittlepot and Flicker drifted off to sleep, dreaming of new adventures and the magical world that awaited them just beyond the portal, where every day was filled with whimsy, wonder, and the joy of friendship. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had chestnut curls that bounced as she walked and eyes like polished amber, always alight with curiosity. Her home was a snug little cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by a garden that danced with wildflowers. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the fire with her grandmother, a wise woman renowned throughout the village for her knowledge of herbs and lore. The hearth crackled warmly, casting a golden glow over the room, where shadows played gently on the walls. One particular evening, as Lila and her grandmother were preparing to settle down with steaming mugs of chamomile tea, a soft but persistent tapping echoed through the room. It seemed to be coming from the window, which overlooked the garden now blanketed in twilight's embrace. Curious, Lila padded over to the window and pulled back the lace curtain. To her astonishment, she found a small, peculiar creature perched on the windowsill. It was a moonbeam sprite, its delicate wings shimmering faintly in the dim light. The sprite's eyes were wide with worry, its tiny hands clasped together as if in prayer. "Oh, dear Lila," the sprite fluttered its wings, causing a gentle flutter of silvery dust to cascade around it. "Something strange is afoot in the whispering woods. The songbirds have fallen silent, and the fireflies are nowhere to be seen." Lila's grandmother joined her at the window, her expression thoughtful. "These are indeed curious happenings," she murmured, her voice as soft and comforting as a woolen shawl. "Perhaps it is time for a visit to the woods. They have secrets to share if one knows how to listen." The next morning, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon, Lila set off toward the whispering woods. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the earthy scent of dew-kissed leaves. As she entered the woods, the familiar rustle of leaves underfoot welcomed her, though the absence of birdsong was unmistakable. Lila walked deeper into the forest, her senses attuned to the subtle whispers of the trees. She soon came upon a clearing where the ancient oak known as Grandfather Tree stood proudly. Its gnarled branches stretched toward the heavens, and its bark was etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Welcome, young Lila," a voice rumbled softly, resonating from the heart of the oak. It was the tree guardian, an ethereal presence that watched over the woods. "I sense you seek answers." Lila nodded, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The forest feels different. Can you tell me what has happened?" The tree guardian seemed to sigh, a gentle breeze rustling through its leaves. "There is a disturbance in the balance. The nightshade, a mischievous creature, has been playing tricks, drawing the magic away from the woods." Lila listened carefully, her mind already turning with possibilities. "How might we restore the balance?" she asked. The tree guardian's response was a soft rustle. "The nightshade is drawn to its reflection. You must craft a mirror of moonlight to capture its attention and coax it back into harmony." Thanking the tree guardian, Lila set about gathering what she needed. She collected a handful of silvery dew from the petals of moonflowers and a shard of smooth, reflective riverstone. With these, she fashioned a small mirror, its surface gleaming with a pale luminescence. As twilight descended, painting the woods in shades of blue and silver, Lila returned to the clearing. There, she placed the mirror upon a bed of moss, right where the moon's light would touch it. Then she waited, her heart steady and calm. Before long, a shadow flitted across the clearing, a dark, wispy shape that darted about with an impish energy. It was the nightshade, drawn irresistibly to the mirror's glow. The creature paused, entranced by its own reflection. Its antics momentarily ceased. With gentle words woven of kindness and understanding, Lila spoke to the nightshade. She explained how its playful tricks had unbalanced the magic of the woods, and how harmony could be restored if it chose to return to its rightful place among the shadows. The nightshade listened, its form shimmering as if considering her words. Finally, with a playful wink, it vanished into the night, leaving behind a trail of sparkling dust. Almost immediately, the woods felt different. The air was lighter, and the soft chirping of crickets resumed its familiar melody. As Lila made her way back to the village, the moon watched over her, casting a gentle glow on her path. She felt a comforting sense of achievement, knowing she had helped restore peace to the woods she loved so dearly. Back at the cottage, her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a warm smile. "You have done well, dear heart," she said, her voice a balm to Lila's soul. "Remember, even the smallest creatures can teach us the greatest lessons." That night, as Lila lay in her cozy bed, she listened to the soft hum of the forest outside her window. The world was at peace, and so was she, knowing that wisdom and friendship could always light the way, even through the darkest of shadows. And with that comforting thought, she drifted into a gentle, restful sleep, cradled by the whispers of the woods. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lila spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lila stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lila decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lila followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lila to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lila thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lila's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lila met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lila of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lila traveled to the heart of the Enchanted Hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lila closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lila realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lila returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lila knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the Enchanted Hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lila slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbrook. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbrook, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Era. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Era greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Era, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Ira extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Ira shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Ira explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Ira pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Era returned to the fairy ring. There, Era offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Era said, her voice a gentle breeze. Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune. With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the Whispering Woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Ira, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. In the dim, purple-hued light of a distant galaxy, where stars twinkled like cherished secrets, lay the planet Etheria. Its skies were a tapestry of swirling nebulae, painting the heavens in shades of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blooming stardust lilies, and gentle breezes whispered through the crystalline forests, singing lullabies to those who listened closely. On this enchanting world lived a gentle being named Leora, whose translucent wings shimmered with the colors of dawn. Leora belonged to the Etherians, a species known for their deep empathy and melodic voices that could calm even the fiercest of storms. She spent her days tending to the celestial gardens, her heart in tune with the rhythm of the universe. Far across the cosmos, on the arid planet of Terok, dwelled a sturdy and pragmatic creature named Kor. The Terrakians were a resilient people, with skin like polished stones and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient sands. Kor was a skilled engineer, adept at crafting machines that hummed with life, bringing water and sustenance to his harsh world. Fate, in its whimsical way, drew these two unlikely souls together. It began with a distress signal, faint and crackling with static, sent from Kor's starship as it faltered above the atmosphere of Etheria. Leora, ever attuned to the needs of others, heard the distant call as though it were a note in her heart's own song. Without hesitation, she soared into the sky, her wings catching the wind like an artist's brush capturing light. When Kor awoke, he found himself in a glade bathed in twilight, surrounded by the soft glow of luminescent flora. Leora was there, her presence as serene as a lullaby, tending to the small wounds he had sustained. Despite her gentle demeanor, Kor felt an unfamiliar tension in his chest. The Terrakian customs were steeped in practicality and stoicism, and he was uncertain how to interpret the warmth emanating from his rescuer. "Thank you," Kor rumbled, his voice like distant thunder, as he sat up slowly. "I owe you my life." Leora smiled, a gesture that seemed to illuminate the entire glade. "No debt, only friendship," she replied, her voice as soft as the breeze that carried stardust. Her words, though foreign to Kor, resonated deep within him, like the echo of a forgotten melody. Their initial days together were marked by gentle misunderstandings. Leora's world was one of harmony and intuition, while Kor's was governed by logic and precision. Yet as they navigated these differences, each found unexpected beauty in the other's perspective. Leora learned to appreciate the elegant simplicity of engineered creations, while Kor discovered the profound wisdom in the natural symphony of Etheria. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The starship, still nestled among the celestial gardens, needed extensive repairs if Kor were to return home. Together, they labored under the starlit sky, Leora's delicate fingers weaving circuits like strands of silk, while Kor's sturdy hands crafted components with unwavering skill. Each night they would sit by a small fire, the crackling flames whispering tales of their worlds, as they shared meals of sweet nebula fruits and hearty Terrakian grains. It was during one of these quiet evenings, as the fire painted their faces in warm hues, that Kor spoke of the droughts plaguing Terok. "Our water supplies are dwindling," he confessed, his voice heavy with concern. We need new technologies to sustain life. Leora gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting the glow of distant stars. Perhaps there is a way to blend our world's wisdom, she suggested softly. Your technology, my connection with nature. Together, we can create something new. The idea took root, growing as they continued their work. They designed a device that harnessed the moisture from Etheria's atmosphere, refining it using the engineering principles of Terak. As they tested their creation, the first droplets of pure water trickled into a waiting vessel, shimmering like liquid diamonds. In that moment, both understood the true magic of their friendship, the merging of hearts and minds, transcending the boundaries of their worlds. They realized that differences were not barriers but bridges, leading to discoveries neither could have achieved alone. With the starship finally repaired, Kor prepared to return to Terak, his heart torn between the desire to stay and the duty to his people. Leora, sensing his inner conflict, placed a hand over his, her touch a gentle promise. This is not farewell, but a new beginning, she assured him. Our friendship is a journey that will continue to unfold, no matter the distance. As Kor ascended into the cosmos, Leora's wings shimmered in farewell, a beacon of light guiding him home. The starship's engines hummed with the melody of their shared dreams, carrying with it the promise of renewal for Terak. Back on his home planet, Kor implemented the new technology, transforming the arid landscapes into thriving oases. The Terakians marveled at the change, their gratitude a song that echoed across the sands. Meanwhile, on Etheria, Leora continued to nurture the celestial gardens, her spirit enriched by the lessons of friendship and unity. The stars above twinkled in approval, their light a gentle reminder of the bond that now spanned galaxies. And so, under the vast, watchful sky, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. Their hearts, once separate as the stars themselves, now beat in harmony, a testament to the power of understanding and love in a universe filled with endless possibility. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced through the air like glittering motes of stardust, there was a cozy little village nestled in a verdant valley. The cottages were adorned with thatched roofs and cheerful window boxes overflowing with vibrant blooms. A winding stream, its waters sparkling like liquid diamonds, flowed through the heart of the village, serenading the residents with its gentle melody. In one of these cottages lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes shone with curiosity, and her heart was filled with a deep love for the natural world around her. Each morning, she would skip through the village streets, waving cheerfully to the friendly villagers and greeting the enchanted creatures that called the valley home. One crisp autumn day, as Willow was wandering through the woods, she noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant leaves seemed to be losing their color, their once brilliant hues fading to a dull, lifeless gray. Confusion knitted her brow as she hurried deeper into the forest, only to find that the strange phenomenon was spreading, leaving a trail of grayness in its wake. Willow's heart raced with concern for the well-being of the woodlands and its inhabitants. She knew she had to unravel this mystery before it was too late. With determination sparkling in her eyes, she set out to seek the guidance of her dear friend, Oakroot, the ancient tree spirit who had watched over the forest for centuries. As Willow approached Oakroot's gnarled and towering form, the wise tree spirit sensed her distress. "What troubles you, young one?" Oakroot's voice was like the gentle creaking of ancient branches in the wind. Willow explained the strange phenomenon she had witnessed, her words tumbling out in a rush of worry. Oakroot listened patiently, his bark-covered brow furrowing in thought. "Ah, I sense the work of the grayling, a mischievous sprite with a penchant for draining the vibrancy from the natural world," Oakroot said solemnly. "Fear not, little Willow, for there is a way to restore the balance." With a rustle of leaves, Oakroot summoned a trio of friendly pixies, their gossamer wings shimmering with iridescent hues. "These pixies will guide you on your quest," he said. "Together, you must seek out the grayling's lair and find a way to persuade him to undo his mischief." Willow's heart swelled with determination, and she nodded resolutely. Hand in hand with the pixies, she embarked on a whimsical journey through the enchanted forest, following the trail of grayness that led deeper and deeper into the heart of the woodlands. Along the way, they encountered wondrous sights and helpful creatures. A family of curious gnomes offered them a basket of fresh-baked treats to sustain them on their quest. A wise old owl, perched atop a twisted branch, shared invaluable insights into the Greyling's habits and whereabouts. At last, they reached a secluded glade, where a peculiar mist hung in the air, casting a dull pall over the surroundings. In the center of the glade stood a twisted, gnarled tree, its bark as gray as ash. Willow and the pixies exchanged a knowing glance. This was the Greyling's lair. As they approached the tree, a small, impish figure emerged from a knothole, his mischievous eyes twinkling with delight. "Well, well, what have we here?" The Greyling chuckled, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Willow stepped forward, her heart beating with a mixture of apprehension and determination. "Greyling, we've come to ask you to restore the color and vibrancy to the forest," she said, her voice steady but kind. The Greyling tilted his head, considering her words. "And why would I do that?" he asked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes. It was then that one of the pixies fluttered forward, her gossamer wings sparkling like 1,000 tiny rainbows. With a gentle smile, she began to weave a tale of the beauty and joy that vibrant colors brought to the forest. The brilliant hues of the autumn leaves, the cheerful blossoms that dotted the meadows, the rich greens of the ancient trees. As the pixie spoke, the Greyling's expression softened, and a wistful look crossed his impish features. Willow seized the opportunity, adding her own words of wisdom and appeal to the Greyling's sense of whimsy and delight. Slowly but surely, the Greyling's mischievous demeanor melted away, replaced by a newfound appreciation for the beauty and vibrancy he had inadvertently drained from the forest. With a wave of his gnarled hand, he released a shimmering burst of energy that rippled outward, restoring the brilliant hues to the woodlands. Willow and the pixies watched in wonder as the color and life flooded back into the forest, the leaves regaining their fiery autumnal shades, the flowers blooming with renewed vibrancy, and the very air seeming to sparkle with renewed energy. The Greyling, his eyes shining with childlike delight, turned to Willow and the pixies. "Thank you, my friends," he said, his voice tinged with genuine gratitude. "You have shown me the true beauty of color and the joy it brings to this realm." From that day forth, the Greyling became a cherished protector of the forest's vibrant hues, using his magic to enhance and celebrate the natural wonders that surrounded him. And Willow, her heart brimming with joy and gratitude, continued to wander the enchanted woodlands, her spirit ever entwined with the magic and wonder that thrived within its ancient boughs. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between lush rolling hills and a sparkling, winding river, there was a small cottage with a thatched roof and ivy creeping up its stone walls. Inside this cottage lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes reminiscent of the autumn sky, a deep and thoughtful blue. She lived with her grandmother, a kindly woman known throughout the village for her wisdom and her stories, which she shared warmly by the fireside. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced playfully to the ground, Lila was helping her grandmother tidy the attic. It was a place filled with the aroma of cedar and the quiet whispers of history, where boxes piled high held memories long forgotten. As Lila dusted off an old wooden trunk, her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curious, she lifted the lid and discovered a small, intricately carved compass. Its brass surface glinted softly in the dim light filtering through the attic's single window. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle spun gently, as if beckoning Lila to follow. "Grandmother, look at this!" Lila exclaimed, her voice a mix of surprise and wonder. Her grandmother approached, her eyes twinkling with a secret knowledge. "Ah, the whispering compass," she said softly. "I wondered when it would find you." Lila's heart skipped a beat. "Whispering compass?" Her grandmother nodded, settling into an old rocking chair, the wood creaking familiarly under her weight. "This compass belonged to your great-grandfather. It does not guide you to places, but to truths. It leads the way to answers you seek, but only if you listen closely and trust its wisdom." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lila slipped the compass into her pocket. That night, as the stars sprinkled the sky like sugar, she lay awake, the compass resting on her bedside table, its needle casting gentle shadows in the moonlight. The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and gold, Lila decided to follow the compass's call. She dressed warmly, wrapped a soft woolen scarf around her neck, and set off, the compass cradled in her hands. The needle spun slowly, then settled, pointing towards the forest that bordered the village. The forest was a place of mystery, where sunlight filtered through the canopy in shimmering patches, and the air was alive with the scent of pine and earth. As Lila ventured deeper, she met her first companion, a wise old owl perched upon a low-hanging branch. His feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes shone with the wisdom of ages. "Where are you headed, young one?" the owl hooted gently. "I'm following this compass," Lila replied, showing him the magical instrument. The owl nodded sagely. "Ah, the journey of truth. Remember, when the road seems unclear, wisdom will light the way." With a grateful smile, Lila continued on her path. The forest began to thicken, and soon she found herself at a small, bubbling brook. There, a rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud and eyes bright with curiosity was sipping water. The rabbit looked up, twitching its nose. "Hello, traveler. What brings you here?" "I'm searching for answers," Lila explained, feeling the warmth of companionship in the rabbit's presence. "Answers are often found in the quietest places," the rabbit said kindly. "Sometimes you must pause and listen." Lila nodded thoughtfully, the rabbit's words echoing in her mind. As she crossed the brook, she noticed the compass's needle had begun to spin more fervently, guiding her further into the heart of the forest. The trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and soon she arrived at a clearing where a circle of ancient stones stood, covered in moss and thyme. In the center, a gentle glow emanated from a pool of crystal-clear water. Here, Lila paused, feeling a sense of peace and anticipation. She knelt by the pool, closing her eyes and letting the symphony of the forest fill her senses. The rustle of leaves, the song of distant birds, the gentle gurgle of the brook, all became a harmonious melody, guiding her thoughts inward. In this serene moment, the compass in her pocket grew warm, and Lila understood that the answers she sought were not bound by words or places, but by the connections she had made along her journey. The wisdom of the owl, the gentle reminder from the rabbit to listen, and the quietude of the clearing all spoke to a deeper truth within her. As Lila opened her eyes, she realized that the compass had stopped spinning. It lay still, its purpose fulfilled. She smiled softly, a newfound clarity shining in her eyes. She rose, feeling lighter, as if the forest itself had lifted her burdens. With the sun setting in a blaze of oranges and purples, Lila retraced her steps, bidding farewell to her newfound friends. The owl watched her departure with a nod, while the rabbit waved a tiny paw from the brook's edge. When Lila returned to the village, the first stars were beginning to twinkle in the velvet sky. Her grandmother was waiting by the fire, her knitting needles clicking softly. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, her voice a gentle embrace. Lila nodded, settling beside her. "Yes, and more. I found that sometimes the answers are not in faraway places, but within us, waiting for the right moment to be heard." Her grandmother smiled, brushing a stray curl from Lila's forehead. "That's a journey many take a lifetime to complete, my dear." As the fire crackled softly and the warmth of the hearth enfolded them, Lila felt a profound sense of contentment. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing the strength and wisdom she already possessed. And as the village settled into the quiet of the night, Lila fell asleep, the whispering compass resting once more in its trunk, waiting patiently for the next seeker of truths. The stars watched over the little cottage, where dreams were woven with threads of magic and discovery, promising new adventures when the time was right. And so, in the gentle glow of the fireplace and the soft embrace of a grandmother's love, Lila found her place in the world, enveloped in the warmth of home and the promise of endless possibilities. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. "To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen?" Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeyed blossoms and the sun filtered through the leaves like golden syrup, there lay a quaint little village called Moonberry Hollow. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, curling chimneys that puffed out gentle wisps of smoke, and gardens bursting with vibrant flowers and herbs. In this peaceful place, where the days seemed to drift by like lazy clouds, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as warm as a summer breeze. She spent her days exploring the woods and fields, always eager to discover the secrets of her enchanting world. Her constant companion was a wise old owl named Orin, who perched on her shoulder and shared stories of the forest's mysteries. Orin had feathers as soft as moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the chill began to weave its way through the branches, Lila noticed something peculiar. The villagers were abuzz with whispers and puzzled expressions. It seemed that every night, just after the moon had risen, a strange, gentle humming sound could be heard echoing through the village. It was a soothing melody, yet it left everyone curious and a bit bewildered. Determined to uncover the source of the mysterious hum, Lila set out to investigate. She wrapped herself in her favorite knitted shawl, as colorful as an artist's palette, and with Orin fluttering at her side, she ventured into the forest under the silvery light of the waxing moon. The woods were alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets. The path beneath Lila's feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, crunching softly with each step. Guided by the shimmer of moonbeams, they followed the sound, which grew clearer and more distinct as they ventured deeper into the forest. As they walked, Orin shared his insights. "The melody is unlike any I've heard in my long years," he mused, his voice a gentle rumble. "It carries a warmth, a kindness. Perhaps it's a call from an old friend of these woods." Their journey led them to a small clearing bathed in silver light, where they found a circle of ancient stones. In the center stood a glowing figure, a creature of ethereal beauty with wings that shimmered like spun glass. It was a sylph, a guardian of the forest's secrets and a creature of pure magic. The sylph's song was the source of the hum, a melody woven from the threads of starlight and dreams. She looked upon Lila and Orin with eyes that sparkled like dew on morning grass. "Ah, the curious hearts have found me," she said, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves in the wind. Lila stepped forward, her heart filled with wonder. "Why do you sing, dear sylph? Your song has enchanted our village, and we wish to understand its purpose." The sylph smiled, a gentle curve of lips that spoke of ancient wisdom. "I sing to awaken the forest, to remind it of the joy of life as the seasons change. My song is a gift, a lullaby for the earth and all who dwell upon it." "But why now?" Lila asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Why at this time?" The sylph's wings fluttered softly, casting a shimmering light across the clearing. "This is a time of transition, a time for the world to prepare for the quiet slumber of winter. My song helps the creatures of the forest gather their strength and find their rest." Understanding dawned on Lila like the first light of dawn. The sylph's song was a gentle reminder of the cycles of nature, a call to embrace the changes with grace and serenity. It was a lesson in harmony, in living in tune with the world around them. Moved by the sylph's wisdom, Lila thanked her for the gift of understanding. "We will share your message with the village, so they too can find peace in the melody of the seasons." As the night deepened, the sylph continued her song, her presence a beacon of light and comfort in the heart of the forest. Lila and Orin made their way back to Moonberry Hollow, their hearts light with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. The next day, as the sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila gathered the villagers and shared the sylph's story. They listened with rapt attention, their worries eased by the knowledge that the hum was a song of nature's love, a gentle reminder of the beauty in every change. And so, the village of Moonberry Hollow embraced the sylph's song, letting its soothing melody guide them through the shifting seasons with hearts full of peace and gratitude. In the Whispering Woods, where magic and wonder danced hand in hand, Lila's journey had brought a deeper understanding of the world, a lesson woven into the very fabric of their lives, like a timeless lullaby sung beneath a blanket of stars. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her unruly red curls and freckled cheeks gave her an air of whimsy, but it was her curiosity and bravery that truly set her apart. Willow's favorite place in the world was the old oak tree that stood tall and proud at the edge of the village. Its gnarled branches beckoned her with promises of adventure, and it was here that she would spend countless hours, lost in daydreams and stories. One spring day, as Willow sat beneath the oak's comforting shade, something remarkable happened. A tiny door, no bigger than her hand, appeared in the tree's trunk. Willow gasped, her heart racing with excitement. Could it be a hidden world within the tree itself? Without a second thought, she reached out and turned the miniature doorknob. The little door creaked open, revealing a dimly lit passage that seemed to stretch on endlessly. Willow's eyes widened in disbelief, but her sense of wonder quickly overtook her apprehension. Taking a deep breath, she crouched down and stepped through the doorway, emerging into a magical realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. The world within the oak tree was alive with vibrant colors and the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Tiny mushrooms dotted the mossy ground, and streams of crystalline water trickled over smooth pebbles. As Willow wandered deeper into this enchanting place, she encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. Fairies with gossamer wings, pixies with mischievous grins, and talking animals who greeted her with kindness. One such animal, a wise old badger named Bramble, took Willow under his wing and introduced her to the wonders of this hidden realm. He explained that the oak tree was a magical gateway, and only those with pure hearts and open minds could enter. Bramble became Willow's guide, teaching her about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting this secret world. Together, they embarked on countless ventures, exploring every nook and cranny of the oak tree's inner sanctum. On one particularly memorable journey, Willow and Bramble stumbled upon a clearing where a cluster of glowing mushrooms grew. Bramble warned her that these were no ordinary fungi. They possessed the power to grant wishes, but only to those who truly understood the weight of their desires. Willow, ever the curious soul, couldn't resist the temptation to make a wish. She closed her eyes and wished for the ability to understand and communicate with all living things. In an instant, the world around her came alive with a symphony of voices, the whispering trees, the chattering squirrels, and even the soft melodies of the wind itself. At first, this newfound ability was overwhelming, but with Bramble's guidance, Willow learned to embrace her gift and use it to forge deeper connections with the natural world. She became a bridge between the hidden realm and the human village, advocating for the protection of the forest and its inhabitants. As the seasons changed and years passed, Willow's friendship with Bramble and the other creatures of the oak tree grew stronger. They faced challenges together, solving mysteries and overcoming obstacles with wisdom and courage. One such mystery unfolded during a particularly harsh winter, when the once vibrant oak tree began to wither and fade. Willow and her friends worked tirelessly to uncover the cause, ultimately discovering that a nearby stream had been polluted by human carelessness. With her newfound understanding of the natural world, Willow rallied the villagers to clean up the stream and restore balance to the forest. Slowly but surely, the oak tree regained its strength, its branches reaching towards the sky once more. Through her journey within the hidden world of the oak tree, Willow had transformed from a curious young girl into a compassionate, determined guardian of nature. She had faced her fears, embraced her gifts, and forged friendships that defied all expectations. As the years passed, Willow grew into a wise woman, her hair now streaked with silver. But her spirit remained as vibrant as ever, and she would often return to the oak tree, opening the little door and stepping into the magical realm that had shaped her so profoundly. and as she sat beneath the whispering branches, surrounded by her dearest friends, Willow would share the tales of her adventures with the next generation of wide-eyed, curious children. For she knew that the hidden world within the oak tree was not just a place of magic, but a sanctuary of wonder, friendship, and personal growth, a legacy to be cherished and protected for all time. In a hidden glen of the ancient forest, where towering trees stood like sentinels and gentle streams whispered their timeless songs, the creatures of the woodland lived in a delicate balance. Among the tall oaks and whispering willows, a tapestry of life thrived, woven together by the seasons and the gentle hands of time. Here the air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the sun filtered softly through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. In this magical place, where the line between reality and enchantment blurred like the morning mist, lived a wise old tortoise named Bertram. Bertram was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and profound wisdom, passed down from generation to generation. His shell, a mosaic of greens and browns, was like a living map of the forest, etched with the stories of ages past. One golden morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dew-laden leaves, Bertram awoke to a soft rustling nearby. Peeking out from beneath a cluster of ferns was a young squirrel named Pippa, her fur a vibrant russet that matched the autumn leaves. Pippa was curious and spirited, always eager to learn from the world around her. "Good morning, Bertram," Pippa chirped, her eyes bright with wonder. "I heard the wind singing a different tune last night. Do you know what it means?" Bertram smiled, his eyes twinkling with the reflections of the forest. "Ah, Pippa, the wind carries the wisdom of the seasons," he replied in his soothing, gravelly voice. "When it whispers, it tells of changes to come, of balance and harmony that must be maintained." Intrigued, Pippa settled beside Bertram, her fluffy tail curling around her paws. "Tell me more," she urged, eager to soak in the knowledge like sunlight. "The forest is a living tapestry," Bertram began, "and each creature, each leaf, and each breeze plays its part. The wind you heard is the herald of winter, reminding us of the time to prepare, to gather, and to reflect." As Bertram spoke, the forest around them seemed to come alive with the essence of his words. The leaves rustled softly, adding their own gentle chorus to his tale. Pippa listened intently, her heart beating in rhythm with the world around her. "Long ago," Bertram continued, "there was a time when the balance of the forest was threatened. The river ran dry, and the trees wilted under an unrelenting sun. It was through the wisdom of the elders and the unity of the creatures that harmony was restored." Pippa's eyes widened in awe. "How did they do it?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. "They listened to the forest," Bertram replied, his voice like a warm embrace. "They learned to understand its needs and to care for it as it cared for them. The secret lies in the harmony of give and take, in nurturing the land that nurtures us." As the morning sun climbed higher, casting a gentle warmth over the glen, Pippa felt a deep sense of peace settling within her. She looked around, seeing the forest with new eyes, each tree and creature a vital part of the whole. Bertram watched her with a gentle smile, knowing that the seeds of wisdom had taken root. "Remember, little one," he said, "the forest is our home, and we are its guardians. With wisdom and kindness, we can preserve its magic for generations to come." With that, Pippa scampered up a nearby tree, her heart full of the promise of a new day. She would share Bertram's wisdom with her friends, ensuring the harmony of the forest would continue to thrive. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest settled into a tranquil hush. The creatures nestled into their homes, wrapped in the comfort of Bertram's timeless tales. And so, in the quiet heart of the ancient forest, a gentle balance was maintained, woven together by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. The trees stood tall, the streams sang softly, and the wind carried with it the enduring harmony of a world at peace. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy in delicate patterns, there lay a quaint village known as Mistwood Hollow. This village was unlike any other, nestled snugly between towering oaks and whispering pines. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle murmur of a nearby brook provided a constant, soothing lullaby. Mistwood Hollow was home to a small, tight-knit community of kind-hearted souls, Among them was a young boy named Finn. Finn had eyes the color of the forest after a rainstorm, deep and vibrant, with a spirit as gentle as the morning dew. He was a curious child, always eager to explore the hidden nooks and crannies of the forest that surrounded his home. One crisp, golden morning, Finn set out for an adventure, his heart brimming with the promise of discovery. The forest was alive with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves underfoot. Finn loved these sounds. They were like the voice of an old friend, comforting and familiar. As he wandered deeper into the woods, Finn stumbled upon a clearing he had never seen before. In the center of this clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with branches that stretched towards the sky like welcoming arms. It was unlike any tree Finn had ever seen, its bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Intrigued, Finn approached the tree, his footsteps light and respectful. As he drew nearer, he noticed something peculiar nestled among the roots, a small, intricately carved box. It was made of polished wood, with delicate engravings that seemed to shift and change in the dappled sunlight. Finn's heart raced with excitement and a hint of trepidation. He knelt beside the box and gently lifted the lid. Inside, he found a beautiful iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, warm light. As Finn held the stone in his hands, a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying with it a whisper that seemed to speak directly to his heart. "Guardianship," the voice murmured. "With this stone you shall unlock the secrets of the forest. It will guide you, reveal the unseen, and teach you the true meaning of friendship and courage." Finn's eyes widened with wonder and a sense of responsibility. He slipped the stone into his pocket, feeling its comforting warmth against his skin. Little did he know that this discovery would set him on a journey that would change him forever. As days turned into weeks, Finn found himself returning to the ancient tree and its clearing. With the stone in his possession, the forest seemed to come alive in new and wondrous ways. He could hear the whispered conversations of the trees, feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath his feet, and see the hidden world that thrived within the natural environment. One misty afternoon, as Finn sat beneath the old tree, he met a peculiar creature. It was a small, sprightly being with eyes that gleamed like polished amber and wings as delicate as a butterfly's. The creature introduced itself as Lyra, a guardian of the forest. Finn and Lyra quickly became friends, united by their shared love for the woods and its mysteries. Lyra was wise beyond her years, her knowledge of the forest's secrets vast and profound. She taught Finn about the delicate balance of nature and the importance of protecting it. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring hidden groves and babbling brooks, uncovering the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. Finn learned to listen to the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds, each note a piece of the forest's intricate symphony. But not all was harmonious in Mistwood Hollow. A shadow loomed over the village, a mysterious blight that threatened to wither the trees and silence the songs of the forest. The villagers grew worried, their once vibrant spirits dimmed by fear and uncertainty. Finn, determined to help his beloved home, turned to Lyra for guidance. Together, they decided to seek out the source of the blight, hoping that the stone's magic would reveal the answers they sought. Their journey led them deep into the heart of the forest, to a place where the air was thick with magic and mystery. It was there that they discovered an ancient grove, its trees twisted and darkened by a malevolent force. In the center of the grove stood a figure cloaked in shadows, its presence both commanding and ominous. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, but he stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The figure spoke, its voice a low, rumbling echo. "Why have you come, child of the forest? This is not a place for the likes of you." Finn took a deep breath, feeling the stone's warmth spread through him like a comforting embrace. "I have come to protect my home," he replied, his voice steady, "to heal the forest and restore its harmony." The shadowy figure chuckled, a sound like dry leaves rustling in the wind. "And what makes you think you can do that? The forest is dying, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." But Finn, with Lyra by his side, refused to give in to despair. He closed his eyes and focused on the stone, feeling its magic pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. He thought of the forest's beauty, its resilience, and the love he held for its every creature and leaf. As his thoughts flowed through him, the stone began to glow brighter, casting a warm light that banished the shadows and revealed the grove's true form. The twisted trees began to straighten, their leaves unfurling with renewed life. The shadowy figure recoiled, its power waning in the face of Finn's unwavering spirit. "You may have won this time," it hissed, "but remember, the forest's fate is ever in your hands." With those parting words, the figure vanished, leaving Finn and Lyra standing in a grove now filled with light and hope. The blight was lifted, the forest's harmony restored. As they made their way back to Mistwood Hollow, Finn felt a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He had learned that true strength came not from power or magic alone, but from love, friendship, and the courage to stand up for what he believed in. The villagers welcomed Finn and Lyra with open arms, their joy and gratitude boundless. The forest thrived once more, its songs echoing through the trees like a promise of brighter days to come. And so Finn's journey came to an end, but his heart was forever changed. He had discovered the magic that lay within him, the power of friendship and the beauty of the world around him. And in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, beneath the ancient tree that had started it all, Finn found his place, a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets, and a friend to all who called it home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft golden glow, Finn sat beneath the ancient tree, the iridescent stone in his hand. He watched as the stars began to twinkle in the sky, each one a reminder of the vast, wondrous world he was a part of. Beside him, Lyra perched on a low-hanging branch, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "You did well, Finn," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "The forest is alive and thriving because of you." Finn smiled, a warmth spreading through his heart. "I couldn't have done it without you, Lyra. Thank you for being my friend and guide." Lyra fluttered down to sit beside him, her eyes sparkling with affection. "We make a good team, don't we?" Finn nodded, feeling a deep sense of contentment. The forest was safe, its harmony restored, and he had found a friend in Lyra, someone who understood and shared his love for the natural world. As they sat together beneath the stars, Finn realized that his journey was far from over. There were still countless mysteries to uncover, lessons to learn, and adventures to embark upon. But he knew that with Lyra by his side and the magic of the forest in his heart, there was nothing he couldn't face. And so, in the heart of Mistwood Hollow, surrounded by the beauty and magic of the forest, Finn found his place in the world, a place where he belonged, where he was loved, and where he could make a difference. With a deep sense of peace and gratitude, Finn closed his eyes, the soft murmur of the forest lulling him into a gentle slumber. And as he drifted off to sleep, he knew that he was home, in the heart of the forest, in the company of friends, where dreams and reality intertwined in a tapestry of magic and wonder. The end. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Leora had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Leora discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Leora sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Leora recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Leora listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Leora sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Leora closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Leora. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Leora was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the Whispering Woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Leora sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Leora," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Leora reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Leora's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Leora lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Leora made her way towards the Whispering Woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Leora felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Leora came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Leora approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Leora looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Leora felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Leora nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Leora began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Leora encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Leora felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Leora felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Leora approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Leora felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Leora took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Leora felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Leora," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words, the spirit faded, leaving Leora standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Leora became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Leora, with the lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Isla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Isla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Anwen, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwen stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Isla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lila sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lila's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued, she turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lila lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lila wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lila felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lila encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lila met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lila," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lila asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world. We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lila's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her, like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lila set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lila's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lila pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lila approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lila closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lila. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lila smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lila and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lila. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lila wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lila knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lila's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lila lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lila's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. "This locket," her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lila asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. "Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it." That night, as Lila lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lila decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lila set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lila as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lila felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lila wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lila with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lila extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lila said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lila to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lila through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lila marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lila to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lila's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lila approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lila closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lila whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lila felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lila understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lila opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lila returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lila finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lila warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lila replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lila lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lila's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, where the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers and the distant call of a nightingale, lived a gentle young woman named Mira. Her auburn hair danced with the breeze as she walked through fields ablaze with color. Mira had always been curious about her family's past, for her grandmother often spoke of a time when their ancestors were keepers of an ancient tradition. The tales were like lullabies, filling Mira's dreams with images of glowing lanterns and whispering trees, a connection to a time before the world had become more complex and hurried. The village was a place where time seemed to slow, and the seasons moved like a gentle waltz. In the spring, the meadows would shimmer with daisies and buttercups, while summer brought the soft rustle of leaves and the distant murmur of the river, echoing like a lullaby through the nights. Autumn painted the hills in hues of amber and gold, and winter wrapped the world in a silvery hush, snowflakes falling like whispered secrets from the sky. It was in this serene setting that Mira embarked on a journey to uncover the legacy her grandmother had spoken of. a journey that would require courage and an open heart. One crisp morning, as the dawn light crept through her window like a warm embrace, Mira found herself drawn to the attic of her family's old cottage. Dust motes floated in the beams of sunlight as she climbed the creaky stairs, each step echoing with the whispers of yesteryears. The air was laced with a scent of aged wood and forgotten memories. In the far corner of the attic, beneath a faded tapestry woven with mysterious symbols, she discovered a wooden chest adorned with intricate carvings of vines and stars, each detail telling a story of its own. With a heart full of anticipation and a hint of trepidation, Mira opened the chest. Inside, she found an assortment of artifacts, a delicate silver locket, a bundle of yellowed letters tied with a ribbon, and a small, intricately carved lantern. As she held the lantern up to the light, it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. Her grandmother's voice echoed in her mind, speaking of a time when these lanterns were used to guide the villagers during the Festival of Light, a celebration of unity and hope, where stories of old came alive in the flickering glow. Determined to learn more, Mira took the lantern and letters to her grandmother, who was sitting by the fireplace, her knitting needles clicking softly. The fire crackled and popped, casting a warm glow that danced across the room, painting shadows on the walls like a living tapestry. "Ah, the lantern," her grandmother said with a smile that was both wistful and proud. Her eyes, still bright with the vitality of youth, held the wisdom of ages. "It was once used by our family to light the way during the festival. Each year, the elders would tell stories of our ancestors, who believed that the lantern's light could reveal hidden truths and guide us through the darkness." Mira listened intently as her grandmother shared tales of courage and wisdom, of ancestors who had faced great challenges, but always found strength in the bonds of community and the light that guided them. As the stories unfolded, Mira felt a deep sense of connection to her past, as if the lantern's glow had reached back through time to touch her heart. She realized that the light was not just a beacon in the night, but a symbol of resilience and unity. To further understand the depth of her heritage, Mira embarked on a quest to explore the village archives, hidden away in the old library. The building itself was a relic, with creaking floors and towering shelves that smelled of ink and history. There, she found dusty tomes and scrolls, documenting the village's history and the pivotal role her ancestors played. The librarian, an elderly man with spectacles balanced precariously on the tip of his nose, shared stories of Mira's great-grandmother, a formidable woman known for her wisdom and kindness, who had once led the village through a time of hardship with the lantern as her guide. One day, Mira ventured into the woods, following a trail her grandmother had once described. The path was lined with ancient oaks whose branches arched overhead, creating a canopy that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. Each step felt like a journey deeper into the past. Mira found a secluded clearing where a circle of stones lay undisturbed, a place where her ancestors gathered to honor the changing seasons and seek guidance from the stars. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and as she stood there, she felt the presence of those who had walked before her. It was as if the stones themselves whispered secrets of the ages. Inspired by the stories and the artifacts, Mira decided to revive the Festival of Light. She gathered the villagers, who were eager to rediscover the tradition. Together, they set about preparing for the celebration. The village was soon adorned with colorful streamers, and lanterns were hung from every tree, their gentle light flickering like stars against the twilight sky. The preparation was a communal effort, a testament to the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished. On the night of the festival, the village square was alive with laughter and music. The scent of spiced cider and freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the cool, crisp breeze that rustled through the leaves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mira stood at the heart of the gathering, the ancient lantern in her hands. Her heart raced with a mixture of excitement and reverence. With a deep breath, she lit the lantern, and its warm glow spread across the square, illuminating the faces of her friends and family. The villagers gathered closer, their eyes reflecting the gentle light. Mira spoke of the stories her grandmother had shared, and as she did, she felt a profound sense of belonging. as if she had found her place in the tapestry of her family's history. Her voice carried the weight of generations, each word a thread in the fabric of time. As the evening wore on, Mira found herself reflecting on the emotional journey she had undertaken. The stories of her ancestors had not only connected her to her past, but had also illuminated her own path forward. She realized that the true legacy of her ancestors was not just in the artifacts or the tales, but in the spirit of community and the light of understanding that connected them all. The lantern, once a symbol of their past, had become a beacon of their future, a reminder that, through unity and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge. As the night drew to a close, Mira stood beneath the starlit sky, her heart filled with peace and gratitude. The lessons of the past had illuminated her present, and she knew she would carry them with her always, like the gentle glow of the lantern lighting her path. The festival had not only rekindled an ancient tradition, but had also forged new bonds among the villagers, ensuring the legacy of light would continue for generations to come. In the weeks following the festival, Mira began to notice subtle changes within herself. She had always been gentle and kind, but now there was a quiet strength within her, a newfound confidence that flowed from embracing her heritage. Her dreams were no longer filled merely with images of the past, but also with visions of the future, of children playing in the fields, of lanterns lighting the way for generations yet unborn. She could see herself passing down the stories and the lantern to her own children, continuing the legacy of light. The village, too, felt the impact of the festival. The bonds between the villagers had strengthened, and there was a renewed sense of purpose and community. People spoke more openly about their hopes and dreams, and the spirit of togetherness that Mira's ancestors had cherished seemed to infuse every aspect of village life. The Festival of Light became an annual tradition once more, a beacon of unity and hope in an ever-changing world. And so, in that quiet village, surrounded by the beauty of nature and the warmth of friendship, Mira found not only her heritage, but also her home, a place where the ancient legacy of light would continue to shine, guiding generations to come. The whispers of the woods and the echoes of the hills sang with the promise of tomorrow, echoing the eternal dance of light and hope. The village, with its timeless charm and enduring spirit, stood as a testament to the power of stories and the light they could bring to even the darkest corners of the world. As Mira continued to explore her newfound sense of purpose, she decided to delve deeper into the stories that had shaped her lineage. She began visiting the elderly villagers, many of whom held memories of past festivals and the tales their ancestors had passed down. Each visit was like opening a new chapter, revealing layers of history and wisdom that had been woven into the fabric of the village. One afternoon, Mira visited old Alara, a woman whose eyes sparkled with the mischief of a child despite her years. Alara's cottage was a treasure trove of artifacts, from faded photographs to hand-woven tapestries. As Mira sat by the hearth, Alara recounted a legend not written in any book, a tale of a hidden grove, a sacred place where the first lantern was lit by the village's founding matriarch, guided by a celestial deer whose antlers glowed with the light of the stars. Intrigued, Mira felt a pull towards this mystical grove. With Alara's directions and a heart brimming with curiosity, she set out to find it. The path was treacherous, winding through dense thickets and over moss-covered stones, but Mira pressed on. Her journey led her to a hidden clearing where moonlight filtered through the trees, casting an ethereal glow on a circle of ancient stones. In that moment, Mira felt the presence of the celestial deer, not as a physical being, but as a spirit that embodied the light and wisdom of her ancestors. Standing in the grove, Mira made a silent vow to honor the legacy of those who had come before her. She gathered a few smooth stones and arranged them in a small cairn, a humble monument to the enduring light that had guided her footsteps. As she turned to leave, she felt a warmth in her chest, a reassurance that the past, present, and future were all connected by an unbreakable thread of light and love. With each step back to the village, Mira carried a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that the stories and traditions of her ancestors were not just echoes of the past, but living legacies that illuminated the path forward. The village, with its quiet resilience and enduring spirit, would continue to thrive, its heart beating in time with the gentle glow of the lanterns, a testament to the power of unity and hope in a world that was constantly changing. In a lush, whispering forest where sunbeams threaded through the canopy like golden threads, the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the earthy aroma of damp moss. Here, amid the rustling leaves and gentle babbling of a brook, lay a world both ancient and alive, where every creature understood its role in the grand tapestry of nature. In a cozy nook beneath the roots of a towering oak tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tullius. His shell was a mosaic of green and brown, polished smooth by the passage of time. Tullius was known far and wide for his deep understanding of the forest's mysteries, and many sought his counsel when the balance of nature seemed to waver. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was adorned in a brilliant cloak of amber and crimson, a young squirrel named Pippin scampered up to Tullius's doorstep. Pippin's eyes were wide with worry, reflecting the dappled sunlight like polished hazelnuts. "Tullius," he chattered, his voice a blend of youthful eagerness and concern, "the acorns are not falling as they should. The trees are whispering of a change, and the wind carries a chill that speaks of something amiss." Tullius nodded, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Ah, young Pippin," he said, his voice as warm as a sunlit glade, "the forest speaks to those who listen. Let us venture to the heart of the woods, where the oldest tree, the grandfather oak, may offer guidance." Together they embarked on their journey, their path cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The air was alive with the chatter of birds and the distant call of a doe, creating a symphony that sang of the forest's rich life. As they traveled, the gentle rustle of the wind seemed to echo the harmony of nature, a reminder of the delicate balance that sustained the forest. Tullius and Pippin soon reached the grandfather oak, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like ancient arms embracing the heavens. The tree's bark was etched with the stories of countless seasons, and its leaves whispered secrets only the wise could hear. With a deep, resonant voice that seemed to rise from the very earth, the grandfather oak spoke. "Tullius, keeper of wisdom, and Pippin, seeker of truth, the forest is indeed in need of balance. The seasons have shifted, and the rhythm of nature's dance has faltered." Tullius listened intently, his heart attuned to the subtle language of the forest. "What must we do to restore harmony, Grandfather Oak?" he inquired, his voice carrying the weight of generations. The grandfather oak sighed, a sound like the softest breeze through a meadow. "Seek the guardian of the seasons, the elusive spirit of the zephyr. Only through her guidance can the balance be restored, and the acorns fall once more." With this knowledge, Tullius and Pippin set off once again, their journey bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, the air became cooler, carrying the crisp scent of pine and the faintest hint of snow. They soon arrived at a hidden glade, where the spirit of the zephyr danced among the swirling leaves. She was a vision of grace, her form ever-changing like the seasons themselves, with eyes that mirrored the sky. "Welcome, travelers," she greeted them, her voice as soft as a breeze through willow branches. "I sense the forest's plea for balance. To restore it, we must rekindle the harmony between all creatures and the land." Tullius bowed his head in respect. "We seek your wisdom, spirit of the zephyr. How can we aid in this renewal?" The spirit smiled, her presence calming as a lullaby. "Gather the creatures of the forest and remind them of their place in this wondrous world. Each must remember their role, and together they shall sing the song of harmony." With purpose renewed, Tullius and Pippin returned to the forest, their hearts filled with hope. They called upon the animals, each bird, each fox, each tiny beetle, sharing the spirit of the zephyr's message. Under the soft glow of the moon, they all gathered in a circle, united in their shared purpose. As the creatures of the forest joined paws, wings, and fins, a gentle melody rose among them. It was a song of connection, of life and love, of the intricate dance they all performed as part of nature's grand design. The air shimmered with magic as the harmony wove itself into the fabric of the world, restoring balance to the land. Slowly, like a gentle rain after a long drought, the acorns began to fall, dotting the forest floor with the promise of new life. The trees sighed in relief, their branches swaying in gratitude as the forest breathed as one. As dawn painted the sky in hues of soft lavender and gold, Tullius and Pippin stood together, watching the first light of a new day. The forest was alive with the sound of renewal, and a sense of peace settled over the land. "Thank you, Tullius," Pippin chirped, his eyes bright with newfound understanding. "The forest is truly a wondrous place when we listen and work together." Tullius nodded, his heart full. "Indeed, young Pippin, wisdom and friendship are the keys to overcoming any challenge, and together we have ensured the forest's harmony for generations to come." And with that, the forest awoke to the gentle embrace of a new season, where every creature, great and small, played their part in the timeless symphony of nature, a song that would linger in their hearts forever.